Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is the death and life of Erza Scarlet in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 46, Reunion. Ichigo felt equal parts nervous and determined as he stood face to face with the manifestation of Zanjutsu. The spirit stared at him with an infuriated scowl on its face, wielding a blade just like the one Ichigo usually held. They stood in the most expansive part of the cave, brightly lit, the ground mostly even, but broken off by cliffs and rocks here and there. After a refreshing dip in the cave's hot spring, which conveniently had healed all of his remaining injuries, Ichigo had stabbed his blade into a man-sized, featureless doll that Yoriyuki had provided. Soon after, Zanjutsu had manifested, and now they stood staring each other down. It was an odd thing, he reflected. A few months ago, the idea of almost dying, being cut up by some sword-wielding psycho, and chasing after people who were trying to kill him would have terrified him. In a very short time, he had gone from being a fairly normal teenager to being something more. The oddest thing of all was how little fear he had left. Except the fear of losing himself. He had looked a demon in the face. He had been cut down and nearly died. He had faced down Kukaki Byakuya and fought him evenly, and what's more, he was determined to do it again. Ghosts. Death gods. Conspiracies. An afterlife run by tyrannical oligarchs, a mystical and fantastical setting characterized as much by magic and otherworldliness as it was by politics. Objectively speaking, it was all kind of insane. But, down in the rabbit hole, where everyone was a little mad, everything made perfect sense to Ichigo. Risk his sword, maybe his life, on a test to gain more power quickly? He was ready. You have some nerve, Ichigo, said Zanjutsu, staring at him coldly. It is what it is, old man, Ichigo shot back. You think to gain my full strength through such a petty shortcut, Zanjutsu sneered, without seeking my approval? Without getting to know me, without bonding as a blade and its master should? You dare offend me, the reflection of your soul, with such crass ambition. I don't have a choice, old man, Ichigo said. Inwardly, he felt a little remorseful. Zanjutsu was his own person, and Ichigo knew there was a way Zanpakuto expected things to work. This was most assuredly going against that. Even so. Do you accept this challenge? I do not have a choice, Zanjutsu said, echoing Ichigo's words, but do not expect me to forget this slight easily. Ichigo nodded. So, we just fight. Not as simply as that, no, Zanjutsu said. The spirit looked around him, made a sweeping gesture, and in an instant the landscape around them was filled with black blades, each one similar to Zanjutsu's normal form, but still distinct. Some were jagged, some were smooth, some were thick, some were slim, some were shorter and some were longer, and no two were alike. Just like the first test, huh? Ichigo said, remembering that time when first he had gained his own powers. It had not been long, he knew, but it felt like a lifetime ago. 1,000 of myself, spread around the cave. Only the truest form can defeat me. You have your 3 days to do so, but if you fail, know there will be consequences. My forgiveness will not be easily bought. Ichigo nodded, and grabbed one blade which had manifested next to him, thick and jagged. All right, then. Trust not only the testimony of your eyes nor the sound caught by your ears. This test may seem simple, but to succeed, will demand far more than merely being stubborn. Gotcha, Ichigo said. Delaying no further, he surged forward, slamming his sword down on Zanjutsu's. With just a simple movement of the hand, wielding the massive sword as if it had the weight of a feather, the spirit shattered Ichigo's blade. Letting out a curse, Ichigo jumped back and grabbed a new sword. This wasn't going to be easy. He wasn't asleep. Even with so little to do, Aizen would have resented sleeping just to pass the time. He was a productive soul and spent only as much time on sleep as was necessary. But, the land around him certainly was rather like a most beautiful dreamscape. He hadn't visited for quite a long time, but now was as good a time as any. Around him was splendor, true splendor. A white city stretched out as far as the eye could see, made of marble and lined with silver. Through the roads, servant folk went about their business, each one moving with the purpose of serving his or her master. Sitting on a tasteful throne, made of firm granite and tastefully lined with gold, he could see it all so well, even that which was leagues and leagues away. This was utopia. This was a kingdom united under a superior vision, free of meddling and free of ignorance, free of the hindrances of mediocrity and idiocy. This was the nameless city, the vision he strove to emulate in reality, the home of Kyoka Suijitsu. Milord has not visited for quite some time. To what do we owe the pleasure? Her form floated through the air, levitating smoothly, legs crossed. She had neither hands nor feet, but she didn't need them. She had no eyes, and kept her eyelids always closed. She could not walk, could not touch, could not see, yet she knew everything, saw everything, and had absolute control over everything in this realm and the next. She was quite beautiful, as was appropriate for a Zanpakuto of a man as magnificent as himself. She had high, well-defined cheekbones, long blonde hair, and white flowing robes, inscribed with glyphs made of purple thread, the gilded symbol of a watchful eye on her chest and forehead. Golden bracelets wrapped around her ankles and wrists, along with a circlet around her forehead. He had made those especially to symbolize her submission to him. This throne was hers, and he had taken it from her a long time ago. She belonged to him, she was his most valuable tool, and she knew her place. Nobody could be relied upon better than she, his greatest servant. "I hope you do not mind that I made myself at home," he said, and smiled. She put one arm to her chest, and bowed. "Milord is the master of all that is here. Milord, I suspect, knows this very well. We are not the normal playthings Milord surrounds himself with. We know Milord's thoughts, as he knows ours. There is no need to be coy, for we see right through it. Then you would already know why I came, no? It is only polite to ask," said Kyoka Suijitsu, and though she had no eyes, Aizen knew she was staring at him quite intently. "Why am I here? Milord is bored. Impatient. Milord feels rather like a schoolboy waiting for the bell to ring, we suspect." Aizen let himself laugh, heartily and openly. There was a freedom here, no need to ever conceal his emotions or feelings, and that had its place. "You have not lost your spirit, Kyoka Suijitsu," he said, this time with a genuine smile. "We are submissive, not spineless," said the spirit. She cocked her head. "This impatience. Milord has been patient for so long. Why now? To a Zanpakuto, Shinigami can seem so illogical." "It is right within my grasp, this future," Aizen said, leaning forward, contently clasping his hands together. "I can almost touch it, taste it, savor it. It both frustrates and overjoys me. Milord will build a world as grand as this," she reassured him, her handless arm gesturing toward the resplendent city. "Well, almost. Together, Milord and I are invincible." "We are," Aizen said, nodding. She was a reflection of him, and though not identical in personality, she too was grandly ambitious, was proud, and wanted nothing but the best. Yet Milord hesitates. Aizen furrowed his brows. "Pray tell, how have I hesitated?" "You felt sympathy for the petty little girl who served you. When you sensed she survived, you were relieved." Aizen said, hesitating. Had anyone else dared to question him so personally, he would have killed them. She alone had that privilege, that insight into his mind. "I did. Milord must explain why." "I am not sure," Aizen said, realizing it was true. "I suppose she became a little dear to me. Like a cat, or a pet bird." Kyoka Suijitsu shook her head. "What's more, you desire that other woman." "I have no such lusts," Aizen said dismissively. "It may not involve your loins, Milord, but you still desire her. You wish she were your subject." "I do," Aizen said. This was why he didn't come too often. Kyoka Suijitsu was the only being who could criticize him, and she was not afraid to do so. She wanted perfection out of him, which was only natural. But to have to face his own imperfections, to face that he even had them, it made him uneasy. "Milord must tread carefully," Kyoka Suijitsu said. "Milord must remember that there can be no hesitations. There can be no ties to anything but the vision. There can be nothing standing in the way of our dominion. We must stand at the very top. When Milord rules the Soul Society, Milord may well have countless courtesans to serve his every whim, but until victory is complete, there can be no obstructions, no loss of focus. They are but momentary distractions, Eisen said dismissively, ponderings brought about by tremendous boredom. For so long I have been forced to hide the full extent of my potential. Very soon I will put it to full use, and when I do, I will have no use for sentimentality. It is amusement at the most. She gave him a scrutinizing look, staring into his very soul. Milord believes it to be true, almost entirely, she said strictly. We are satisfied. This gladdens us. We would not have wanted to invoke the contract. Eisen nearly flinched. She hadn't mentioned that for centuries. Her full submission had come at a price, an added caveat. She could ask some things of him, and he could not deny her, or else. It will not come to that, my subject, he said warmly, it will not even come close to it. Perhaps one day, Erza Scarlet will be my courtesan. Perhaps one day, I will kill her. Perhaps nothing will come of her at all. It matters not to me. It would be the smallest of sacrifices. She nodded, seeming satisfied. Victory is within Milord's grasp. Milord will accomplish it, or Milord will die. That is the fate to which we are tied. We will not die, Eisen said assuredly. Really, Kyoka Suijitsu, need you test me so? Have I not done all I said I would? Milord is right, she said, and smiled back. Still. We wonder how you will deal with the failure of your underling. Eisen laughed again. Jin amuses me. His humiliation will bring me mirth for many years to come. I will kill him but later, and on my terms. As Milord says, so shall it be done. Eisen leaned back on the throne, staring out at the unending utopian kingdom. Soon, within a few centuries or so, he would make it reality. Erza had dared to sneak outside, leaving Ichigo to his training. Her venture outside the previous night, although successful in that it had saved Momo's life, had not accomplished her actual goal, to locate Orium and Tatsuki, and to bring them back to the cave, where they would all recuperate, regroup, and plan their next move. The area just outside the cave, where she was quietly sneaking, was surrounded by trees, but the winding city streets were not far. Momo, the previous night had been more than a little hectic, and the stone-cold fury that had filled Erza when she saw Jin over Momo had consumed most of her reason. Now in the daylight, with time to reflect as she carefully moved, it made her heart speed up a little. Knowing that somebody had kept faith, that somebody had had that same boundless fire of companionship that had characterized Fairy Tail. Hey! Erza let out an undignified yelp, stumbled, and nearly fell over. Quickly she regained her balance, reaching for her sword, before it registered in her mind that she knew that voice. And you actually infiltrated the Godii, like that? Said Rod, sitting on a tree branch, leaned against the trunk. We're really incompetent not to have caught you yet. Rod. Erza said, not taking her hand off the hilt just yet. Rod had helped her escape long ago, but she couldn't be too careful. Oh, relax, he said, giving her a dismissive wave. He jumped down from his branch, landing with the smooth, quiet ease of a cat. I'm here to talk. I'm all alone. Take it easy. Long time, no see, Erza mumbled a bit embarrassedly, lamely taking her hand off the sword. How'd you find me? He shrugged. Been keeping an eye out. Got a lot of useful reports last nights. I tracked you about this far before I lost you. So, I came here at the crack of dawn for a good old stakeout, and lo and behold. He pointed at her sardonically with his right arm. Don't worry, nobody else knows. I made sure dash. He was interrupted by Erza all but tacking him, catching him in a bear hug. It's been so long, she said emotionally, holding him close, and you're still looking out for me. Rod let out a muffled grumble, snapping his fingers loudly, and Erza realized she had forgotten that she was a good bit taller than her old friend. She had pushed his face right into her chest. Hastily, she let go. Rod drew in a deep breath, and coughed. For goodness sake, woman, he grumbled, I don't care how much that would be any man's dream normally, I'd rather not choke to death. Sorry, Erza said awkwardly. She took a good look at him, but look at you. You made vice captain. Well, yes, not much of an achievement considering who I replaced, he grumbled, but a smile crept across his face as he looked back at her. So, how have you been? Erza said, forgetting for a moment where she was going. Seeing another friendly face of old had quite an effect on her. Didn't come here to chit-chat, I'm afraid, Rod said, and fished up a cigarette from his pocket. Oh. Right. Here's the thing, he said, striking a light and drawing a puff of smoke, I've been organizing a bit of, well, I think my captain would call it high treason, but I'd prefer to call it resistance. The plucky, bold, daring, and morally justified kind. Rod. Erza said. This went beyond her expectations. First things first, we got those two girls secure. Nothing to be done about the big fella and the Quincy, though I can do a lot, but making two prisoners vanish is a bit much even for me. The girls, though, they're in a safe place. They could be moved if you need them to, but it's safest not to. Thank goodness, Erza said, letting out a breath of relief. Secondly, my resistance, so far, we've got Lysina Strauss, Abarai Renji, Matsumoto Rangiku, and Kyujo Nozomi on our side. We're working on potentially securing Kira Izuru and Hisagi Shihei. Don't. Erza said quickly, I mean, continue. Rod gave her an odd look. At any rate, there's also Hinamori Momo, but she was deemed something of a liability. The people we've got are working in your favor, been throwing around whatever we can to make things easier for you. Normally it wouldn't be easy, but the chaos works in our favor, and my captain really got her feathers rustled the other day. Momo, Erza said, I think I messed that one up, then. I told her the whole truth yesterday. Rod sighed. I'll approach her, then. Still, the whole truth. He raised a curious eyebrow. Because I noticed a few things were off. I noticed somebody is probably manipulating the Godai as a whole, for ends that are probably nefarious, but I don't know a whole lot. Quickly, Erza recounted what she had told the others, Aizen's true nature, a brief history of her past with him, how and why she had been imprisoned, and why she had returned. Holy shit! Rod said, the cigarette having fallen from his lips as his jaw dropped a little. Aizen? Aizen? The guy's cleaner than a fresh, white napkin. Just the way he wants it. He still lives, and he's planning something big. What exactly I can't be sure, but it will involve the fall of the Godai. Rod shook his head rapidly, as if to shake off dizziness. If anyone else had told me that, I'd have told them to fuck off. I'm still not sure. I won't. Believe it if you want, reject it if you want. But, you believed in me enough to help me escape, enough to build a whole movement to help me. You risked everything for me, and I deeply appreciate that. With all that, do you think I'd lie to you? I guess not, Rod said hesitantly. Still, that's a hell of a thing. Makes sense, doesn't it? You saw the tracks, but there was never anything substantial because his power is perfect illusion. That would explain a lot, actually, he muttered. I'll be fucked, though. I know, Erza said, nodding, I know. He shook his head again. Well, guess we better adapt then. Aizen Saushik. Ichimaru Jin. Tisenkan name. All hostiles. Tactical disadvantage, absurd. If we had any choice, if this was a normal operation, I'd say this was a complete no-go. But we're still going to try. Yes, that is what you do, Rod grumbled. I'll spread the word, see what I can do. When do we act? When Rukia is meant to be executed. Why wait? Rod said, frowning. Just have Shiho snag her. Escape. Erza shook her head. I can't see it being that easy. We already tried once, and who knows what safeguards Aizen will have put up. As for why we wait, one of the kids I brought is learning Bankai. I shouldn't even be surprised, Rod said, scratching his head. I won't even ask how, I'll just take your word for it, you madwoman. In 3 days. In 3 days, Erza said firmly. Then, when the time comes, we storm the hill. One of us grabs Rukia and runs. That is simple. Stupidly simple. Then again, simple plans usually work best, he said. He sighed. How do you propose we deal with, just about every single captain in our way? I'll leave strategy to you, won't I? Erza said cheekily. You're the expert, after all. Rod said, trailing off. You changed a bit, didn't you? Maybe a little. Anyhow, keep in touch. I've got training to oversee. Sure, Rod said. Keep low. I'll keep you posted. We'll work on this. We'll probably all die, but hey, we should at least try, right? Yes, Erza said. She looked him in the eye. And, Rod. Yeah. Thank you so much. She broke into a smile. Yeah, whatever, he grumbled. He had changed, just a little, as had she, but at heart, he was still his same grumpy self, and at heart, she was still Erza Scarlet. There was light. There had been light on and off for the last, he had actually lost concept of time. He had lost track of how long he had been here, but he felt like it had been quite some time, too much of it, actually. As Zaraki Kenpeki opened his eyes, the light blinded him, and he blinked as his eyes slowly adjusted. He ached, was the first thing he realized. His limbs were stiff, and he could remember pain, far greater than the petty aches he felt now. Then, it all flooded back into his memory. The thrill of battle. Swords clashing, blood flowing, a symphony of pain and joy. A buxom, red-headed woman with power, skill, and strength to match his own, with a force of will great enough to best even him. The greatest battle he had had in centuries, a high greater than that of any drug, a pleasure greater than any orgasm, the ruthless, brutal violence that gave his life purpose fulfilled in a sense so complete he had forgotten what it felt like. Rapidly he sat up, and pain shot through his body. Kenpeki ignored it. Pain was like an old friend to him, and so little of it could not even make him flinch. There were bandages wrapped around most of his body, he could see. For the first time getting a view of his surroundings, there could be no mistaking it. White walls, white sheets, and a comfortable bed. This was 4th Division, all right. Well, that explained why he'd felt all doped up. Lie down, please. Anyone else Kenpeki would probably have told to fuck off, quite possibly with a slap to boot. But the gentle, kind, and polite voice was unmistakable, and impossible to refuse entirely. Standing up from a chair to his side, and walking toward him, was Captain Anohana Retsu. Some thought it akin to the legend of how a beauty could soothe the beast with her charms, but those old enough to remember knew better. It was a pecking order, and she was the only one Kenpeki truly respected. She was his fellow demon, the first one to ever beat him. He looked at her with a grin. Yes'm, he said, slowly sinking back. Normally he would resent being told what to do, even by her, but the joyous memories of battle were still flooding his mind, like nectar for the soul. You seem to be in good spirits for a man who nearly died, Anohana said, meticulously checking his bandages, gently correcting them in a few places where they had come off. Ida died a happy man, me, Kenpeki said cheerily. Fuck me, Retsu, I ain't been through a proper thrashing like that in can't think of a better beating I took since back then, actually. You're impossible, as usual, she said softly, finishing the bandages. I had to operate on you for well over 7 hours to ensure a full recovery, I hope you realize. Not to mention the follow-up treatments. I fuck shit up, you patch shit up. S what we do, Kenpeki said, and shrugged. S how you wanted it to be, ain't it? I suppose so, yes, Anohana said, and shot him a cheeky smile. So, how was she? Like fucking nobody else, and yeah, better believe it. 'Cept you, of course. His grin was wide, and though frightening, quite sincere. I heard reports she lifted you over her head, on her sword, before bringing you down to slam your head, Anohana said, and although Kenpeki was not one for social subtleties, he could sense a hint of curiosity. Oh, that. Fuck, I forgot about that. Yeah, she sure did. Hell of a thing to do after the beating she took. I think I'm in love. Somehow, I'm not sure she'll agree to dates involving sword play. Kenpeki laughed, ignoring the small jabs of pain from his chest. Soon as I'm patched up, I'm going back out there. Ain't nobody given me a thrashing like that in ages, and I want another go. Maybe I win this time. Maybe I don't. You sound like some medcultist worshipping a blood god, Anohana said with a smile. Hey, skulls for the skull throne, Kanpeka said with a shrug, still grinning. Still, you know me, Retsu. When my blood gets pumpin'. You might just get back here soon, I know. Kanpeka shook his head, still a little odd. Something else, she was, something else. Stood up to me like I wasn't, well, me. Like she weren't afraid of nothing. Slammed into her like a tidal wave, and I broke like I hit a rock. Damned good showing. Anohana rolled her eyes. I think she'll end up regretting beating you, then, when you turn into some sort of lovesick, particularly homicidal puppy. When do I get out? Kanpeka said, ignoring her little jab. This afternoon, Anohana said, and sighed. I want to tell you to take it easy, but we both know you won't. Your injuries are for the most part healed, your Ryotsu is recovered, and your wounds will leave some nasty scars for a few weeks, before they heal. Unless you make new ones, that is. Great, was all he said, already imagining their next battle. He visualized it, her fighting style, that vicious form, that big bag of tricks, the resilience. He had thrown everything he had at her, and she had endured. Lying back, staring into the roof, he reimagined it all, one blow after another. He had excellent memory, albeit in a fairly selective sense. A battle so grand only one more compared. Maybe another to come, soon. This had to be how a drunk man felt, Kanpeka thought, when he was at his happiest. Having left Kanpeka to his own devices, Anohana made her way back to do some actual work. She had prioritized his treatment, which had left her with less time to do something she knew the captain commander would consider much more important, the autopsy of Aizen Saushik. Without rushing, she walked to her personal lab, taking the time to pour herself a fresh cup of coffee. She was no stranger to work-induced sleepless nights, and a well-rested body was important when one was burning the midnight oil. After taking a few sips, she put the mug aside, slipped a couple of slim-fitting plastic gloves on, and walked down to the cooling cell where it was being kept. With little effort, she hauled out the corpse and placed it on a table nearby, put there for this exact purpose. 4th Division did have a mortuary, with all the necessary facilities for an autopsy, but this had demanded her personal attention. The corpse lay naked on the table, covered from the waist down in a simple length of cloth, and Anohana got out her tools. Scalpel in hand, she started to examine the body more closely. She had had the time to do some preliminary work earlier, and everything had looked as one might expect. Multiple lacerations to the torso, undoubtedly caused by some sharp stabbing implement. One primary injury, wider and deeper than any of the rest, running through the aorta, with a noticeable fracture to the spine. Although investigations into Shinigami deaths were rare, let alone one of this magnitude, Anohana Retsu had more than a little experience in dissecting dead bodies across the centuries for which she had run her division. She was not only a doctor, but also proficient in medical and forensic science, and she knew the insides of a Shinigami like the back of her own hand. By and large they were the same as that of a human, with the same vital organs and the same functions. Of course, being made of spiritual energy, they were far more resilient, and far more capable of regenerating themselves. It was a strange thing, when one thought about it. There was no actual need for a mass of Ryotsu to behave this way. It was as if it formed itself that way as part of some subconscious process upon materializing after death. But, however interesting that was scientifically, that was not the point at the moment. Anohana was experienced in these matters, she had done it 100 times before, and though the idea of a fellow captain being dead was disconcerting, it did not bother her here, in the clinical conditions of a lab and with a job to do in front of her. Looking at it closely, everything told her that Aizen Saushik had died violently and quickly. There were no signs of resistance, no cuts or bruises on his arms, and his sword had still been in its sheath when he had been brought in. But, somehow, she couldn't shake the thought that something was off. That was the frustrating thing, something felt wrong, but every time she looked more closely, the sensation would escape, only to come back a minute later. With a simple incision, she opened up his abdomen. There was the slight odor one would expect from a corpse in a state of decay, and already there were signs of his Ryotsu breaking down, the energy dispersing into the air and becoming one with the soul society. Reaching in with a pipette, she drained a small sample of blood, and walked over to the device she kept for DNA recognition. Inserting a small drip into the machine, she took a step back while she waited for it to do its work. All officers of a sufficiently high rank were recorded by DNA, and Eisen would have been no different. This would also tell her if he had been poisoned, before or during the battle. Why was she even doing it? It was silly. He was obviously right there, dead. There could be no mistaking it. But even so, she would confirm everything. She couldn't be too thorough. The entire situation was odd. Eisen Sauschik was not known for martial prowess, he was more of a leader and administrator than a battlefield commander, but even so he had been a captain, part of an exclusive elite with unrivaled and awesome power. He could have been outfought by a sufficiently powerful adversary, yes, but a captain blindsided and killed so quickly that he couldn't even defend himself? Stabbed so viciously that just that one wound was enough to kill him? In theory, Shinigami were vulnerable to damage in the same ways as human beings. They had vital weaknesses just like the lesser forms they were spawned from. But in practice, the core difference was the power. Reishi, the spiritual atoms that composed all matter in the afterlife, was stubborn, and once it had attached itself to a particular source, it tended to stick. It powered its user, literally, more vital by far than the blood and chemicals flowing through a soul's form. To kill a captain in a single blow was possible, but almost nobody was capable. Shihoin Yoriyuki? Anohana was old enough to remember the girl. She had been a carefree, kind-hearted, as far as an assassin could be, young woman, tremendously skilled, but personality aside that could change, particularly with such radical circumstances in effect. Her fighting style had been based around speed, precision, about dealing fatal injuries in as few motions as possible. Furrowing her brows, Anohana walked back to the body, scrutinizing the injuries. Carefully, she measured their length using her index finger and thumb. These had to have been made by at least a medium-sized blade, a standard Zanpakuto or larger, and Shihoin Yoriyuki carried only a very small blade. Furthermore, there were too many injuries. Repeated attacks like those spoke either to clumsiness and inexperience, unlikely, if one had the strength to kill a captain or some personal grudge. An assassin would have tried to accomplish their goal with just a single attack. If that had been defended, then it would have failed. But there were no signs of a struggle. Erza Scarlet, then. Far more likely, considering the evidence, but she was extremely unlikely to have been in fighting shape at the time, and would definitely not have been even close to the scene. Reports were inconclusive, but by and large there appeared to be only one, maybe two more fighters in the group of Ryoka who were at all capable of attacking and killing a captain. That a man of Eisen's character would have let himself be caught unaware by such a beginner, implausible. There was a beep, as the machine finished its work. Her curiosity piqued, Anohana hastily walked over to examine the results, displaying on a data screen. Quickly, she eyed through it. No toxins detected. Blood values normal, consistent with the chemical and spiritual composition she had seen during his latest medical checkup. DNA, conclusive as belonging to Eisen Sauschik. It was all very, very neat. Except, looking more closely, she began scrolling through the unveiled data. There were thousands upon thousands of characters to go through. Genetic information was a deeply complex matter. It all looked the same, except, had Anohana paid a smidgen less attention, she would have scrolled past it, continued her observation, and finished her work with little more than an uneasy sensation following her for the next couple of days. But, Anohana Retsu was the best at what she did. There. Just the smallest point of data, the smallest variable out of the ordinary. A small sequence of information, of data points, that diverged. For a second she could see them, and then suddenly they were gone. Surprised, she blinked, and focused more carefully. There they were again, a set of numbers and letters symbolizing the information of his DNA. She could see them for a few seconds before they blurred out of vision again. What on earth was going on? Was the machine malfunctioning? Quickly she went back to the body, to draw another sample. Something was wrong here. It was an old memory that had taken her there, so old that it seemed to have come from another life, long forgotten. So iPhone stared up at the rock complex before her, smoothly making her way through the woods. That morning, she had remembered. She had remembered the kinship her lady had had with that despicable man, how the two would sneak away to be by themselves every so often. She had remembered how, no matter how she tried, she could never stop her lady from slipping away if her lady so wanted, no matter how alert she was. She had remembered how one day, after paying particular attention, she had tracked her lady, managing to follow her, here. The Siriti was a vast place, and although most of it was made up of streets and tightly packed buildings, there were places like this. A wild garden of sorts, a small piece of forest kept unmolested for centuries. The land was owned by a small family indebted to the Shihoan, she knew. Here, over 130 years ago, she had lost track of Lady Shihoan. She had seen her and Urahara Kisuk make her way to the mouth of a cave opening, but when she had gotten there, they had vanished without a trace. This was a lead, said the part of her that was still very much the commander of the Stealth Corps, an investigator bent on finding justice according to due process. You shouldn't be here alone, that part told her, because this is a lead chasing a dangerous criminal. You should have alerted every nearby division, sent out messages to all captains, and come here with a force of your strongest, most senior stealth operatives. But, so iPhone had done none of this. If she was going to justify it, she would say that this was most likely a wild goose chase, most likely nothing, that the resources of the Stealth Corps could not be wasted in such trying times. But, being honest with herself, something she was slowly starting to do, she knew this wasn't true. This was still personal, deeply personal, and if it was still nothing, well, no harm done. Whatever turned up here, she would face it by herself. It was foolish and unprofessional, she knew that. Quietly, so iPhone made her way up to that one cave entrance. Inside it, she knew, there lay a network of caves, of pits and tunnels and darkness, something that could take all day to search through, maybe weeks, for all she knew. It was not a mountain, but it was large enough. Erza could not believe her eyes when she saw the small captain approach the entrance, having decided to stand guard while Ichigo trained. She was well hidden, having positioned herself in the dark, which was as much luck as this situation offered her. So iPhone, the chief assassin of the Godai, the one who had once arrested and imprisoned Erza. If she found this cave, a set of possibilities quickly raced through Erza's mind. So iPhone didn't seem to know where she was going. The entrance was protected by a simple illusory spell, and if one didn't know how to get inside, it would be easy to get lost. She could very easily just walk past, and find nothing. Then again, if she had come here, she must have suspected something, and would not give up easily. Who knew what she would find if she kept going? At the moment, she was moving slowly, taking her time to stare into the gloom of the short passage leading into the cave, looking almost distracted. If Erza chose to attack, it would be the best opportunity she could have. On the other hand, she could let So iPhone pass, alert Yoriyuki, and run. Quietly, Erza made the decision that made the most sense to her, and put a hand on her sword. So iPhone only barely reacted in time, narrowly dodging under a swift, vicious horizontal sword swing. Reacting immediately, she put her palms to the ground and kicked up with both feet, slamming them into the face of her assailant. Inwardly she cursed, she had let her mind wander, thinking of things long past. Normally, there was nobody who could have gotten the drop on her like this. Not relenting, she smoothly flipped back, landing on her feet with the agility of a cat. Her assailant Erza Scarlet, judging by the red hair, was reeling back, but was already making ready for another attack. In the blink of an eye, So iPhone closed the gap, and Erza's attack did not come soon enough. With both hands, So iPhone grabbed the larger Shinigami by the wrist, before delivering a vicious kick to the Ryoka's knee. Erza winced, and pushed back, trying to pull herself free. Rather than wrestling with her opponent, who was clearly more physically powerful than her, So iPhone let go, giving her wrist a little shove in the direction Erza was pulling, momentarily unbalancing her. So iPhone went in closer, knowing full well that the sword would be useless in a fist-ranged fight, and jabbed Erza's solar plexus with a quick, powerful punch. In a moment's time, she had unleashed a dozen strikes, lightning fast, fist after fist thrown at her chest, her neck, her gut. To her surprise, however, Erza used one hand to deflect several of them, however pushed back she was. It was as if she knew So iPhone's style of fighting. Immediately, So iPhone went low and, balancing herself on her hands once more, let her leg arc out in a sweeping kick, slamming into Erza's already hurting knee. The kick knocked Erza off her feet, and So iPhone quickly jumped on top of her, grabbing Erza's right wrist, the only one still holding onto her sword, while reaching for Suzumibuki, pulling the blade out in one swift motion. Suddenly, Erza found herself with a razor-sharp blade pressed against her neck, staring down at a focused, seemingly unemotional So iPhone. What happened next, however, was not what Erza had expected. "I could have killed you already," So iPhone said through gritted teeth, Suzumibuki still pressed against Erza's neck. "My Zanpakuto could kill you in 2 hits if I so wished. So, ask yourself why I haven't. If you think I'm going to talk," Erza said stubbornly, "I'm not here for you." So iPhone sneered. "No. You aren't, are you?" The voice was soft, and immediately upon hearing it, So iPhone's grip slackened. She stood up, letting go of Erza, and slowly sheathed her Zanpakuto. Standing some 10 yards away, there was Yuryuki. A bit taken aback, Erza stood herself up. She started. "I sensed a commotion," said Yuryuki, "and a familiar energy." Her voice was somber, quiet, and sober, unlike the easygoing, jocular tone Erza knew she would keep. "So, what is it to be, So iPhone? Another round?" So iPhone shook her head. "Not this time. Not yet, at least." "So, what, then?" said Yuryuki. "I don't know," So iPhone said, balling her fists. "Should I, give you some privacy?" said Erza. Yuryuki nodded at So iPhone. "This way." She left in a flash, and So iPhone was hot on her heels. The journey was short, taking them only a bit further into the cave, away from the others. There were rocks all around, the light was shining down on them, but it couldn't have mattered less to either one of them. Both were overtaken by a sense of dread, like a deeply rooted angst that had stayed hidden too long only to resurface with a vengeance. "So," Yuryuki started, "I suppose the first question is, what you want? You haven't come to arrest me, or you would have brought more people. Or, are there reinforcements coming?" "I came alone," So iPhone said, her voice little more than a breath. "It's not like the stealth corps, even if I brought all of it, would help. It's not like I could hope to defeat you myself." "What do you want, then?" "What do I want?" "Answers, Yuryuki-sama." The suffix had slipped out, that old token of respect and subservience, without her even thinking about it. Yuryuki raised an eyebrow. About that time, I guess," she said lamely. "About the time you left me," So iPhone said mercilessly, "about the time I lost everything, yes. What else?" "It was a long time ago," Yuryuki said evasively. "I wanted to die," So iPhone said indignantly, and suddenly, it all welled out, like a dam finally bursting, like a boil lanced. It was painful, but it felt good, too, and So iPhone couldn't stop herself. "I had everything, Yuryuki-sama. I was raised to serve, that was my purpose in life, and I was given to the greatest master imaginable. I served you, and just serving you would have made my life complete, but you cared. You treated me like a person, even when everyone else, everyone I knew had taught me that I was a tool. You made me think I was something more. That I had worth. That I mattered to somebody. Yes, it was a long time ago, but I feel it still. Like it were yesterday." "So iPhone," Yuryuki said, sounding unsure of herself. "I had everything I could ever want from life, and you took that from me," So iPhone continued, "so don't you tell me it was a long time ago, because I'm not having it." Yuryuki let out a long sigh, buried her face in her hands for a moment, and groaned. "I took that from you, huh," she muttered. "Yes, I guess that's how you'd see it." "Tell me how I was wrong," So iPhone snapped, "because I'm not seeing it any other way right now." She was fuming, angrier than she could ever remember being. Part of her felt wrong, felt like she should be composed, professional. Another part of her, small and long forgotten, felt like she shouldn't be yelling at Yuryuki-sama, the great and venerable Lady Shihoan. All that was shoved aside by her anger, bright and righteous. It's a long story. Actually, no, it's not that long, Yuryuki said uneasily. Kisuke, my best friend since childhood, was going to be executed for something he was innocent of. A powerful and evil man framed him, and nobody but me could help. I had a choice to make, and I made it. I wish I didn't have to, but I did. I grabbed him and I ran. Him, but not me, so iPhone said bitterly. I didn't want that sort of life for you. So iPhone balled her fists. That sort of life? I would have died for you. I would have done it with a smile on my face. There is no suffering or indignity I would not have endured for you back then. If I believed it helped you, I would have endured being tortured, raped, humiliated, killed 1,000 times. Compared to that, a life on the run is nothing. Yuryuki looked at her, standing quiet for a bit. If I tell you the whole truth, will that satisfy you? That depends on the truth, so iPhone spat. Yuryuki took a deep breath. Briefly and quickly she recounted the truth of that night, the hollow experiments, how Kisuke had tried to save them, how Aizen Saushik was to blame, how he had planned all of this all along, how he sought the destruction of the Godei. So iPhone's anger was marred by disbelief, shaking her head slowly as her former mentor spoke. We ran, because we were afraid. Because there was nowhere else to go, Yuryuki said at last, because we couldn't come back. Because of him. Because of the power he wields. I didn't want to leave you behind, and I am sorry I did. But there was no choice. We didn't dare come back. That is just awfully convenient, isn't it? So iPhone said skeptically. A captain who happens to be dead is magically behind all of this, and that's why you left. Nobody that can verify this. No proof. Am I supposed to believe this? I can't make you believe anything, Yuryuki said, shaking her head. All I can tell you is that I'm sorry, and I missed you. So iPhone's hands trembled a little. She wouldn't cry. Not again. You think that makes it okay? She said, her voice trembling a little. You think you can just say that and all those years are just gone? No, Yuryuki said, shaking her head. No, I don't. I wanted to die. Then, I wanted you to die. All this time, everything I did wanting to one day find you and make you pay. I told myself it was all about justice, but it wasn't. I hated you and I wanted you to hurt like I hurt. You think a bit of petty guilt is anything close to what I went through? Back then, I didn't just have a reason to live, I had complete fulfillment. If I was still your servant, I'd still be happy, on the run or not. If I threw away this demmed coat dash, she tugged at her captain's haori, and had no rank at all, no place in life but as your servant, then I'd still be happy. Instead you grew up, and became a captain, and probably a better stealth force commander than I ever was, Yuryuki retorted, so iPhone, just look at you. All grown up, strong on your own. You never needed me to succeed. So iPhone gave her a furious glare. Were you listening at all? I don't care about success. I don't care about the stealth force. I dash. She stopped herself. What was she saying? Her service to the Corps was her life. It had become her reason for being. Of course she cared. Why had she said that? I hurt you, Yuryuki said plainly, and I don't think any apology is going to be enough. If it helps, like I said, I didn't want to, but I had to act fast and... Well, after that things were the way they were. So iPhone bitterly shook her head. She felt nauseous, emotion welling up that had been deeply buried under layers of subconscious scar tissue. More importantly, Yuryuki continued, what will you do next? So iPhone hadn't considered that. The answer should be obvious. Report this to the authorities. Bring reinforcements. Arrest all Ryoka and see to it they face justice. Because I still have a mission. You know as well as I do how important one's mission is. So iPhone nodded. That was Stealth Force doctrine, accomplish the mission whenever possible, at whatever cost. And, I know about you now. Yuryuki nodded. So iPhone felt a sinking feeling. Are you going to kill me, Yuryuki-sama? The notion didn't fill her with dread, she had no fear of death. It didn't fill her with anger or a desire to fight back. She couldn't, she realized. It just filled her with a deep sense of disappointment. I would try very hard not to. I would prefer imprisoning you temporarily, if it came down to that, Yuryuki said. Of course, it comes down to what you choose to do now that you know. Even if I said I'd leave you be, could you possibly trust me? So iPhone said incredulously. That depends. Can I? It felt somewhat bizarre. Nothing made sense right now, and life in this very moment was an emotional roller coaster, a stormy sea of feelings. To So iPhone, who was used to steady ground under her feet, it was enough to make her seasick. What are you even doing here? She said, pushing the answer aside for the time being. Planning, Yuryuki said cryptically, and I can tell you this much, give us 3 days, and everything will become clear. If you leave here, and leave us alone, then in 3 days I swear I'll give myself up. And I'm supposed to believe that. So iPhone said tiredly. Have I ever lied to you? So iPhone took a breath. Betrayal or not, Yuryuki had never lied, as such. Not in any significant way. But, she was a traitor. She was the object of So iPhone's hatred. She was a criminal, and criminals could not be trusted. Yet, despite all the logical reasons, which were sound, rational, and sensible, So iPhone found she didn't want to doubt. Something in her just wanted to believe in the right and honorable Lady Yuryuki. Something in her just wished for the old days. She balled her fists. 3 days. You expect me to keep this secret for 3 days? If you want a better reason, 3 days Kukakirokia's execution is when Aizen is bound to reveal himself. That's when we will strike, and believe me, that will be in the Godei's best interest. In 3 days, things will change like never before. So iPhone shook her head. You really should just beat me down, she muttered. I'm a terrible stealth force operative. I'm compromised. That's not such a bad thing, So iPhone, Yuryuki said, her tone a little friendlier. We're people, not machines. If we didn't break down sometimes, then what would be the point of being? So iPhone stood quietly for a couple of minutes, looking miserable. Yuryuki simply looked at her, unsure of what to say. 3 days, So iPhone mumbled at last. 3 days, and you, swear. Swear you'll give yourself up. To me. On my heart and soul, Yuryuki said quickly. I'm going to regret this, So iPhone said flatly. If you lie to me, this time I really will kill you. Without another word, she turned around, and slipped into a shunpo, quickly making her way out of the cave. Yuryuki watched her leave. A minute or so later, Erza walked up to her. So? She said urgently. You had a lot of friends here that didn't believe in you, and you still trusted them. I've decided to trust one of my own, Yuryuki said, and shrugged. Are you crazy? Erza burst out, that was the chief of their police force. What can I say? You must have rubbed off on me, Yuryuki said teasingly, her smirk returning to her lips. And when the entire stealth force shows up an hour from now? Yuryuki rolled her eyes. I may be going soft, but I'm not stupid. There are safeguards. I'll make sure to set up sentry wards and alarms. If they come, there are escape routes. But that considered, I don't think we'll need it. Erza shook her head. I really hope you're right. I think I am, Yuryuki said, staring toward the mouth of the cave where her little bee had left. Sweat dripped down his chin. His breathing was ragged. He felt an urge to stop, to quit, and it was only willpower that forced his arms to rise again, holding his crooked black sword up against the relentless assault of his Zanpakuto. Ichigo hopped back, taking a second to catch his breath. Yuryuki hadn't been kidding when she had called it the hardest thing he'd ever done. The only thing comparable was the training he had received from Erza at its most intense, but the Zanpakuto wasn't nearly as concerned with his health. Zanjutsu had attacked him non-stop, seeming entirely unhindered by something as petty as fatigue. Ichigo had kept up, so far, but the notion of 3 more days of this. No hesitation. No weakness, or he would lose. No weakness, or Rukia would die. Stubbornly, he met another assault from his Zanpakuto, blocking a wide slash. A quick feint toward his feet came next, but Ichigo saw through it, moving his sword up to meet a swift stab. Zanjutsu's blade clanged against Ichigo's, missing his midsection by a millimeter, and not a second later it was followed up by another attack, and another, seemingly ad infinitum. "What is the matter, Ichigo?" said Zanjutsu fiercely, continuing his assault. "Are you ready to surrender yet? Are you ready to bow down to your knees and beg my forgiveness?" "No." Ichigo snarled, catching the spirit's blade, and shoving him back. "Not until I get your power. You dare force my hand like so, and you have the audacity to speak of Bankai, with such shoddy form. Is your lust for power that large?" The Zanpakuto all but shouted the words, looking furiously at Ichigo. "I do this, or Rukia dies. That's how I choose to see it." Ichigo shot back, and parried another attack. His sword began to crack under the blow. It would not last much longer. "Your mother and aunt are capable, are they not? Why do they need you to carry their burdens for them? What folly is that not for a young and foolish pup, drunk with power he has not earned?" "I have a chance," Ichigo said, skipping back a few paces, readying himself for another attack, "and if I don't take it, if Rukia dies and I can't tell myself I did everything to save her, I won't be able to go on." "Youngster's folly," sneered Zanjutsu, and charged. The impact of his blow shattered Ichigo's blade, and Ichigo quickly dodged under the cut as it followed through, somersaulting back. With desperate speed, he grabbed a new blade, a chopper-looking hunk of metal, just barely in time to face Zanjutsu's next attack. People die all the time. Souls, humans, hollows, they all die, every day and every second. The spirit said harshly. Each day, across the earth, thousands of children die. Their parents may pray for them, may wish for them to live, but they still die. If it is Kukaki Rukia's fate to die, in this society, this world of her own that you are not part of, how is that any of your business? What right do you have to interfere? She rejected your offer, and yet you stubbornly persist. She doesn't know what's good for her." Ichigo snapped, parrying a blow and counter-attacking, slamming the blade's pommel into Zanjutsu's chest. The spirit let out a grunt and staggered back. Ichigo seized the opportunity, driving Zanjutsu back with a series of wide, heavy swings. "People die all the time, sure," he cried angrily. "Maybe thousands die each day, and that's shit. I can't do anything about that. But if I just shrug and say, it's meant to be, when she's going to be executed over nothing, then I'm dirt. Less than dirt. Maybe people die all the time, but if you can do something about it, even if it's just an iota, a drop in the sea, that's still worth doing. That's why I have to do this." Catching his blade, the Zanpakuto broke Ichigo's assault, disarming him with a quick twist. Before the blade had hit the ground, he had cut it in two. He stared intensely at Ichigo, still scowling. Ichigo swallowed. He was without a weapon now, against a ruthless enemy, and the closest blade was a few yards away. "Take up a weapon." "Are really?" Ichigo stuttered. "You were all angry and dash." "I will not repeat myself." The Zanpakuto said firmly, "I was summoned and I set the conditions. Until the end, Ichigo, under the terms I set. You may not be selfish in this, but you are still foolish." "Right," Ichigo said, quickly grabbing another blade. No sooner had he got a hold of it than Zanjutsu charged again, Ichigo only barely parrying his next attack. "Until the end. Until the end." Ichigo shouted back, stubbornly pushing against Zanjutsu's powerful blade. Until the end. He just hoped that wasn't as final a destination as it sounded. The stack of papers wasn't nearly as difficult to tackle now as it had been before. Where Momo had found herself unable to concentrate before, she now needed a distraction. Filling in reports, responding to missives from other divisions, and the 1,000,001 forms and messages sent in these hectic times had provided plenty of that. She had been hard at work all through the night, and it was with some surprise she had noticed the gray of dawn, and later the shining daylight. Her mind was burning, burning with an explosion of emotion and knowledge, more of it than she could handle all at once. It was like a sensory overload, like eating a mouthful of a much too strong chili dish, or walking right into a really loud nightclub. It was overwhelming, and she found herself longing for a respite. Eventually, when she had emptied 3 inkwells, it occurred to her that maybe she needed to slow down and think. As focused as she had been out of necessity alone, the events of the previous night were burned in her mind, inescapable and dominant. She had found Erza. Or, rather, Erza had found her, saving her from that monster djinn, of all things. No princess could have asked for a better rescue. All that was missing was a white horse and some gleaming armor. After all this time, after all the time she had spent studying, improving herself, trying to find ways to prove her friend's innocence, she had finally come face to face with her. In retrospect, it was every bit as magical as Momo had imagined it to be, considering the violent circumstances. The second thing was, the veracity of what Erza had told her, that Captain Eisen was still alive. That Captain Eisen, as she knew him, had in fact never existed, being but a front for a cruel, manipulative monster aiming for the destruction of the Godii. The very thought was impossible. There were many impressive leaders in the Godii, but few of them were warm-hearted, approachable, and caring like he had been. Only Yukatake Jushiro compared, except Captain Eisen wasn't chronically ill. For all of Momo's career, he had seemed a wonderful and kind man, the kind who cared for the lives of the men and women under his command, who never treated anyone as expendable, who remembered names and acted in the interest of the Godii and in the interest of his soldiers as well. Everything Momo ever knew had told her that Eisen Saushik was the ideal leader, kind and righteous, the best man anyone could serve. Now, that was all turned on his head, all because of a few words from Erza. It was like having her skin turned inside out, like walking with her hands or smelling with her eyes. On the one hand, it was inconceivable. He was a good man. Nobody was better. The way he had run the division had not been fake, had not been low effort, had never been bad for morale or efficiency. To think that all of it had been just a ruse. On the other hand, Erza would never lie to her. Erza was honesty incarnate, and Momo wasn't sure she could lie. In theory it was possible she could be mistaken, but that would be one hell of a mistake, and Erza wasn't delusional. It felt nearly impossible to wrap her mind around. Why? For what end? Even Erza hadn't seemed entirely sure of that, although it did involve conquering and destroying the Godii. That he would want to do that. It felt impossible. This was why she had sought out the paperwork. Just thinking about it, she felt torn between two lovely, trustworthy people whom she had never had any cause to think poorly of. Both were admirable, strong of character and honest, in Momo's experience. Now, though, one of them was telling her the other was evil. Momo took a deep breath. At the end of the day, it was a question of who was more important. For whom had she lived these last 20 years? For what purpose had she sought power and knowledge? What was all that for? It was for Erza. It always had been. For Erza, and nobody else. When it came down to it, when she asked herself the question, if she had to choose between her captain and Erza, then she would choose Erza. She was almost ashamed of how easily she knew the answer to that. She should have been torn, it shouldn't have been an easy choice, but somehow, it was. Tiredly, Momo stared into the distance. She was going to help Erza, somehow. 3 days, in 3 days, they would try to save Rukia. That gave her a location, and more importantly, time. She would find a way to help. When the time came, Momo would be there, and she would throw her lot in with Erza, consequences be damned. She might be executed if it went poorly, but compared to letting Erza slip away again, that was an easy choice. It almost scared her, how easily she decided that she could very well die if she needed to. But, that was the case, and Momo was ready to throw the dice even if the stakes were higher than anything she had ever seen before. 3 days, 3 days, and then they would meet again. Then, no matter how it went, they'd never be separated again. Chapter 47, The Quiet Before the Storm. A new day had dawned, and though the Godii was still on full alert, the search had turned up nothing. Little by little, things were coming closer to normal, the patrols having decreased as each division had to return to their normal duties. This had left Lysina with a golden opportunity. At the crack of dawn, she had fetched Renji and Rangiku, freshly dismissed from the hospital, and brought them to the forested area where Rod had shown her the entrance to the cave where, according to him, Erza was training one of her own to learn Bankai, in a 3-day span. Whatever the case, however unbelievable that sounded, it was an opportunity too good to miss. At worst, they would get some answers, update Erza's group on their current battle plan, and get a feel for each other. At best, well, who knew? As she made her way up toward the mouth of the cave, Lysina felt a surge of excitement run through her body. Part of her felt like a student, doing something she wasn't supposed to, and it was a little thrilling. An even bigger part of her felt a bubbling sort of joy at the prospect of meeting Erza again. Although it had been 20 years, there was a particular bond between them. Not just that of friendship, but of being the only two people from fairy tale in this grim tale of reapers. "I don't see nothing," Renji said and frowned as they stepped up to the cave entrance. "You're telling me this is gonna lead us to Erza? It's just a plain old cave. You could hide, I guess, but..." "Wait and see," Lysina said, with the cheeky smile of somebody who knew something you didn't and was rather happy about it. She stepped inside, her two compatriots following behind her hesitantly. She took a deep breath, and stepped into what looked like a rock wall. The simple illusion dispelled as she passed through it, revealing a passage. "Huh," Renji said. "Told you," said Lysina, and grinned. Erza was in the middle of a simple practice routine when she sensed them coming. Recognizing all three, familiar as a well-worn shirt, she interrupted her workout and hurried to meet them. A little sweaty, a look of cheer on her face, that was how the trio saw her again as they stepped into the light of the artificially enhanced cave. Erza stopped just a couple yards from them, taking her time to look at them, a wide smile breaking out across her face. Sure, she had run into Renji earlier, but Rangiku and Lysina she hadn't seen for over 20 years. She stood quiet for a few seconds. "Long time, no see," Lysina said happily, her tone quietly glad, subdued but unmistakably merry. "Long time, no see," Erza echoed. Lysina caught her in a quick hug, before taking a step back, practically having to pry herself off Erza, whose grip was rather like that of a lovesick, particularly buxom bear. Erza said. "How have you been?" "I wish I had time to catch up, but we don't," Lysina said, still smiling. "We're supposed to report back soon. Can't waste any time, unfortunately." "You always were more professional than me," Erza said happily, as if she hadn't just been shot down. "In short, I made vice captain, and, well, life continued on, but it wasn't the same. Not without you." Erza nodded, feeling a little overwhelmed. The last few days had been filled with violence, with hostility, and to reunite with a friendly face, that there were people still on her side, like Isane, Momo, Lysina, each one hit home. Some people thrive on loneliness, and you are not one of those people. The words, brought back from so long ago when she had first seen Isane for therapy, rung truer than ever before. "So," Renji said a bit awkwardly, no time to waste and all that." "Oh," Erza said. "Yes, of course. Still. I'm glad to see you all. I brought them here. Figured it would do them some good to meet you again, go through our plan together. Rod's had me memorize what he wants us to do on the day of," Lysina explained. Erza nodded. "We'll get to that in a second, then." She looked at Renji and Rangiku. Lysina sighed. "Make it quick, then." Erza walked over to the two, giving them a look. "Rangiku, Renji," she said, "I'm glad to see you both. Are you both ready to do what it takes? Right down to business, huh?" Rangiku muttered. I'm not here for some tearful reunion. I'm not even sure you're innocent." "But you still came," Erza retorted. "Yes," Rangiku said with a nod. "I came because I wanted to know. About my old captain. About Isane. Imagine my surprise when I run into a Ryoka who looks just like Shibukayan, and uses Isane's signature attack. Imagine my surprise when he tells me who his father is. I need answers, Erza." Erza blinked. Answers. Well, you know what? If you go into the cave, you'll find a pretty, brown blonde Quincy. She'll have all the answers you'll need. Who is she? Rangiku asked. His wife, Erza said bluntly. His wife. Rangiku blurted out. Well, if he had a son, I guess there had to be a mother, huh? It's right that way, Erza said, pointing further down the cave. Then. I'll go. I'd stay and catch up, but you know what Listener said? Rangiku said, sounding a little guilty. Go ahead, Erza said reassuringly. Sure. Nice seeing you again. Considering the circumstances, at least. Nice to see you too, Erza said. With that, Rangiku headed deeper into the cave to find Masaki. Renji, Erza said, a little strictly, turning to her former pupil, I take it you got your head straight. Nothing's straight about this mess, Renji said, and Erza could hear that young boy in him still, a little cocky, at ease, confident in himself. But here we are. Yeah, here we are. Renji gave her a look. We're gonna die, ain't we? Maybe, Erza admitted. Is that a problem? Some things are worth dying for, you taught me that. Still holds true, he said firmly. If it means standing up to your captain. If it means having my every limb hacked off, I'd do it for Rukia, he said, and there was a bit of heat in his voice, a bit of heart and passion. It warmed Erza to hear it. I ain't some lovesick puppy no more, but she's my oldest friend. She deserves better than this. Hell, everyone does. If that means treason, so be it. I'll stand up to him, to the entire Demgodi I-13, and if I die I'll be in good company. Erza put a hand on his shoulder, and smiled. That's the boy I trained back then. You became a good man when I was away, Renji. The fucking things you get us to do. Renji muttered. I really hope you ain't secretly evil, cause the influence you have is something else. I'll try not to blow up the world, Erza said with a chuckle. For now, I have a question. Yeah. Your Zanpakuto. How far along have you come with it? How much have you bonded with it? Huh. Renji said, seeming surprised by the sudden change of topic. I guess. I'm doing pretty well. We've talked a lot, Zabumaru and I, for the last 20 years. Bonded over time, yeah no. Then I have an offer for you. What? Erza looked him in the eye. How would you like to learn Bankai? Rangiku and Masaka both felt a little awkward. The two of them had gotten as far as introductions, but neither had managed to say much to each other past that, looking at each other, each waiting for the other to speak up next. Masaka didn't quite know what the Busta woman wanted from her, apparently she had been his hind's second-in-command. Rangiku for her part wasn't sure what to think. Well. I guess I can see why he stayed, she said at last, shooting Masaka an uneasy smile. Oh? Because you're pretty. That's what I was trying to say. Not that I'm hitting on you or anything, I'm pretty sure I'm straight. Just saying. Rangiku said the words, cursing herself. Being awkward was not something she was used to. Thanks, Masaka said. You know, the son of a bitch always told me blondes weren't his type, Rangiku said, letting a nervous smile creep across her face. Can you believe that even with these in his face she quickly grabbed her own breasts, jiggling them up and down a little, he never even made a pass on me. I'm glad he was a gentleman, Masaka said a little stiffly. He was, Rangiku continued, unwilling to go back to an awkward silence, kind of an idiot, irresponsible, corny, stupid, but, he was always a good leader, and he was never inappropriate with anyone. That does sound like my Hine, Masaka said, finally returning that smile, however uneasily. Would you believe he's become a doctor? Him. Rangiku said, and gaped theatrically. No way, a doctor? That man is in charge of other people's health. You'd never have guessed it, right? But, he really sort of shaped up when I got pregnant. Still goofy and silly, but he took the whole provider thing seriously. I still have to work an office job to make ends meet, but I think we did well. He really changed, huh? Rangiku muttered. For a moment, the two fell silent. So what was he like? Masaki started. So what is he like now? Rangiku said, at the same time. They both stopped, falling quiet, and giving each other a look before bursting into laughter, the tension finally dropping a little. You first, Masaki said charitably. I'm sure you must have a lot of questions. No, you can go first, Rangiku said. This could take a while. Won't people miss you at your division? Rangiku snorted. Pfft, I'll just say I overslept. Wouldn't be the first time. You're terrible, Masaki said with a chuckle. I'm making up for all the time under that goofball. Do you know how obnoxious it is, having to be the responsible one? Masaki rolled her eyes. You're preaching to the choir here. It's a good thing we had Erza, 2-on-1, he was a bit easier to bully into submission. Rangiku laughed. I'd have loved to see that. Let me guess, tantrums, tears, overdramatic exclamations about how betrayed he feels. You really do know my Hine, Masaki said with a grin. The two laughed together. So? Rangiku said after a bit, do you mind going first, after all? Everyone's thought he was dead for so long. I was his vice captain, and I wasn't even the one closest to him. What happened to him? Masaki's laugh died down, but the smile stayed on her face. Well, she said, it started when I was still a teenager. You know the story about the prince in shining armor, who rescues the princess from the evil dragon. Oh, Rangiku said excitably, now that's romantic. Well, like that, except the prince was the one who needed saving, there was no shining armor, and the dragon was a hollow with a nasty riot-so draining ability. Go on, Rangiku nodded. Well, there I was just patrolling the city, sort of like a superhero, looking all sorts of gallant, when suddenly I hear the quivering, fearful cry of a prince in need. Masaki started. Rangiku laughed again, and listened intently as the Quincy began to tell her tale. Momo had at first been a little stumped as to just how she would help. Offering her sword, or rather, her magecraft, was the obvious contribution, but it felt insufficient. Entirely insufficient, given their opposition. But necessity is the mother of invention, and Momo had a bit of an epiphany. It wasn't complicated, which wasn't such a bad thing, it meant it was less likely to fail. The only problem was that one had to be either a Nohanaretsu or insane to approach Kenpei willingly. The man was like a wild animal, entirely deserving of his fearsome reputation, and somebody small and timid like Momo had an advantage, perhaps, only by the merit that she looked too weak to pay much attention to. She could wield awesome power if she wanted to, but Zaraki Kenpei was power incarnate, an icon of the Godei's raw strength. This was exactly why Momo was heading toward the 11th Division, her heart beating more quickly the closer she got. Erza was away, biding her time and training, and she was going to need all the help she could get. Asking anybody else to commit treason would have seemed ludicrous, but Kenpei was well known for caring about the rules in the same way normal people cared about, say, ants or birds. They were there, but they were also entirely irrelevant. If she could offer him a chance at a good fight, then maybe. She got as far as the officers' barracks, having earned a few odd looks, sneers, or even leering, before she was stopped. 11th was a disorganized mess, everyone knew that, but few dared to stand up to a vice-captain, even a small, timid-looking one. Madare Mikeku, of course, wasn't like most people. With Ayasukawa Yumichika in tow, he blocked her way, standing leaned against the doorway with his arms crossed, staring down at her fiercely. It was a good stare, the kind that would have greenhorns soiling their breeches, and probably most lower-ranked seats too, but Momo had gone through too much the last couple of days to let herself be intimidated. Mustering her perkiest, most determined face, she stared right back at him. When it became obvious she wasn't going to bend just from a tough guy glare, Ikeku said at last, "You ain't in the right place, Hinamori. Fifth sissies stay where they belong. Behind a desk, yeah." Inwardly, Momo sighed. The macho act could be really tiresome. "I am here to see your captain," she said determinedly. "Get a load of this one, Yumichika," Ikeku said, with a sneer no doubt practiced to perfection. "She wants a piece of the big man. You think that's wise?" "Vice Captain, I really don't think that's advisable," Yumichika said, his speech contrasting Ikeko's as usual. The captain just recently got back from the hospital, and he's in a really good mood. Shouldn't that be a good thing? Said Momo. Yumi Chika rolled his eyes. A good mood, for the captain, means he beats the snot out of people till he's worked it out of his system. We're avoiding him right now. You should do the same, for your own good. I can't do that, said Momo. Ikeko snorted. Beat it, short stack. Unless you can give him a fight, and you can't, you got no business with him. I can tell him where he can find Erza Scarlet. The words had an immediate effect on the two, wiping their dismissive looks right off their faces. Ikeko dropped his posture, letting his arms fall down to his sides. You better not be fucking with us, he said firmly, giving her an intense look. He sounded serious now. I'm not, she said, shaking her head. I can point him in her direction. Why would you do that? Yumi Chika said. Aren't you two friends? I'll tell your captain, Momo said sapiently. All right. Ikeko said, and shrugged. Your funeral, I guess. Go through this here barracks to the backyard. He's pacing, and he's pretty antsy, too. Thank you, Momo said, and shot him a smile as she walked past. She found Kenpeke, just as described, pacing back and forth in the backyard. There was a tree in the middle, although it had been badly abused, most of its branches and part of its trunk lopped off in uneven, ungraceful cuts. The captain took a while to notice her, and Momo had to clear her throat before he turned his head her way. He was an odd sight, a grin plastered on his face, but at the same time looking uneasy, like an addict needing a fix. The fuck are you doing here? He said unceremoniously. His sword was in his hand, Momo noticed, and it looked very long and very sharp. It looks like you're a bit on edge, sir, Momo began cautiously, so I came here thinking I could perhaps dash. Cut the shit and tell me what you're here for. Only reason I haven't gutted you is you look too pathetic to kill, Kenpeke said plainly. Okay. Momo said quickly. Look, I've got an offer. Something you'll like. If it ain't a fight, then fuck off. How about Erza Scarlet? Immediately he walked over to Momo, almost charging at her, and it was odd just how quickly somebody that big could move when he meant to. He grabbed her by the collar, lifting her off her feet. I swear to everything I hold dear, if you're fucking with me, I'll turn ya into a shish kebab. She could see the whites of his eyes now, and didn't doubt his word for a second. I know where she is. Momo squealed. Or rather, I know where she will be in a couple of days. Go on, Kenpeke said, still holding on to Momo's collar. I'll tell you, if you promise to do something for me, Momo said boldly. I could just squeeze the life out of ya here and now, how's that? Kenpeke growled. Then you'd never find out what I know. Momo said, not quite believing her own gall. He stared her in the eye, then let out something like a growl before setting her down, all but shoving her to the ground. Talk, he said bluntly. I need you to raise some chaos, that's all. Nothing complicated, just you doing what you do best. Keep talking. On the day of Rukia's execution. I need you to help out. If you do that, I'll tell you where she will be. He seemed to consider it for a moment, before speaking up. Deal. She'll be at the hill, trying to save Rukia, said Momo, hoping this wouldn't backfire. If you help us pull that off, if we get her safe, then I'll tell Erza you were of great help to us. Maybe she'll agree to a rematch. The hill. Kukaki girl's execution. Gotcha, Kenpeke said, a wide grin spreading across his face. Don't ya worry, girl, you'll get your chaos. Consider that a deal. Hell, I'm feelin' charitable, I'll throw in some mayhem, too. Like you said, that's what I do best. Momo nodded tamely, hoping she hadn't made a mistake. On the one hand, Kenpeke was a recipe for disaster, on the other, the odds were against them and drastic times called for drastic measures. Only time would tell. She just hoped she wouldn't have to regret this. Beads of sweat trailed down Tatsuki's face as she ran through another set with her staff, dead set on perfecting her form, or coming as close to it as possible in the time they had. Everything had been worked out, they had been told by Nozomi. Erza and the others were safe, except Ishida and Sato, and they would make a move when Rukia was about to be executed. This left them with a couple of days with nothing to do. Sitting around twiddling their thumbs had gotten old after the 2 first minutes. Tatsuki had suggested they spend their time training, and Orium had, after a little convincing, followed suit. It was with a latent, slow-burning anger that Tatsuki had gotten to work, and she had had to force herself to remember not to overexert herself. Too much of a noise could still draw attention, and although the safe house was comparatively remote, they were still in hostile territory. Anger. Anger at knowing that they had failed to achieve anything of importance. Anger at knowing that while she and Orium had been stuck fighting chaff, Ichigo had made it to Rukia and fought a captain to a standstill. Anger at feeling like she had contributed nothing of worth to this mission. Anger at feeling like she didn't matter. Orium at least provided healing and a unique skill set, but Tatsuki? What about her? Well, I'm not the one who got captured, at least, she thought, and immediately felt guilty. Spite toward her comrades in arms, her friends, that was petty and unkind. Letting out a shout, she thrust her staff, spearing an imaginary enemy through the gut. What were they even doing? They had gone into this afterlife, and they had been entirely unprepared. When it had all been decided, as a group, their morale had been high, and Tatsuki had on some level assumed that everything would be fine. She had thought so not because it made sense, but because even with all that they had seen, the idea that they might actually die or worse hadn't sunk in. But now, it had. A bit of gumption and fighting spirit wasn't going to cut it. This whole place was filled with strong people who didn't give a damn just how much you wanted to win, they'd kill you all the same. Even if they wanted to quit, they couldn't. They were all stuck here, forced to see it to the end, like sailors marooned on a lonely island filled with man-eating tigers. There was a rumble, the sound of rock crumbling, and Tatsuki interrupted herself to watch Orium. She had come into her own, in a way. It seemed that the more she used her power, the more it would grow. A block of concrete lying by a partially crumbled wall had been knocked over, and it was crumbling rapidly. You sure hit that thing hard, huh? Tatsuki said tiredly, both impressed and a little jealous. Nope, not at all, Orium said with a smile. I just sort of wanted it to break down, and it did. Watch this. A bubble of orange light extended, settling around the ruined concrete, which had shattered into 1,000 pieces. Slowly, the pieces lifted a foot or so into the air, and swiftly joined together like pieces of a puzzle. Within seconds, the block had taken form again, a perfect cube looking as if it were new again. But it didn't stop there. Flowing freely as if it were liquid in a gravity-free vacuum, the concrete morphed seamlessly, taking on a new shape. In less than a minute, it had taken on the form of a crude bunny statuette, a bit cartoonish but oddly cute. I was thinking of Rukia, Orium said. She loves bunnies. I should make her one when we get her out. What did you even do? Tatsuki said, any jealousy replaced by genuine curiosity. Oh, these thingamabobs, you know, Orium said and shrugged, like it was obvious. I've been experimenting a bit with the things I can do, and it's like. I thought before that I was just healing people, but actually. I can break things down and put them together again. Except, any way I want. Sort of. To a limit. She smiled. That's amazing. You think? Orium said cheerily. I mean, I'm just barely figuring out how it works. It's kinda cool though, right? It's like I have my very own stand, or something. She made a few dramatic, although wildly ineffective punches into the air, striking a pose. I think we're way past stands, or whatever, Tatsuki murmured. It's like we wandered into some crazy fantasy novel. Do you think we'll get our own Legolas, then? Let's just keep training, yeah? Tatsuki said. Rukia will need us at our best. Orium said, an unusual look of determination and focus on her face. I'll keep on developing these powers, and we'll all totally save Rukia together. I'll be like Doctor Strange, battling the evils of Mads Mikkelsen, because he was developing a Death Star, and dash. Orium. Training, Tatsuki said gently. Right, Orium said. Taking a deep breath, She let the glow return to the block of concrete, and again it started to change. Tatsuki shook her head, a little in awe. She had a lot of catching up to do. Grabbing her staff tightly in both hands, she launched into another set. It was evening. In the morning, Rukia would be marched from her cell into Sokioka Hill for her execution, and all that she was would cease to be, the spiritual cell clusters that made her being burnt away, her energy returned to the soul society itself. The thought stayed with Ichigo constantly, at the back of his head, as he battled his stubborn, hostile sword spirit. It was to succeed or to accept the unacceptable, think the unthinkable, to taste bitter defeat and live with knowing that she had died without him being able to stop it. The battle had been constant, unending, only ever stopping for them to exchange a few words before going right back at it, and it had taken him strange places. He had never been so thoroughly exhausted, but at the same time he was strangely unrelenting, as if sheer will had pushed him past his limits. Every swing felt heavy in his arms, like it would be his last, yet he raised his blade again and again without hesitation. Suddenly, everything his aunt had told him about overcoming his own body, which at the time had sounded like abstract, wise warrior, mumbo-jumbo, felt very real. He felt it in his body with every swing, with every step, an awareness of everything his body did, stubbornly going on long after he should have given up. He had done this before, he realized, in the fights that had been particularly challenging, but then it had been instinctual, beyond his understanding. Now, fighting Zanjutsu at the very edge of what he was capable of, he was starting to see it clearly. His body was a tool for his mind to use. His body had placed restraints and restrictions on him, because most people needed that for survival, but if he could see past that and harness it, then he could do anything. Or, a whole lot more, at least. Was this how every warrior felt? When had his aunt first realized this? How long would it take to master himself? He asked himself these questions with a clear mind, as his body followed combat form smoothly, without having to think. "You are at your limit, Ichigo," said Zanjutsu, staring him in the eye with as furious a glare as ever. "Surrender, or you might die. If your Ryutsu expires, you will die." "I am willing to risk it," Ichigo said firmly. He kept his calm, partly because he was well past any strong emotion, in awe of this heightened state of awareness as he was, and partly because he lacked the energy to muster a passionate response. His sole focus was the fight, blade clashing against blade. The test had taken them across the length of the cave and back, several times. The 1,000 blades had diminished quickly, and with each one, Ichigo had lasted a little longer. Right now, they were down to the last one, and he knew it was now or never. He was on his last leg, running out of time. But at the same time, he felt it. He could feel Zanjutsu. He felt his anger, his wounded pride, pulsating like the trauma of a stabbing injury. He felt his concern, his desire for Ichigo to succeed, all wrapped up in a bundle of emotion at once too complex and too obvious to be put into words. At the same time, he knew Zanjutsu felt everything he, himself, felt every last bit of determination, self-doubt, concern for Rukia, fear for his friends, his love, and his camaraderie and his anger. How Ichigo knew it, he couldn't be sure, but on an instinctual level, it was unquestionably true. The world seemed to slow down as their blades clashed again, both swords pressing against each other for a moment before Zanjutsu pushed him back, trying to unbalance his would-be master. Ichigo played along, pretending to stumble, before neatly avoiding the following attack, using the opportunity to counter-attack. Zanjutsu was entirely prepared, sidestepping the attack, and the both of them took a step back. In the time they had fought, they had both gotten to know each other well, learning each other's style, strengths, and weaknesses, and right now, neither had scored a hit on the other for almost half a day. Ichigo had come far, but drawing even wouldn't be enough. "You're a hell of a fighter, old man," Ichigo said, a cocky smile creeping onto his face despite his tiredness. "You have come a long way, Ichigo," Zanjutsu said, giving him a nod, "but it is not enough to tame me." "I'll do it if it's the last thing I do," Ichigo said firmly. "Then consider your blade." "Huh. This is no vague lesson on wisdom, Ichigo. Look at it." Ichigo stole a quick glance at the blade he was holding. There was a crack running through its base, almost halfway through, and it was obvious it would not last much longer. Ichigo's shoulders dropped, and he sighed. Damn. You must defeat me soon, Ichigo, or the challenge will have failed. If the blade breaks before you can defeat me, then you must reap the consequences. So, there's a timer. Nothing I didn't already know, Ichigo said, trying to sound confident. He wasn't losing hope just yet, but this was something of an eye-opener. He took a deep breath. Come at me, old man. Your courage does you credit. Your insolence still does not. Zanjitsu swung his sword out to the side, assuming a stance. As you wish, then. Ichigo knew how it went. Zanjitsu would rapidly close the distance, in 5 paces at most, and he would most likely come in either with a sideways slash or a downward cut, to be followed by a set of quick strikes to throw him off balance. From there, he would try to disarm Ichigo, or stab him in the chest. Think. There had to be some weakness to that style, some solution he hadn't yet considered. No one style was flawless. No one style was without weakness or a counter. The answer was there somewhere. He just had to figure it out. There was that downwards cut, and Ichigo immediately responded by trying to use Zanjitsu's momentum against him, force his blade down, but the spirit was much too prepared to fall for it and pushed Ichigo's blade aside. Ichigo brought it back up just in time to block a strike to his neck, and patiently he defended against a series of attacks, waiting for an opening he knew would come. As Zanjitsu thrust forward in a powerful stab, Ichigo sidestepped the sword, slamming the pommel of his own blade into the spirit's chest. Zanjitsu minimized the impact by stepping back, but Ichigo pushed forward, taking charge of the battle's momentum. Even so, even having broken his offense, they were now stuck in a stalemate of offense and defense, and that was not a winning situation. Eventually his last sword would break, and then Zanjitsu would win. Deciding to start over, he jumped back, putting a few yards between himself and his Zanpakuto. You are becoming desperate, Ichigo. When wasn't this desperate? Ichigo shot back, a mad little smile on his face. The creeping realization was setting in, you are going to lose. You are going to fail. You are going to die. Well, regular form wasn't working. When you were desperate, well, you had to try something, right? He took a deep breath, and held the sword up high over his head, one hand deep down on its grip, and his dominant hand as close to the blade as the guard would allow. Zanjitsu scowled. That form is weak and poorly practiced, and full of holes. Yeah, but that means you didn't practice it either. Seems like it's worth a shot. Zanjitsu shook his head. You are weak, Ichigo. You do not deserve this power. Is this sword broken? Ichigo said stubbornly. Because it doesn't look broken to me. I'm not beaten yet. Come at me. Zanjitsu snarled, and charged forward. Anticipating the spirit's movement, Ichigo took a deep breath. Time seemed to slow down. He would come in, try to sidestep his attack, and hit him with a sideways slash. But there was an opening. The sword came down. An instant later, Zanjitsu stood behind Ichigo, having sailed past him. Fool child, he said. Damn it. Ichigo said. The sword broke in two, leaving a short stump of a blade left, jagged and broken and barely a foot in length. Zanjitsu hadn't aimed for his chest, or his legs, or his head. He had hit the blade itself, just where it was weak. It had broken. You have lost, Zanjitsu said, and there was a finality to his words. Make ready to face the consequences. Ichigo's shoulders sunk. After all this time, after 3 days of fighting, after learning all he had learned, had he really come this far to lose it all, for none of it to matter in the end? No. I have not lost. He snarled, pointing his broken blade at Zanjitsu. Your sword is broken. Your weapon cannot be used anymore. Give it up. I still have a weapon, Ichigo said stubbornly. Sure, it's a bit broken. Am I supposed to lie down and cry every time my sword gets nicked? You cannot be serious. I am not beaten, Ichigo snarled angrily, because as long as I'm standing, as long as I can move my arms, then I can fight. I am not beaten, because my will is stronger than my sword. I am not beaten, because I refuse to give up until I've given all I have. Do you hear me? Zanjitsu held out his sword. If I come at you again, I will not hesitate to strike you down. We are as one, you and I, but I will not hesitate to kill. Are you prepared? Is she worth dying for? Yes, Ichigo said solemnly, staring intensely at Zanjitsu. For friends and for family, I'll risk that. For my mother, for my father, for my sisters, for Orium, and for Tatsuki and for Aunt Erza and for Rukia, too. They're worth it. Now, shut up, and come at me. Zanjitsu said nothing, but gave him a thoughtful stare. Then, a second later he charged, sword held low and at the ready. Ichigo would remember the following moments to his dying day, clear as daylight. Zanjitsu charging at him, every movement so clear and visible, as if happening in slowed-down video, murder in his eyes. Even though it happened in mere seconds, it felt like an eternity, and none of it would ever leave him. As Zanjitsu came in, his blade aimed at Ichigo's legs, Ichigo jumped over the slash and brought his broken sword up to guard against the next attack, a wide slash. Then, as his feet hit the ground, he let out a fierce battle cry, and pushed forward, slamming his forehead into Zanjitsu's, headbutting him with the strength of a madman. Having let go of thought, of rational approach, he locked his broken blade with Zanjitsu's, and pushed inside the Zanpakuta's guard, viciously slamming his fist into the spirit's face, chest, neck, raining down one blow after another. The spirit snarled and tried to step back, but Ichigo grabbed him by the hair and head-butted him again, and again, and again. Pain seared through his skull, white-hot, but he ignored it completely. The spirit stumbled, losing balance, and the one moment was all Ichigo needed. Violently, he took his broken stump of a sword and slammed it into Zanjitsu's chest. The point, blunted and weak, barely penetrated, but Ichigo roared out again and stabbed it in, again and again, having lost all sense and restraint. Zanjitsu recovered and tried to twist free, slapping away the hand holding his hair. But, Ichigo wasn't about to let him go, and dropped his broken blade and quickly grabbed Zanjitsu's sword arm, twisting and grappling. If he got free, if he pulled back, Ichigo would be disarmed against somebody with a sword. It was now or never, all or nothing. Furiously, he wrestled with Zanjitsu, the spirit holding onto his blade for dear life. Ichigo took hold of the spirit's wrist with both hands and pushed his back into Zanjitsu's chest. Positioning his legs just right, he pulled, and suddenly Zanjitsu lost his footing and was flipped over forward on his back, landing hard on the ground. Still holding onto the spirit's wrist, Ichigo brought his foot down onto Zanjitsu's shoulder, and twisted. Shocked by the impact, and further strained by Ichigo's twists, his grip loosened. Finally, Ichigo grabbed hold of his sword. With a loud, resounding grunt, Ichigo kicked the spirit, putting Zanjitsu on his back, and in one swift motion plunged the blade fully into his chest. It sank halfway in, pinning the spirit to the ground. Ichigo stood like so for a good half-minute, huffing and breathing deeply, his vision more than a little hazy. He couldn't quite believe he had just done that. "It's over, old man," he managed at last. "So it is, Ichigo," Zanjitsu said softly. "What will you do now?" "I claim your power, Zanjitsu. I claim your Bankai, for me to use for both of us, fairly and justly." "So be it," the spirit grunted. There was no blood, Ichigo noticed. Zanpakuta didn't seem to function much like humans. "What is its name?" "You already know it," said Zanjitsu. With that, the spirit faded away as if he had never been there. Ichigo looked down on the sword he held. It wasn't the long, clumsy, heavy blade of his Shikai anymore. It was a long sword, sturdy and strong, but much sleeker and longer, looking like a most magnificent katana, the sword of a lord or a shogun, even. It was entirely black, hilt, blade and guard, and the guard itself came in the shape of a manji. A length of chain extended from the end of the hilt. As he stood up, he noticed something else had changed. He was no longer wearing the sweaty, dirty, worn shiakusho he had come here in. In its place was a long, black coat, fitting closely over his body, its ends frilly and torn like Zanjitsu's own coat. "Tensei Zanjitsu," Ichigo murmured. At long last. After all this, he had finally gone all the way. He stood there breathing deeply, as if each breath might be his last, staring in awe at his sword, drinking in the new sensations. It was absolutely enchanting, a one-of-a-kind experience, one he knew he would never feel again. He felt like the world was his to grasp, like there was nothing he could not do. Ichigo. The voice was not sharp, but nevertheless snapped him out of his reveries. It was Erza, and part of him resented her for intruding at a time like this. But, he knew this was no time for pettiness and she was his sensei, after all, his master in the way of the Shinigami. "Aunt," he mumbled, nodding tiredly at her. "Sensei. I did it." Erza nodded back at him, looking quite serious. "Yes, you did. It's nothing short of extraordinary, and I wouldn't believe it if I weren't looking at it right now. Tell me, Ichigo, how do you feel?" The question caught him a little off guard, and there was a pause before he answered. "Sensei, I feel different. Awake. Aware of myself like never before. Like I was asleep this whole time. Go on. My body. I am exhausted, but I feel like I could go on for days. I know I could. Before we left, this kind of thing. I don't think I'd have lasted half this long. Now, I feel it. I feel my energy, my Ryotsu, this huge pool of energy that is mine to use. I feel incredible." "You have learned well," Erza said approvingly. "Your potential, yours and everyone else's, is limited by two things, the mental restrictions you unconsciously place on yourself, and the actual physical restrictions your body puts on you. You have broken the first, Ichigo, and so your full potential is within your grasp. This is as important a lesson as learning Bankai. It is true for humans, but even more so for Shinigami. I had to learn it twice, and both times it took me years to fully realize. You have learned it in less than 4 months. You will go far if you live long enough." Ichigo simply nodded, still feeling a little overwhelmed. "Mark my words, the power you now possess is something many Shinigami spend a lifetime trying and failing to achieve. This is tremendous power. Use it wisely. I have seen many skilled Shinigami go to an early grave because they were too prideful, too confident, or too careless. Let this power humble you, not overwhelm you." "Yes, Sensei," Ichigo said firmly. There was something magical about this moment, something dignified and spectacular. Her words resonated with him, their meaning taken in fully down to the last syllable. "Now," Erza said, a little less grimly, "show me what it can do." "Huh? Sure. He hesitated, and a little embarrassedly, he said, "I don't actually know yet." "Then, we shall find out," Erza said, and drew her own sword. "You gotta be kidding me," Ichigo said, sounding a little exasperated. "One Bankai for another." "You have earned the right to see mine," Erza said, and held the blade out. Bankai, Tetsukan Yasuyama. There was a discharge of power, dust blowing about, and almost instantly Erza changed. Around her body, a suit of armor manifested, gray and polished steel, full plate such as that of a European knight. "It protects you, huh?" Ichigo muttered. "Far more," Erza said confidently. "It is one of many suits of mail I use, each one with a different purpose and a different strength. This basic plate will suffice for now. Now, come at me like I were your enemy. Come at me like I were Kukaki Byakuya." Ichigo took a deep breath and assumed a stance, holding his sword out before him. Looking at his aunt, his sensei, time seemed to slow down. He took a step forward, charged. There was the brief, odd sensation of blade clashing against blade, and in the same moment Ichigo found himself slamming into a cave wall. The shock of the impact left him dizzy, and with very little dignity, he collapsed on the ground. He shook his head so as to clear it, got up to his feet, and realized that he could barely see Erza. He was at the far end of the cave. How had he gotten there, in just 2 or 3 steps? He jumped forward, toward his aunt, only to find that he overshot her by a good 50 yards. Moving carefully, he walked back toward her. "What the hell is this thing?" he muttered, once she was close enough to hear. "Speed," she said confidently. "Ludicrous, insane speed, quite likely combined with focused cutting power, judging by the shape of your weapon. It's not a bad ability. Great. Now I have to learn that, too." "Try again," she said supportively. Zanpakuto and Shinigami are as one. If you have bonded well enough to achieve Bankai, using its abilities at a basic level should come naturally. Take it easy, and use what you've got. Again. Ichigo sighed, and more carefully, he jumped forward, not really aiming for Erza this time, just trying to control it. Like a child who had just learned to ride a bicycle, he awkwardly fumbled about, jumping back and forth across the cave at breakneck speed. But, as he dashed back and forth, across the floor, the walls, and even the ceiling, it all started to make sense. Slowly, he began to understand, and within a couple of minutes, it was as simple as breathing. The world moved in slow motion, he was faster than anything else, nothing could catch him. Good, Erza said, her voice sounding weird to Ichigo, slowed down and deeper pitched. He slowed down to listen. Now, come at me. Ichigo nodded, and instantly charged, a moment later right upon Erza. She brought her blade up to counter, but he saw through it so easily, and his blade snuck under her guard, clanging against the chest plate. Grinning, he felt exhilarated, filled with power, and attacked again. In a second, he had attacked a dozen times, his hand hard pressed to even parry. There was a flurry of blows, Ichigo relentlessly attacking. This power. This ludicrous, insane, amazing power. Even his aunt, who had seemed so unassailable, so titanic, and unbeatable, even in Bankai she couldn't catch him. He was invin. Suddenly his face planted into the cave floor, hard, and as he coughed and got to his knees, a murderous headache interrupting his flow, he realized that she had parried an attack and then, with what had to be ridiculous timing, punched him in the face before he had left for another attack. Good, Erza said, sounding a bit too satisfied for Ichigo's liking. Very strong. Very fast. Still needs a lot of work. Wonderful, Ichigo said sullenly, standing up again. Erza frowned. Achieving Bankai, however remarkable, is only the first step. You may have sidestepped the 20-year process of achieving it naturally, but that doesn't mean mastering it will be any easier. I took the long way around. I am still learning my own Bankai. You are, in this regard, still a child. I told you, be humble before your power. Yes, sensei, Ichigo said with a sigh. It is powerful, Erza said reassuringly, but it is unrefined. Do not overestimate yourself. It is fast, yes, but because I was skilled enough, I was able to predict a pattern in your movement and counter-attack. Expect no less from the likes of Kukaki Byakuya. Speed is good, but it is but one tool at your disposal. Is it too weak? Not at all, Erza said, shaking her head, but you are dealing with people more experienced than yourself. Not to mention that some Bankai are stronger than others or that some are poorly matched to handle others, yet better matched against others still. All this training, and it's still a lottery, huh? Ichigo. Ichigo grinned. I'm not going to complain, sensei. I did it. Together, we can save Rukia now. I just know it. Erza nodded, and smiled. We will. Now, go bathe in the spring, recover, and get a good night's sleep. In the morning, it all goes down. Ichigo nodded. Destiny was just around the corner. At least this time, he felt equipped to handle it. The sun was rising on what would be Kukaki Byakuya's last day in the Soul Society. The previous night, he had opted to sleep in his own room. It seemed only right, a last show of respect, however small, toward the Kukaki household. Now, he sat cross-legged in his nightshirt by the window, open to take in the cool morning air, as he meditated one last time, reflecting on his life so far. There was an unusual calm, quiet, and peace at least, compared to how he had felt these last few days as his mind wandered. He had finally accepted it, his fate and Rukia's. She would die, and then so would he. It reminded him of the days of old, nearly forgotten. When Byakuya had been a small child, too old to hang around his mother's kimono but far too young to be informed of clan matters, he had been given a tutor. The man had been patient, the best money could buy, but young Byakuya had been energetic and unruly. Often he had earned a beating for it. There had been a ritual to it. When his tutor decided he needed to be disciplined, he would make Byakuya go fetch a stick himself. Sometimes, he had to get another one, longer or thicker. Then, when the stick had found its way to his teacher's hand, the man would rap it against his own palm 3 times to test it, to make sure he had the right strength to make each hit sting appropriately. The young boy he had been would watch each strike, slow and deliberate, terror in his eyes. The pain had been bad, but not nearly as bad as the anticipation, the fear of what he knew would come. Afterwards, even with his back red and aching from the beating, there would be a sense of relief. Now, on his last day on Earth, Byakuya felt something similar. The thing he dreaded would happen, unquestionably and inexorably, and he had finally made his peace with it. After it was done, he would be disciplined one last time, and then, it would all be over. He would finally know peace again. Quietly, he rose, changed out of his nightshirt, and began putting on his shiakusho. The ritual of dressing himself brought stillness to his mind, the simple act of putting an arm through a sleeve, a leg through his hakama, putting on his haori and wrapping his scarf around his neck, and finally meticulously arranging the kensei-kin in his hair. One last time. He looked into a mirror, tall as himself and set next to the door, getting a good look at himself. He stood tall and proud, appropriate, and dignified, looking right and finally feeling right. He was the right and honorable Kukaki Byakuya, lord of the clan, protector of the Godei 13, captain of 6th Division, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, he felt like it. Today, Rukia would die. Today, his heart would ache like it hadn't since Hisona's death. Today, he would go into history as a man of honor, a man who put his integrity first. The Kukaki would go on, the Godei would go on, and he would not. Today he would end, and he was at peace with it. A small, barely noticeable smile passed his face briefly as he opened the door to his room, fully dressed in body and mind to face his last day. Chapter 48, Menage a Trois. There was the gray of dawn, where everything looked a little pallid, robbed of the color daylight would give it. The sun was just about to rise, dispelling the dark of night, leaving them with the blandness of dusk. The conspirators had all gathered in the woods outside the cave, each one as well rested as the stress of their situation would allow. There was Erza, of course, with Ichigo, Masake, Yoriyuki, and Renji by her side. Erza's 2 pupils, young and old both, had something of a glow about them, nothing physical, but there was an energy surrounding them that was fresh, giving off an aura of unconstrained power. They had both gained Bankai in this short time, and that always changed a body fundamentally. Meeting them from the outside was Rod, flanked by Lisana and Rangiku. The short vice commander of the stealth force gave them a nod. Without ceremony he kneeled down and from his shiakusho took out a map, which he unrolled on a flat, dusty part of the forest floor. The plan, he said simply. We got updated Erza said, but Rod cut her off, shaking his head. No. We go through it again, until everyone is dead clear on what they're doing. Goes for every operation, especially high-risk madness like this. If you were all stealth force, I wouldn't bother, but as you aren't, I'm going to have to treat you all like your cattle that need a good prodding to move. Charming as always, Erza murmured. Ichigo and Renji exchanged glances, and listened aside. All right, lay it out. Pay attention. This, Rod said, pointing at the map, is a complete layout of Sokioku Hill. I've marked our respective routes in red. I myself, Strauss, Abarai, and Matsumoto will attend the execution as normal. Meanwhile, Scarlet, Kurosake, you approach directly. I've made it so that half an hour prior to the execution, there will be a clear approach, a gap in guard shifts. Suppress your riotsu, and you should be able to come relatively close to the execution site without being detected. So, what do I do? Yoriyuki said. I was getting there, Miss Commander, Rod said. There was a hint of irritation in his voice, but it was less than Erza would have expected. He looked at her with respect, she noticed. Yoriyuki had been commander of the stealth force once, and that meant something, apparently. You will go here, he said, pointing to a red dot on the map, where you will remain hidden until you hear us begin to engage. Undetected, Yoriyuki said, nodding. From there, I go at maximum speed, snatch Rukia, and run until I find someplace safe. Yes. Yes, Rod said, nodding. If we accomplish that, then our mission is complete. All we need prior to that is a distraction big enough. What about me? Masaka said. Shouldn't I be with Ichigo? Rod shook his head. Change of plans. We need distractions, like I said. We're lucky in that department. I had a word with Hinamori, and apparently she's taken an initiative of her own. Zaraki is on our side now, apparently, for a given value of the word side, at least. This is likely to blow up in our faces, but if we're lucky, it'll blow up in theirs, too. Well, that's settled then, right? Masaka said, clearly unwilling to leave Ichigo's side. Rod shook his head. No. We're still talking about assaulting all the remaining captains. Even with Kurotsuka likely not attending, even with the possibility of non-hostility from Kiraku and Yukatake, even with my captain up in the air, even if all of them are out, that still leaves divisions 3, 4, 6, 7, 9, 10, not to mention, of course, the old man himself. There was a collective shiver among all those in the group who had seen Yamamoto. The man was like a mountain of raw power, and just as immovably principled. To that end, we need another distraction. Kurosaki Masaki, you will start raising hell half an hour before Scarlet and Kurosaki Ichigo move forward. Hopefully, a Quincy of your strength will attract the attention of at least one, maybe two captains in time to delay them from attending the summit. Combined with Zaraki, this is our best bet at reducing the number of S-class hostiles in the mission zone. That still leaves the old man himself, Erza said, frowning. How do we even? I suggest praying, Rod said dryly. It's our best bet, really. Hopefully, he will delay acting directly. He is powerful, so powerful that he'd rather not act, out of concern for the sheer power he possesses. If he let loose, he could obliterate the hill without a second thought, along with everyone on it. Damn. Ichigo muttered. He's the single strongest Shinigami that ever lived. Godlike about describes it, and we're all mad for trying, Rod said, and shrugged, but that's what we've decided to do. My latest intel implies Captains Anohana and Hitsugaya seem occupied. If we're lucky, they might not come. Still, none of this can be counted on. This, of course, isn't even taking into consideration what Aizen himself might do. Right. Charge in, make a mess. Yoriyuki grabs her and runs, Ichigo said and nodded. Yeah, we could work with that. Sounds a bit too simple for a war council, but dash. Shut your mouth and listen, you ignorant puppy dog, Rod said bluntly. The best plans are the ones that are simple and direct. This, you learn in beginner classes in the stealth force. Keep quiet when the adults talk, until you stop taking your ideas of plans from spy movies, or whatever. Take it easy, now, Erza said, putting a hand on Ichigo's shoulder. Is there anything else? Where is Orium and Tatsuki in all this? Instructed them to bust out the Quincy and your tall, quiet friend, Rod said. Makes for another distraction, and I imagine you'd want them out. Gave them a map, and a cell number. They'll break them out, and make their way to the hill to assist. We'll probably be done for by then, but I like to think of myself as an optimist. Erza couldn't tell whether he was being sarcastic or not. As for the main plan, if Shihoin should fail, there needs to be a backup. And a backup to the backup. One of us has to grab Rukia. Kurosaki, that means you. If that fails, Scarlet, you're up. If that fails, Abarai. Failing that, me. You sure put a lot of thought into that, huh? Renji said. I'm working under the assumption that we're all going to die, Rod said plainly. You make preparations accordingly. Hey, we can do this, right? Ichigo said, looking at Erza. Yes, we can, she said resolutely. Rod's job is to evaluate risk and formulate a strategy. Ours is to give it our all. We're going to make it through this, and so will Rukia. Or die trying, Rod added, sounding almost cheerful. Let's just do this, Ichigo muttered. That's about it for now, Rod said. I got to get going, and so does Strauss, Abarai, and Matsumoto. See you all on the hill. He waved at the lot of them, as if to shoo them away, and one by one his co-conspirators began to move. Erza stood there for a moment, waiting for him to leave as well. He rolled up the map, put it back in his jacket, and stood up. He looked her in the eye. Been an honor, or whatever they say. I just want you to know, it's all worth it. Don't feel sorry. This time, it's our choice. He really thinks he is going to die, Erza thought. Considering where they both came from, what they both had been through. Tell me that tomorrow, she said confidently. She was not without fear, doubt, and hesitation, herself, but as the de facto leader of the group, she could show none of it. Rukia, today, her fate would be changed. Erza just hoped the cost wouldn't be too great to bear. The morning crept into day, and Rukia's execution loomed. In just an hour, he would see her for the last time. Kukaki Byakuya had always made a point of being punctual, and this day was no exception. Slowly, his mind abuzz with thought, he made his way toward the hill. There was plenty of time. Normally he would have tried to be a bit more productive, but on this day, this one day of all days, he allowed himself a bit of laxity. He sensed Abarai Renji well before he could see him. Barring his way, on a bridge a kilometer or two from the foot of the hill, he wasn't even trying to hide his presence. Ryotsu flowed freely from his form, powerful and energetic. Byakuya did not change his pace as his vice-captain came into view. Renji had gone missing a couple of days ago, and though there had been a search, Byakuya had his suspicions. The old student of the traitor, best friend of the sentenced, no, his intentions were not a mystery. He had shown himself again, and the why of it was clear. Some 3 yards away, Byakuya finally stopped. Abarai had been so promising. The thought of slaying him was rather a shame. Then again, he was past the point of any hesitation. He had nothing left to lose, compared to what was to come, his vice-captain was nothing. Renji, he said dispassionately, his face the same well-practiced mask of stoicism as always. Captain, Renji said. His arm was not on his sword, not yet, and Byakuya resolved not to be the first to draw. He was a defender of the Godai, not a murderer. Let the traitor sully his hands first. You changed, Byakuya observed, drinking in his vice-captain's spiritual signature. It had grown considerably in size, but it had also changed its structure, richer, fuller, more advanced. Gaining Bankai does wonders for a man, apparently. Step aside. His voice was calm, restrained, but there was no mistaking it as an order. No, I won't, Renji said, shaking his head, not till we're done with each other. You think yourself my equal just for having gained a bit of strength. Renji shook his head. No, sir, I don't. Power don't come easy, and 99 times out of 100, the more experienced fighter wins. I don't think I can beat you. Then why bar my way? Well, first thing that comes to mind is, you try anyway, even if the odds is 1 to a Google. Somebody taught me that. Somebody taught me about power and experience, too. You've thrown in with Erza Scarlet. She taught me that, sure, Renji said stubbornly, but I ain't here on her behalf. I'm here for me, and for you. You will not raise your blade to me. Byakuya said, curious behind his calm. Not if you don't raise yours first. We got things that need saying, and we ain't going to that hill till they're said. This was an unexpected turn of events. Your tongue over your sword, Renji. A wise man chooses his words first and his sword second. Another lesson from Scarlet. Renji shook his head. No, that one was me. I don't live by that, but maybe I should. Right now I do. How out of character for you. Enough. I know what you are to say, that Rukia deserves to live, that we should save her together, that the law is wrong. No, Renji said, shaking his head, no, that ain't it at all. Now respectfully, shut up, and listen. Byakuya raised an eyebrow. This really was unusual. The law ain't wrong. That ain't it. You are wrong, Captain. He stared Byakuya in the eye, and he looked, oddly mature. His manners were still uncouth, but he spoke with confidence and certainty. You think you're doing the right thing, keeping your mouth shut when this goes down. Sure, I see that. You've always been one for the rules. It's what made me seek out your division back in the day, 'cause you always was a man of principle. A man who sticks to his guns even when it's inconvenient, a man who cares about doing right, who don't do politics and works for the Godai, not for his clan. That's the man I always admired. After my old sensei was disgraced, you were the example I always strived to live up to. As a captain, you're the best the Godai has to offer, and I stand by that no matter what. That's why you stand by this, because justice is justice, even if it's your own family. Byakuya stared at Renji intently, unsure of what to make of this. He was saying things he had never said before, honestly and directly, and in a small way it warmed Byakuya's heart. To be the exemplar of a perfect captain, that had always been his goal. That's why it pains me to see you go so goddamned wrong, Renji continued bluntly. You think you serve justice, but you don't. You think you do your clan right, but you don't. You think you're with the law, but you ain't. For Rukia, I'd draw my blade on you, but because I respect you, I got to call it like it is. Oh. Byakuya said, keeping his cool. You ain't serving justice, that's plain as day. Execution for a few misdemeanors, is that justice? That ain't a rhetorical question, Captain. Is that justice? I have no time for games dash. Is it? Renji demanded. After all this shit, after all the years you've been a big brother to her, after all the years I gave my all for you, I think we damn well deserve an answer. Is it justice? Byakuya quietly clenched a fist, keeping his mouth shut. How dared he? It ain't, and you know it ain't, Renji said firmly, so is it doing right by your clan? Damn well ain't the case, cause a leading family member executed over nothing, that only weakens the clan. Ain't that the truth? For but a moment, Byakuya raised his eyebrows. He felt anger rising in his chest. But finally, the law. Tell me, Captain, what is the law? Renji. What is the law, Captain? Renji insisted furiously. The law is the code of conduct for all the Soul Society, the Godai in particular, as laid down for us by the Soul King, interpreted by the wisdom of the Central 46, the pillar of our society and the source of order, Byakuya said, struggling to keep his temper. He did not need this, not now. That it is, Renji said, and nodded. So, tell me, has there ever been a precedent for a noblewoman executed over something petty? When was the last time anyone of the nobility was even executed? Cause I never heard of that happening, except for treason. It is not for us to dash, Byakuya said, knowing he shouldn't get into a discussion, knowing he should strike Renji down for his audacity. The vice-captain cut him off. Ain't it? Cause the Centrals sure don't seem to know what they're doing. Name me one damn support in the entire law for executing a Shinigami for a misdemeanor, Captain, just a single bloody one, and I'll march next to you to the hill and watch her be executed. Byakuya clenched his fists tightly, grateful that his sleeves concealed his hands well enough. You can't, cause there ain't one. Tell me, Captain, is the law, or is the law what the Central 46 say it is? Is the law a real thing that can't be changed at will, or is it whatever those old bastards say it is? The law is the fundament of our society, our bedrock, and it cannot be changed lightly. It is certainly not subject to the whims of some arbitrator. Byakuya snapped, realizing too late he had raised his voice. That sure is true. So how the fuck are you serving the law, then, Captain? He stared into Byakuya's eyes, the captain glaring back at him. You don't serve justice, you don't serve your clan, and you don't serve the law, Captain. You blinded yourself trying to follow the rules, but you never considered that maybe the rules got it wrong. You dare. Byakuya said acidly. You're the man I admire more than anything, Captain, Renji said plainly, and turned his back to him, and if you're the man I know, the man who cares about what's right, then you'll march right by me to the hill and do something about what you know is unjust and illegal. If you don't, hell, feel free to stab me in the back like a coward, cause I ain't going to stand by. With that, Renji begun walking toward the hill at an even pace. Behind him, Byakuya did not fall in line. Life was not as simple as that, and rigid minds do not often change easily. But, the captain's mind was on fire. He clenched his fists hard enough that his nails dug into his palms, drawing blood, a storm of emotion running through his head. Renji had not convinced him, but he had taken a sledgehammer to Kukaki Byakuya's resolve. He wanted to strike down the insubordinate, insolent vice-captain, teach him his place, but found he could not even move. Why? Why did everything have to be so difficult? Rukia. She had to die. Didn't she? Wasn't that what was right? Wasn't that what the code of honor demanded of him? With gusto, Tatsuki opened the manhole, scrunching her eyes shut against the sunlight, heaved herself up to street level, and extended a hand for Orium to grab. She pulled her friend up, and blinked against the bright daylight. Nozomi had guided them through the tunnels to about 100 yards back before hastily leaving, citing duties she had to attend to. That was fair enough, she had to maintain her station, and she had already stuck her neck out for them. Tatsuki hurriedly grabbed Orium and marched the both of them to a street corner. She put a hand up to screen her eyes from the sun, still adjusting from the darkness below, and blinked to check for a landmark. There it was, just like Rod had said, the walls separating the 2nd Division from everywhere else, looking more like a prison compound than anything else. Once you're out, move fast, he had said, after handing them a simple map of the prison. The Godi's back to order, and there will be patrols. Expect to get made you're not trained in stealth. You should be able to reach the cells in good time. Most of the higher-ranked officers are still posted throughout the CRIDI once you get in, just follow the map and get them out, and resistance should be light enough to get through if you don't let yourself get bogged down. Tatsuki made a fist and looked at Orium. Well, that was exciting, the redhead said cheerily. No time to waste, Tatsuki said, trying to focus her mindset, trying to be like the sour-minded ninja. Let's go. With me, fast as you can. Yes, sir. Orium said, saluting in a manner most flamboyant. Tatsuki smiled, and sighed. Holding Orium's hand, she burst into a run, heading right for the gates of 2nd Division. 5th Seat Akira had no idea what could possibly cause such commotion. He was the officer in charge, with the captain and vice-captain away for the execution, and seats 3 and 4 stationed in the field, and he had resolved to run a tight ship. All force members not on active duty were doing spars and drills in the yard. Every interrogator was busy in a cell. Every archivist was filing paperwork. Things were going to be neat when his captain came back. However, this had unwittingly played right into the enemy's hands. Aside from a couple of sentries, there were no defenses manned, no guard patrols, and by the time an out-of-breath junior operative came barging into his post, her mask half off her face, having lost her headwear, it was already too late. What is the meaning of this? Akira said strictly. We're under attack, sir. The junior operative burst out. The Ryoka, they're here. Akira, whose thoughts had first gone to how she ought to be punished for her insolence, for her untidy uniform, gaped. Ryoka? Here. Who would dare assault the 2nd Division? Alarm. He cried, snapping out of a moment of pure surprise. Full alarm. I want every seated officer on duty ready and able to fight. Yes, sir. Cried the junior officer, seeming relieved to have a reason to be anywhere else. Quickly, she made her way out. Akira was already out the door, heading to the main courtyard of the division. There were no Ryoka, but a clear path of destruction. The 2 sentinels keeping watch were both unconscious on the ground, and so were the guards by the 4th barracks. The doors there were wrecked, blown off their hinges. That was where the prisoners were held. They had to be here to liberate their comrades. Moving with the speed and ease of a stealth force veteran, Akira followed the trail of destruction in a blur of speed. There was a swathe cut there, officers laid low right and left. No fatalities, it seemed, although more than likely a few broken bones. The attackers seemed to know what they were doing. There were no open cell doors, aside from the ones where stealth force agents had stepped out to face the new threat. All of this Akira took in at a mere glance, in a fraction of a second, as he made his way toward the holding cells furthest down, where the 2 freshly imprisoned Ryoka were held. Sure enough, there they were. They had gotten both of their comrades out of their cell, breaking open their restraints. Akira's eyes narrowed. The imprisoned ones were bound to still be weak from their riot-so-draining restraints, meaning the primary threats would have to be the new Ryoka. 2 young women, by the looks of things, neither looking like a professional. Still, that could not mean underestimating them. They had beaten all the officers on their way here, after all, and they didn't seem to have even a scratch to show for it. Akira slid to a halt, assuming a stance and putting a hand on the short blade by his side. Ryoka! Down on the ground! He barked through his mask. You are under arrest for assault, aiding a felon, attempted murder, and wanton acts of terrorism against the Godii 13. Surrender now, or face the consequences. One of the women, carrying a staff and an oddly satisfied look on her face, stepped forward. She had short, black hair, and the posture of somebody who knew how to use a weapon. You know, she said, casually assuming a stance, I really needed this. Punking the ninja corps or whatever, it's doing wonders for my mood. Akira's eyes narrowed. The staff was a common enough weapon in the force. He knew well how to fight against one. This Ryoka was powerful, to be sure, but it would be hard to imagine her being more experienced than he. Slowly, he drew his blade. He knew how to find an opening. He'd just test her guard. But then she lunged forward, with ludicrous speed and force, and Akira only barely evaded the first hit. He took a step back only to hit something hard, trip, and fall. In the next second, he could see the Ryoka's staff coming down on his head, and then he saw nothing else. Tatsuki took a step back. Huh. That's one way to use your barrier, I guess. You're welcome. Orium said cheerily, letting the small, orange barrier she had erected just behind the officer's leg dissipate. Anyway, let's get out of here, Tatsuki said, shrugging. There's no time to waste with these people. The sooner we get away from here, the better. Kira Izuru wasn't sure just why his captain had ordered him to head toward the 2nd Division before heading out. Normally it was customary, although not mandatory, for a vice-captain to escort his captain to as momentous an event as an execution. Nevertheless, he hadn't objected. Having a task to focus on, even one as vague as just going in one direction, was welcome. His mind had been fraught with distraction ever since he had woken up in 4th's hospital wing, and remembered just how badly he had lost to his old sensei. The entire situation had unnerved him. And now, on top of that, Rukia's execution. Part of him hadn't believed it would actually go through. It was such a ludicrous charge, such a ludicrous accusation with such a disproportionate response, that it rather seemed like satire than reality. But, here they were, Kukaki Rukia less than an hour away from death. He hadn't known her personally, certainly, but he had good friends who did, and by all accounts it seemed unfair. This entire business had left a bad taste in his mouth, and the sooner it was over, the better. Pushing back these thoughts, he marched toward 2nd. Then suddenly he felt it, and realized why Captain Ichimaru had sent him. Ryoka. Attacking the 2nd. Of course the captain had to have figured the Ryoka might strike when so many of the captains were away, and had sent Izuru there in his stead to defend it. His heart swelled a little with pride as he quickened his pace, his hand on the hilt of his sword. After beating a few more officers, Tatsuki and Orium had made their way out of the division, Chad and Urayu in tow. The two were all right, it seemed, but weakened their Ryotsu was still recovering, and they were slower. Everything was on the two of them now, and the thought of it, serious as it was, it made Tatsuki feel good. To be responsible for something important, to make a difference, it was all she had wanted. They were rudely interrupted, however. No sooner had they crossed the gates and gotten onto the main street than a Shinigami barred their way. Blonde, with a vice-captain's badge, Kira Izuru. I would ask you to surrender, he said coolly, but I think anyone with the resolve and audacity to attack the 2nd Division itself is well past that. He slowly pulled out his sword, and Tatsuki drew in a sharp breath. She had the feeling of standing on a cliff's edge when a strong wind was blowing. She had beaten strong Shinigami before, but unlike that fat oaf she had trashed, Kira exuded an air of confidence untarnished by arrogance, of quiet competence and danger. With me, Orium. Chad, Urayu, stay back, she said firmly. She held out her staff as Orium walked up next to her, the glimmering orange power already beginning to manifest around her. Raise your head, Wabisuk, Izuru said, already releasing his shikai. The sword extended a little, and bent into a half-square-shaped hook of sorts toward its tip. I would usually wait, but it's become clear you are not ordinary Ryoka. Watch my 6, Tatsuki said, giving Orium a quick glance. I go in first, you support me from behind. Block any blind spots or holes in my guard. If there's reinforcements coming, protect Chad and Uriu. Yes, sir. Orium said firmly, puffing her chest. The vice captain didn't seem too keen to make a first move, holding firm in a general stance with his blade out. Time was not on their side, Tatsuki knew, so she had to act. Letting out a cry, she jumped forward, closing the distance between her and Kira in the blink of an eye. She launched a set of jabbing attacks with her staff, as quickly as she could, trying to get a read on her opponent. To her surprise, the elite Shinigami didn't even try to attack, simply parrying her attacks, even to a point where he took 1-2 steps back. His defense was solid, though, and after a few seconds Tatsuki stepped back. 11 times, he said, sounding confident. His voice was cold, and Tatsuki didn't like the sound of it. 11 times. Tatsuki said quizzically, not taking her eyes off of him. 11 times, I parried. Not counting the times I simply dodged or evaded your attack, I made 11 parries. So what? Tatsuki muttered. You should feel it, just about now. Suddenly, Tatsuki's arms plummeted toward the ground, and she only barely held onto her staff. It had become heavier, ludicrously much heavier, and she was very close to dropping it. What the actual fuck? She said bewilderedly, struggling to even lift the weapon. That is Wabaisuk's power, explained Kira. Anything it touches doubles in weight. Cumulatively. Your staff, if it weighed a pound, weighed 2 after the first hit, 4 after the second, 8 after the third. Damn it. Tatsuki muttered. That was just unfair. Orium, little help. Anything you can do. Orium let out a grunt and moved her hands about, and an orange glimmer appeared around the staff. It became lighter, Tatsuki could lift it properly again. It won't work forever, Orium warned. If Mr. Death Note here keeps on doing the same thing, it'll take effect eventually. My powers work miracles, sorta, but they only go so far. Gotcha, Tatsuki muttered, nodding back at Orium. Well, this was a hell of a challenge. Interesting, Kira noted, keeping his eyes focused on Tatsuki. I've never seen anyone counteract my Wabisuk yet. Yeah, well. Tatsuki said, trying to think of some cool-sounding retort. It always looked so easy when it was a manga. Go screw yourself. Excellent. Kira lunged at her this time, and Tatsuki found herself dodging like a madwoman, trying her damnedest to simply evade or dodge his attacks. This, she concluded after a few intense seconds, was madness. How could she possibly win if she couldn't even block her enemy's attacks, let alone actually break his guard and hurt him? Kira pressed on with the experienced form of a true elite, outpacing Tatsuki with ease. She was driven back, over, and she noticed Orium struggling to keep up with her. The only reason she was still in this, she realized, was because of her friend, and it couldn't be easy for Orium to focus with Tatsuki moving as quickly as she was. Then, of course, it happened. It was inevitable. Kira got a good slash in, and to save herself from a bad cutting injury, Tatsuki batted his sword aside. Kira pulled his blade back, the hook of his blade scraping against the edge of her staff on the way out. Immediately, Tatsuki felt the staff grow heavier. A few seconds later, it got lighter again, Orium having focused her energies anew, but there was no mistaking it, Tatsuki's weapon was heavier, even by a little. 2 more hits, Kira said with satisfaction, and it wasn't without effect, was it? Let's see how long you last, then. Damn it. Damn it all. There had to be a way. She refused to have come this far just to get struck down by some ridiculous magical ability. God damn it. Kira came at her again, and Tatsuki tried her best to anticipate his strikes, to find a hole in his defense, to counter-attack, but all that happened was him blocking her attacks, scoring another 2 hits. The staff became a little heavier again. Tatsuki snarled frustratedly, putting some space between herself and the Shinigami. Getting desperate, he said, casually twirling his blade around. Go fuck yourself. Tatsuki spat back angrily. No way. No way would she let herself go down this easily. She saw Kira make ready, raising his blade for another charge. But then, it came to her. Orium. When I say go, drop the staff. Let it weigh just as much as it would otherwise. Okay. Huh. Orium said quizzically. I mean, sure. You get him. Kira charged again. There was one way, just one way. Tatsuki ran to meet him, thrusting her staff upwards, aiming for his head. Please, 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 please take the bait. Confidently, Kira blocked her attack, and Tatsuki's staff slid up against Wabaisuke's edge, stopped by its hook. Go! Tatsuki shouted urgently, and then she felt the full weight of the staff as the orange glow faded. Immediately, Tatsuki thrust forward, pushing Kira back. The sword, staff caught in its hook, slammed into the ground. Tatsuki dropped the staff. It was way too heavy to even lift, but in this one moment, Kira's sword was pinned. The Shinigami looked shocked, as Tatsuki launched herself into the air, slamming a roundhouse kick into his face. He hesitated, refusing to let go of his weapon, desperately pulling to get it free. It bought her maybe a second or two, but it was all she needed. Nimbly, Tatsuki landed on her feet, and let out a spirited, loud cry as she slammed a fist into his solar plexus. Kira let out an oof as the air in his lungs was pushed out, and he almost keeled over. Relentlessly, Tatsuki continued raining down blow after blow on her near-helpless opponent, refusing to give him any time to recover. One punch after another landed, at superhuman speed, slamming into his chest, his shoulders and arms, and his face. However, Tatsuki knew she was working on borrowed time. The staff was the key to her strength, it was what balanced the flow of her Ryutsu, and without it, she would soon feel the weight of her humanity. She had a minute at most, she knew that fully well. With that urgency keenly on her mind, she continued her assault. Kira was not a vice captain for nothing, though. Grunting, he finally let go of his sword, and parried one of Tatsuki's blows with one hand. He extended the other, palm open, and cried. Shao! The Kido was hastily constructed, weak and incomplete, but it struck Tatsuki point blank, and was enough to send her back a couple of yards. She was breathing heavily, and assumed a stance. Not bad, Kira said, a little anger in his voice. He spat blood, and as Tatsuki got a better look at her handiwork, it was obvious it hadn't been for nothing. His face was red, and there would be serious bruising soon enough. He was swaying a little, and shook his head, as if to clear it. Not bad at all. But I'm not done yet, Ryoka. Inwardly, Tatsuki cursed. She could feel her power draining already, and in no more than half a minute, she'd be as helpless as a kitten, a mere human lost in a world filled with spiritual giants. She had to act, and act soon. Kira preceded her, though. Assuming a stance of his own, he surged forward. Byakurai! He cried, and a bolt of blue lightning flew from his fingers. Tatsuki quickly hopped to the side, but it had only been a distraction. He was already upon her, one of his arms slapping aside her defense, and his other fist primed to slam into her face. Tatsuki steeled herself. And then his arm stopped midair, slowing down as if it had gone right into a vat of tar. There was that orange glow, and Tatsuki felt a sense of relief. There were two of them in this fight, after all. Kira looked perplexed, trying to break his arm free. Quickly! Orium shouted. Tatsuki snapped back into action. She had been a little distracted, she had been sure the tide had turned. She made a fist, and with what power was left, she slammed it into his chest, once, twice. That not being enough, the vice captain still conscious, she grabbed hold of his shoulders, and launched herself upward, letting her knee slam into his jaw. Kira staggered back, but was held in place by Orium's force field, and Tatsuki continued. Mercilessly, she kicked him in the knee, keeping him destabilized, and continued to rain down one punch after another, focusing on his head. She felt a sense of desperation. She was running out of power and she knew it, and he had to go down. It was only when she noticed the blood on her knuckles that she realized he was quite limp, and as Orium let her powers dissipate, he sunk to the street floor, quite unconscious. Tatsuki breathed heavily. She had done it. She had. An incredible sensation ran across her entire body, like drowning, like trying to breathe when she had no lungs, and she realized she was out of time. Desperately she scrambled to reach her staff, falling over in the process. She pulled herself closer, and like a mountaineer grasping for a hold with a 10,000-foot drop beneath her, she clamped her hands over her weapon. Immediately she felt a sense of relief as power began to stream back into her. She was seeing stars, black spots dancing across her vision, but one thought rang across her mind, over and over, I did it, I did it, I did it, I did it. Tatsuki. Orium's voice brought her back to the world, and Tatsuki shook her head, coughed, and took a few deep breaths. Her staff, she noticed, was as light as it should be. The Zanpakuta's abilities had to have lifted after he was beaten. We're, okay, right. Tatsuki rasped, drawing in air like it was her first time breathing. Damn, that was. Do you need some help? Orium asked, extending a hand. I'm good, Tatsuki said, although she took Orium's hand, getting up to her feet. The world was spinning a little, still, but she was back to normal, for a given value of the word, at least. Look sharp. Uriah cried, having kept silent until now. Tatsuki blinked some, and looked around her. He was pointing back toward the second division. Oh crap. Perched on the walls they had just breached, filling the broken-down gates, were ninjas. In their hundreds. In slick-fitting clothes, black masks covering their faces, they stood ready, seeming to have waited for the duel to conclude. It made sense, sure. The battle was sure to have given them time to organize, and there was no way they could take them all. Maybe if they were all up to full strength, but not now. Stealth force. One of the leading ninjas said, pointing their way. Seize them. Use lethal force if necessary. Tatsuki and Orium steeled themselves. As one, the ninjas charged forward, some leaping toward them from above the walls, raining down like a swarm of bats. There would be too many of them, she just knew it. Chronometron, majestic stasis. The cry, its voice firm but feminine, rang across the street, and before Tatsuki's eyes, a golden light rippled across the whole area. The ninjas were frozen in place, some suspended midair, perfectly still. Bewildered, the teens all looked around. There, further down the street, running at them like her life depended on it, was a Shinigami, a vice captain, on closer inspection. Her hair up in a bun, short, looking a far cry from the rugged soldiers they had fought so far, she was something else. Tatsuki assumed a stance, but the Shinigami didn't appear to have her weapon out. Short of breath, she slid to a halt before the motley crew of Ryoka. On me. Right now. She shouted the words, sounding like she was in no mood to be disobeyed. Who the hell are you? Tatsuki demanded. Listen, I can hold this for 20 more seconds, at the most, snapped the vice captain, so on me, right now, or you can stay and fight. Tatsuki paused for a second, then walked toward the vice captain, and the others followed suit. They didn't know what was going on, but a way out seemed really appealing at the moment. 10 seconds, the vice captain muttered, and started moving her arms about, in an elaborate set of moves, as if drawing on thin air. A golden light followed her fingers, and even Tatsuki could tell she was weaving a spell. Okay, when I tell you to, hold on to me. Understood. She spoke quickly and urgently, and Tatsuki just nodded, afraid to break her concentration. Feverishly, the Shinigami worked her magic, and Tatsuki could see several glowing lines under her clothes, the same golden as the one she wove into the air. 3, 2. Now! She cried, and immediately the four of them grabbed hold of the vice captain. There was a discharge of power, and suddenly everything went black. There was a flash of light, and Tatsuki along with the others fell over, disoriented. They had teleported, that much was clear. Gone were the ninjas, replaced by a pretty peaceful scene, not beautiful, but compared to being stormed by a mob of killers, a small backyard surrounded by white walls was like heaven. Who? Orium said cheerily, being the first to get on her feet. You're with Mr. Ninja, aren't you? Who? The vice captain said confusedly. He doesn't like it when we say his name, but it's Rod, Orium said, dramatically lowering her voice at the end. And you're a friend of Erza's, aren't you? Yes, the vice captain said. I am Hinamori Momo, vice captain of 5th Division. At this rate, we'll convert the whole Godai, Tatsuki muttered, getting on her feet. She still felt a little dizzy. So, how far did we go, anyway? Not very, Momo said firmly. Second will be up in arms. I'll lead you someplace safe as soon as you all recover. And then? Orium demanded. Then we go help Erza, Momo replied firmly. Neat, Orium said. How does she know you, anyway? Momo asked, offhandedly beginning to prepare a spell. Are you her students? Not really, no, Tatsuki said. I'm her daughter, sort of, Orium said cheerily. The spell disrupted, sizzled, and broke, exploding in a small puff of magical energy. Her daughter. Momo exclaimed. How I mean what when did she get married? Oh, she isn't married, Orium said reassuringly. Unless she did it secretly. I mean. I guess you don't have to be married to. Momo stuttered, seeming surprised still. She's adopted, Tatsuki clarified. Oh. Oh. I see, Momo mumbled. Well, that clears that up, then. How about you work on that spell? Uriah said, having gotten to his feet. I'm not sure I look forward to another transfer, but if it's between that and being chased by 100 of those people, I know what I'll pick. Oh, of course, Momo said, and started to weave another spell. I'll have you all on that hill in no time. Can you be sure? The deep voice of Captain Komamura Seijin rumbled through his helmet as he stared across the path leading up the hill. The road was surrounded by trees, a beautiful, green forest extending all around the hill. It was a reminder that the Godai had not always stood here, that nature had once had free reign. It would seem only logical that the Ryoka would come this way, would it not? Tissen said, his voice as even and calm as ever. Such a grand occasion as an execution may very well attract the attention of the Ryoka. As such, it only makes sense that we take it upon ourselves to guard the path leading here. We may well run late, old friend. Another 5 minutes. Tissen said gently. If we hasten our steps, we shouldn't be late at all. Acceptable, Komamura concurred. In reality, of course, Tissen had been instructed by Aizen specifically to guard the foot of the hill. For this purpose he had recruited his closest friend, who trusted him completely, and what a shame that was to make sure Erza Scarlet would not easily make it to Kukakirukia. Both of them had brought their vice-captains, Hisagi Shihei and Ibatet Suzuman, who quietly kept watch next to their captains. Soon, so very soon, Tissen would have the freedom to pursue the justice he had always sought, true justice, true change. Part of him felt saddened that it would come at the expense of people like Shihei or Seijin, people he knew to be goodly in nature, men of character but still trapped in the system of tyranny and ignorance that only Aizen could see through. It was a sacrifice, and true change always required sacrifice. There. Komamura thundered, pointing further down the path. Just as planned. Erza and Ichigo, who had been loping up the path toward Sokioku Hill at a steady pace, abruptly halted. In front of them stood not one but two captains, flanked by their seconds in command. So much for not being spotted too quickly, huh? Ichigo said. That's Komamura and Tissen, right? Erza nodded. Fearsome opponents in their own right. Carefully, she took a few steps forward. Erza Scarlet, rumbled Komamura, one hand on his enormous blade, in the name of the Godai, I demand you surrender, or face the consequences. No matter what strength you have gained, you cannot hope to prevail against the full might of the Godai. You know I cannot, Erza said, standing herself some 4 yards away from the giant. You were once a fine and respectable officer, Scarlet, Komamura insisted, and it is not too late yet to do the right thing. Surrender yourself and face judgment, and you will have taken responsibility for your actions. There is no need for violence unless you insist upon it. Honorable as always, Erza said curtly. Then I'll respond in kind, step aside, and I will not hurt you. She is lost, Seijin, said Tissen, drawing his blade. You know it can only end one way. Let's kick some ass, Ichigo said, letting his Ryutsu surge as he pulled out his blade. No, Erza said firmly. What? Ichigo exclaimed. Not you. Just me. Go on ahead. Are you kidding me? The objective, Ichigo. Erza said, and there was no disagreeing with her tone. Trust in me to survive this, and I will trust in you to do what we came to do. Is that clear? Damn it, Ichigo muttered, putting his sword back. You better make it, you hear? I will, Erza said stubbornly, and so will everyone else. We're going to do this. As if we would let you pass. Komamura thundered. 4-2, and you think we cannot stop you? Watch, Erza said. Quickly, she turned to Ichigo. I'm going to create an opening. When I do, run, and don't look back. Erza stepped forward, her stride quickly breaking into a run, and she drew her sword. Komamura and Tison assumed stances, their vice-captains ready to back them up. Ichigo held back, anxiously waiting to see what would happen. Erza was strong, yes, but she was outnumbered, and not by the average chaff soldiery either. Letting out a loud cry, Erza slammed into Komamura, pushing back the giant as he parried her strike. Tison took the opportunity to stab at her as she was occupied, but Erza was ready. Twisting her body out of the way, she lashed out with her foot, catching the dark-skinned captain in the head, and Tison reeled back. At the same time she grabbed Komamura by the wrist, and just as she began to unbalance against the fierce pressure the giant was putting on her, she twisted around, and quickly put her blade into the ground, shoving herself back and around, her back pushing against Komamura's legs. Ichigo gaped as she let out a loud, angry shout and pulled at the giant's arm, unbalancing him completely. Falling like a redwood tree, Komamura slammed into the ground. That was his aunt, all right. Composing himself, Ichigo sped forward, running past the battle-shocked captains with speed. This was all on her now. He'd just have to trust her to make it, no matter how much he wanted to help. Erza quickly grabbed her sword, pulling it free just in time to face a sideways cut from Tison. Behind her, Komamura was getting to his feet, sword in hand. You should have surrendered, Tison said, taking a step back. It would have been less painful. I won't be lectured by a pawn. Erza snarled. You are being used, and you're too blind both literally and metaphorically to see it. Tison's voice lowered. You were offered a place in his plan, and you rejected it. The blind one is you. Before Erza could reply, Komamura's sword came down ferociously, and she jumped back, narrowly avoiding a hit. In terms of raw power, she could tell, he was easily comparable to Kenpeki. Enough, Tison said, holding out his blade. Seijin, stand back. Immediately, Komamura obliged, and the two vice-captains backed off, as well. Cry, Suzumushi, Tison said dispassionately. Erza realized she hadn't seen his Shikai in action before. What? The tone struck her like a sledgehammer, running through her skull. Shocked, she sunk to her knees, then fell over face down, still clutching her sword. Well done, Kaname, Komamura said sternly, as the two approached Erza's unconscious form. Now all we need to do is chain her, and we can pursue the other Ryoka. I am only glad my Shikai could solve the problem so neatly, Tison said. The two stood over Erza. Hisagi, use the best Bakudo you have. It wouldn't do for her to break Lu dash. Bursting from the ground with lightning speed, Erza slashed him, raking the tip of her sword across Tison's chest, down and upwards. Komamura reacted immediately, slamming his sword down on her, but Erza caught it, and with some effort she held firm, straining against his weight. A Shikai that bloodlessly and quickly disables its victims, huh? Erza snarled, staring Tison in the eye. He had recovered, blood trailing down his chest. How damn humane of you, lapdog. Your master is an evil man, but at least he isn't a hypocrite. Tison clutched his blade, his brows turning into a frown. Hisagi, Iba, be ready. He said firmly. We engage her together, Seijin and I whenever you find the opportunity, strike her down. Kill her. But sir. Hisagi burst out. The other Ryoka dash. Will be dealt with by the others. Tison snapped. This one is too dangerous. Now, fall in line. Yes, sir. Hisagi snapped. Pulling his Zanpakuto out with well-practiced ease, he cried, "Reap, Kushunai." Following his command, his sword became two scythe-like, double-bladed weapons, its hilt ends connected by a length of chain. Not one to be outdone, Iba pulled his own weapon out, and cried, "Serve, Inuguri." The blade widened, becoming thicker towards its end with a spike sticking out. Erza pushed back Komamura's blade and skipped a few steps away from her opponents. Already, Hisagi and Iba were moving around to flank her. Erza took a deep breath. She had fought and beaten Kenpei, yes, but this was a whole new challenge. Komamura represented raw, brute strength, and unlike Kenpei he was well trained in the way of the sword. He would make fewer mistakes and his guard would be tougher to break. Tison, for his part, had a more indirect power, not to mention a more than proficient ability with Kido. Hisagi was as powerful as she would expect a former student of hers to be, and who knew what he had learned since she'd last seen him. She knew little about Iba, but it would be downright stupid to underestimate a vice-captain in this situation. Hado 54, Hyene. Tison cried, sending out a fireball toward her. Erza dodged out of the way quickly, knowing the spell was designed to continuously burn its target. Naturally, it was only meant to get her moving. Hado 31, Shakkeho. Hisagi cried. Midair, it slammed into Erza, who tumbled across the ground. Tenkan. Komamura roared. A giant blade manifested in the air, coming down on her. Erza just barely rolled out of the way, the gigantic sword spraying dirt across the forest floor, shaking the ground beneath it with its impact. She just barely got to her feet when Iba came at her, sword raised, and she was hard-pressed to even block, nearly losing her footing again. Angrily, she pushed back, slamming a fist into his gut. She was unable to do more, however, before Tison came at her, unleashing a rapid series of stabs and thrusts. Erza was pushed back, one step after another, working entirely on instinct to survive. Tison cut downwards, hard, and Erza parried his strike. But before another moment had passed, a massive boot slammed into her side. Tison jumped aside just as Tenkan's foot connected with Erza. The air knocked out of her lungs, Erza flew into the trunk of a tree and right through it, cracking the next tree behind her. Her head was spinning, she was seeing stars, but she knew one thing, she had to let loose. She tried to say the words, but she was still gasping for breath. Tetsu no Tama, I need you, she thought. The Zanpakuto, thankfully, was in a good mood. In her hands, the one blade became two, and she got to her feet just in time to face Hisagi, blocking both of his scythes as he came in close. She sensed movement behind her, and flipped herself over her former student just in time to avoid another attack from Tison. She ran to get away, to get just a moment to think. She jumped out of the way as Komamura's blade came down again, slamming into the ground where Erza had been a moment ago, its tremendous force shaking the ground like a small earthquake. All right. Time to even the odds just a little. She dashed through the woods, sensing who was pursuing her and where, then suddenly she went to her right, where she knew Iba would be. The vice-captain defiantly held up his blade, but Erza had no intention of fighting him. Bakudo 4, Hanawa. Erza was not the best practiced with Kido, and she had no time for an incantation, but it still went off, catching the surprised Iba head-on. A golden rope entangled him, sending him falling to the forest floor. Komamura had closed the distance again, however, and came down on her with tremendous strength. Nimbly Erza dodged under his blow, skipping back, only to be assailed by Hisagi. He was spinning his dual scythes with furious precision, and Erza was hard-pressed to do more than block. Her old student had come a long way, she could tell, and with two captains to worry about he was nothing to sneeze at. Moving her arms furiously just to keep up, she knew what was going on, whether she moved or stood still, all he was doing was creating an opening for his captain. One-on-one she would have time to find an opening, break his defense, but she had seconds to work with, if even that. But, there was more than one way to crack a nut. Locking her blades with Hisagi's, she pushed back, moving close. The scythes, powerful at mid-range, were long and unwieldy this close up. Erza pushed in, close enough that they were just inches apart, then slammed her forehead into Hisagi's. Surprised, He staggered back, and Erza batted his swords aside, then kicked him in the knee. Grunting with pain, he was forced down, and Erza kicked him in the chest while throwing one blade up into the air, aiming her palm at her old student. "Shao!" she cried, and the impact of her kick combined with the rudimentary Kido sent him flying, propelled at least 100 yards before slamming heavily into the trunk of a thick tree. Erza's sword came down, and she caught it just in time. Komamura and Tissen both came down on her together, Komamura cutting fiercely from above, Tissen going for her legs. With no time to dodge or move out of the way, she planted her feet firmly into the ground and blocked, just barely parrying both blades at once. Komamura's hit kicked like a mule, and Tissen was no slouch, either. She strained, both of her arms trembling with effort as she held both their blades in place, refusing to yield. "You have grown," Komamura stated, almost appreciatively. "Would that you could use this strength for good, Scarlet." "I'll say the same for you, Komamura." Erza shot back through gritted teeth. "This is no place for philosophical pondering," Tissen said firmly. "Seijin, stand back." Immediately the giant stepped back, covering 6 yards in just a couple of steps. Erza was impressed, clearly, the two of them were well versed in fighting together, each one accentuating the strengths of the other and mitigating their weaknesses. All the worse for her. Tissen leapt into the air, clearly carried by some sort of power of his own, and hovered briefly some 20 yards above them. He held out his blade, pointed toward Erza, and as it moved across the air there was a ripple, his blade leaving after images. "Suzumushi Nishiki, Benihiko," he said, and the images took form, sharp blades all, and multiplied. In an instant they rained down on Erza with lightning speed, like a hail of death. Erza stared the oncoming storm of swords in the face, and readied her swords. Moving her arms with an insane speed, she cut the air around her, 100 times per second, batting aside one blade after another. The blades rained down only for a couple of seconds, but in that time the area around her became covered in metal pieces, sticking out from the ground, from the trees, spread in a wide radius around her. As the assault subsided, Erza was breathing heavily, holding on firmly to her swords. 2 had made it through her defense, 1 in her shoulder and 1 in her thigh. As Tissen descended, Erza put one of her swords into the ground, and as she stared at the blind man with furious determination, she pulled loose the blade in her shoulder, grimacing as she did so. After another breath, she pulled loose the one in her thigh. She spat at the ground, and grabbed her sword again. "There was an opening, Komamura," Tissen commented. "It felt dishonorable to strike her after such a display," the giant said firmly. "We need not knives twisting in her body to defeat her." "Chivalry will be the death of you, Seijin," Tissen said, with a slight smile. "Together." "Together always," Komamura said, and together, they advanced. Komamura raised his hand, and from the air above Erza a gigantic mailed fist appeared and slammed down on where she stood. She jumped out of the way only for the gigantic sword to reappear just as she sailed through the air. It slammed down on her, and though she brought a blade up to block it, the tremendous force of it nearly brought her to her knees, the dirt around her spraying as she impacted with the ground. She was pushed into the ground well past her ankles, and she desperately wanted to use more than one arm to block, but she knew she couldn't. Komamura Seijin was indeed worthy of his title and then some. This was raw power greater than her own by far. Tissen charged in through the settling debris around them. The giant's blade eased just as he came in, and Erza managed just barely to meet Tissen's charge. Finally up close and personal with him, she realized he had been picked as Aizen's lieutenant for a reason. He was fast, he was precise, and his form was immaculate. Even with 2 blades, he had no trouble keeping up, and Erza, still reeling from Komamura's attack, found herself pushed back. She had always thought most about Aizen himself, and about Jin, murderer that he was, and Tissen, always the quiet one. He was just as dangerous as his rank implied. Hopping over a low cut aiming for her legs, she stabbed forward, hoping to catch him in the neck. However, Tissen nimbly avoided the thrust by a hair's breadth, then batted aside her next strike. "One palm out," he cried "Shao." The spell impacted Erza's shoulder, nearly knocking her off her feet as she flew back. The thrust had hit her badly, unbalancing her. She turned it into a somersault, however awkward, knowing Tissen would be upon her the moment she hit the ground. She brought her blades up in a cross to block his attack, and felt his sword rake against her neck, just barely stopped from dealing more than a shallow cut. "Byakurai," he said, pointing 2 fingers at her shoulder with his offhand, and Erza felt a shot of pain as the spell hit, going clean through her shoulder. She staggered back, desperately trying to keep her guard up. Tissen kicked her in the midsection, and Erza lost her footing, going into a roll. This wasn't going well. "Well, ain't that some shit?" The voice was familiar, jovial, coarse, and rough. Tissen stopped, looking shocked, and Erza got to her feet. She, Tissen, and Komamura all stared at the new arrival. "Is that the woman that gave me such a thrashing, huh?" said Kenpei, a wide grin on his face. "You letting a punk like Tissen push you around? If you can beat me, that little shit stain should be easy." He was flanked by Ikeku and Yumi Chika, Yachiru riding on his shoulder as usual. "Stand back, Zaraki," Komamura demanded. "This is not your fight." "Fuck off, helmet boy," Kenpei said dismissively. "You, Scarlet, need a hand." "This is treason, Kenpei," Tissen snarled. "Have you lost your mind?" Komamura boomed. "Do you really expect this will be tolerated? Have you gone mad?" Kenpei gave him a glance, like he was looking at a barking puppy, and his grin became utterly terrifying. "Whoever the fuck told you I had any sanity in the first place?" "Help me," Erza said, torn between confusion and revulsion. The man appeared fully recovered, and an ally would be useful, but he was still Kenpei the murderer, and she was not keen on making friends with the likes of him if she could help it. "Simple deal, really," Kenpei said, shrugging. He pointed his sword at Tissen. "I help you get rid of these punks, you promise me a rematch." "You are mad," Erza said. "That a yes or a no?" Kenpei said hopefully. "Damn it all," Erza muttered. She had no choice at the moment. "Call it a maybe. Let's see if you can actually win first." "Pfft!" Kenpei exclaimed, somewhere in between a snort and a snarl. "Well, whatever. Just so you know, I'm gonna hold you to that. Ikeku, Yumi Chika, deal with the small fries." His companions nodded, and went to find Iba and Hisagi. Komamura and Tissen formed up, next to one another. "You are scum, Zaraki," Komamura snarled. "You betray the Godei for what? For the pleasure of fighting? You're a blood-maddened murderer, and you shame the coat you wear." "Blah, blah," Zaraki said, yawning mockingly. "For what it's worth, I agree entirely," said Erza. The 4 faced off in the forested landscape, which was now pretty battered. Trees were uprooted or cut in pieces all over their battleground, and it was bound to look worse still soon. Erza felt tense. With Zaraki at her side, however revolting a person he was, she was bound to win. He alone, she was sure, possessed the rumite to outdo Komamura himself, and Tissen was good, but not so good she couldn't beat him. Together, they could win. "Dibs on the big fella," Kenpei said, as if reading her mind. "Just don't get in the way of my sword, cause I can't promise I won't get too excited." Fantastic. Allied to a maniac, in a hopeless mission, this was the fairy tale way, alright, pushed to its breaking point. Masaka frowned as she absent-mindedly put an arrow into yet another Shinigami. The soldier fell over screaming, clutching his shoulder. It was well over her 40th non-fatal takedown yet, none of the Shinigami coming her way having proven much of a challenge. That was the problem. She had done as instructed, causing serious havoc at the given time. Shinigami had come swarming, and Masaki had counted each minute, expecting a captain or at least a vice-captain to show up any second. She had anticipated it with fear, afraid for Ichigo, afraid for herself, afraid that she would have to kill people because one could only go so far, coddling people this strong. But none had come. That was the problem. All of the Godei in her immediate area was in an uproar, sure, dozens of soldiers trying and failing to catch her, kill her, but the real deal, the truly strong, were nowhere to be seen. This Aizen Saushik was apparently some sort of mastermind. Had he anticipated this, somehow? It was just too odd. But then she felt it. Erza's energy spiking, clashing against 2, 3, for others. Damn it. Somebody had once said that no battle plan survives contact with the enemy, and Masake, there and then, felt inclined to believe that. Frustratedly, she clutched her bows, loosing 2 arrows into the arm and thigh of yet another Shinigami. This was her part in the plan. The plan had to be stuck to. That angry little stealth force man had been pretty adamant about that. But on the other hand, she was not fulfilling her purpose in it here anyhow, and Erza would need help. But there might still be captains coming here, strong people she could distract for just long enough. Sentimentality had no place on the battlefield. But, this wasn't sentimentality. Sometimes, you just had to make your own calls. Hoping she wasn't making a big mistake, Masake disengaged from her battle and sped toward the foot of Sokioka Hill. Komamura's sword came down with righteous, furious strength, but Kenpeka blocked it with little effort, standing tall like a demonic redoubt of power. His muscles bulged, and his arm trembled a little under the pressure, but he looked quite unimpressed. "Come on, big guy, ya gotta do better," he said with a grin. "A hit like that one ain't nothing. Harder and better. At least make me get this eye patch off. You honorless swine." Komamura roared. He took a step back, swung his blade sideways, up and downwards, and his giant's sword appeared in the air, crashing down on Zaraki with terrifying power. "Now that's more like it, ain't it?" Kenpeka said appreciatively, having blocked the blow with one hand still. Although he had been pushed back, the dirt around him kicked up as he had refused to move. Still, he heaved upwards, and threw the enormous blade back easily over 40 yards long as if it were nothing. "Ya better tell me that ain't all ya got, big guy." Komamura clenched a fist. "You hold the title, the esteemed and noble title of Kenpeki, the champion of the Godai. That should be held by a man as noble as he is strong, selflessly serving the greater good. Instead, it has been given to a demon." "Jealous," Kenpeki said, his grin widening a little. "I will show you jealousy," Seijin said darkly, and charged forward. His blade met Kenpeki's, and the two clashed furiously back and forth, Kenpeki's wild, reckless style meeting the formal, well-practiced power of Komamura. Come on, Kman. Kenpeki hollered, his blood boiling with the cheer of battle. "Hit me, damn it. Harder. Faster." With a growl, Komamura obliged. Ferociously he pushed back the demon warrior of Zaraki in a series of heavy blows. Kenpeki blocked the first few, then dodged under a vicious thrust and counter-attacked with a wide slash of his own, laughing every step of the way. Komamura, undaunted, blocked the cut with an armored gauntlet that extended up his wrist and across his forearm. For a moment, Zaraki's blade ground against the plating, the demon testing its strength. Then, suddenly Komamura shoved him back, putting a couple yards of space between them, and before Kenpeki had a chance to recover, a massive boot slammed into his chest, sending him flying. Several trees, mighty, thick, and aged, were uprooted as he flew through the woods, skidding across the ground. Finally, the demon came to a halt, and began propping himself up. Komamura was not done. The gargantuan blade came down again, hitting true on the unbalanced berserker like a speeding locomotive on steroids. It was not enough, and Komamura knew it. Even now, he felt Kenpeki's energy push back, vast, stubborn and relentless, holding back the power of Komamura's Zanpakuto, a feat only a handful could boast. "That," Kenpeki said, having blocked the blade with one hand, using the other to prop himself up, "that's more like it, big fella." His muscles were bulging, and the ground beneath him had collapsed. He sat in the dirt, a ditch forcefully created by the impact of Komamura's strike. Even so, Kenpeki got up to one knee, then, with some effort, he stood up, resisting Komamura's power defiantly. A fresh cut bled on his chest, where his sword had not been quite enough to block his enemy's strike entirely. First blood had gone to Komamura, but to a captain, let alone a demon, that was but a scratch. Komamura let the giant's blade dissolve, and steeled himself as Kenpeki came at him again. Erza took a deep breath and readied herself, her twin blades working with expert precision as she parried a quick series of attacks. Tuan was fast and skilled, no doubt, but compared to Kenpeki, this was a picnic. Just minutes ago, before Kenpeki's arrival, she had been hard-pressed. The mission itself was stressful enough, but fighting 4-on-1 had been worse by far. It had given her no time to think, no time to prepare or plan, no time to think of a way out. Now, working familiar ground with Tuan, she had managed to compose herself. As despicable as Kenpeke was, there was no denying the advantage he had brought with him. She could focus again, do more than just the bare minimum to survive. Now, for example, she had the time in that ultra-rapid, slowed-down space any seasoned fighter found in Mortal Kombat to reflect on the fact that she had 2 blades to Tissan's 1. Or the fact that although he had 2 Shikai abilities, neither had proven effective against her. She had time to assess their skills. Tissan was a skilled, fast swordsman, quite possibly in the upper tiers as far as captains went. He complemented this with a gratuitous use of Kido, specifically Hado, either to damage or distract his opponent. His style was nearly flawless, and his blindness, though having robbed him of his sight, was sure to have given him acute senses in reading Ryotsu. And what was the soul society if not spiritual matter? He was powerful. But, as Erza noticed as she caught his blade, redirected it into the ground, and stabbed forward with her free hand, he was neither flawless nor invincible. Tissan twisted his body to the side, narrowly avoiding anything worse than a shallow cut, going into what looked like a sideways somersault to avoid losing his balance. As nimbly as he landed, Erza had the initiative now, and she intended on keeping it. Relentlessly she pummeled him with a series of lightning-quick cuts, high and low, her arms moving with precision and speed. These attacks were meant not to hurt but to test his defense, to tax his energies to their maximum. For as long as she could keep this up, he had 2 options, and they both knew it: defend until there was an opening in his guard, or break her attack somehow. Effectively that meant just one option, because defending was a losing strategy, which meant his position was predictable, which meant she had an advantage. Confidently Erza pushed forward, forcing the blind captain to take one step back after another. He kept up admirably, but 2 blades to 1, in hands like hers, were ultimately 2 blades to 1. Deliberately, she let both her blades go low, in a predictable pattern. It was a feint he might perhaps have seen through, but right then, pressed as hard as he was, he seized the opportunity and parried with his own blade, pushing both her blades down, locking them to the ground. Erza had counted on it, and suppressed a smile as she slammed a kick into one of his knee joints, then kneed him in the chest. It was not traditional swordplay, but her decades of training with Yoryuki had opened her eyes up to a world of pragmatic, brutal ways of tipping a fight her way. Tissan let out a pained grunt and staggered, nearly losing his footing. To his credit, his blade was up in time to block her first strike as she broke her blades free from his hold, but the second slid forward unhindered, sliding halfway into his chest. He let out a gasp as Erza pulled the blade out, and not a second later his pristine white coat began to dye red with blood. Not done yet, Erza pushed forward, unrelentingly raining down blow after blow. Tissan was not done, however. He fired off a wild Byakurai before using Shunpo to put space between himself and Erza. The Kido went wide, harmlessly searing a tree, but he had managed to break off nonetheless. Erza stared him in the eye. She had landed a good hit, sure, but this was a captain, and she wasn't strong enough that she could end it this easily. The longer this went on, the more time the others had, not to mention Aizen. She might have to use her Bankai. Tissan stared back, no doubt entertaining similar trains of thought, and given another moment, the two would have clashed again. However, the moment was interrupted by Kenpeke, tossed like a ragdoll, slamming through a tree and impacting the ground with enough force to create a minor crater, landing just between the two. Unaffected apart from his clothes looking even more ragged than usual, he got up, looking like he had the time of his life. "Hell, that big fucker knows how to throw a punch," he said appreciatively, giving Erza an uncomfortably friendly glance. "I might even get T take off the eye patch. I shoulda gone after him ages ago." Tissan stared at him with loathing, and Erza felt odd to realize that, for all their differences, this was at least one thing she and the blind captain had in common. The three of them could feel Komamura's thunderous steps as he charged toward them, aiming for Kenpeke. Quickly, Tissan pointed a finger at Kenpeke. "Bakudo 63, Seijo Sabaku," he cried, and with the skill of an expert, the advanced binding Kido formed, a set of golden chains springing from his fingers, wrapping around Kenpeki. No doubt he intended for the demon to be helpless when Komamura struck, and for a second Erza felt conflicted. As vile a man as he was, it didn't feel right for him to be hit like this. She needn't have worried, though. Kenpeki let the chains wrap around his body, then flexed his muscles. The Kido held for a few seconds, but then Kenpeki twisted his arms, straining against them, and they burst completely. "Get the fuck out of here with that pansy bullshit, ya cowardly milksop," Kenpeki sneered, looking angrily at Tissen. Just then, Komamura came in, sword raised, and Erza's body seemed to move by itself. With a shunpo, the move to Kenpeki's side, blocking Komamura's fearsome strike as it came down. She strained against it, but held firm, and Komamura backed off. "Yeah, think I wasn't on top of that, woman," Kenpeki said, sounding not unfriendly. "How the hell am I supposed to know what a lunatic is thinking?" Erza snapped. "That's fair," Kenpeki said, and it was frustrating how nothing seemed to dampen his mood. "Well, since ya volunteered, why don't ya handle this one? I think I'll teach this little fairy piece of shit how real men fight." "Wait," Erza said, but it was already too late. Komamura had raised his sword, and quickly Erza switched her weapons, opting for long sword and shield. In the same instant, Kenpeki charged, slamming into Tissen like a hellish juggernaut. Komamura had reach and power with his blade that was sure enough as he rained down one blow after another, but it lacked Erza's speed, and her defense was solid. As Komamura let out a rumble of a battle cry, a dance of sorts began. Erza would dodge, roll, and parry, refusing to get hit, while Komamura furiously rained down blows. She pushed in closer when she could, trying to aim for his legs or his gut, but he was too skilled. "For the 13 Court Guard divisions," he bellowed. "For Commander Yamamoto and the King. For Fairy Tail," Erza shouted back, swept up by the heat of battle. Tissen stood opposite Kenpeki, having endured the initial assault. The wound Erza had given him hurt, but it was nothing he could not bear. What frustrated him was the nature of their predicament. Kenpeki had turned coats, and Tissen's opportunity to end a failure like Erza, to show his master how devoted he was slipping from him. Instead he was stuck battling a monster, one notorious for not dying no matter how badly beaten. He would have to use Bankai, something he had meant to use on Erza. "Keep still, why don't ya?" Kenpeki said, surging forward with another set of wild strikes. Tissen easily avoided them, needing only to parry the one, but he knew better than to underestimate his opponent simply because of his inferior swordsmanship. "You truly are an embodiment of the cancer of this society," Tissen snarled. "Your kind will soon be washed away like filth before an oncoming flood." "Blah, blah," Kenpeki said, slashing wildly at him. "Less yappin', more fightin'." Tissen dodged under another strike and hopped back, launching a shakkeiho at his opponent. The red fireball impacted squarely in the demon's chest, seeming to accomplish nothing. "Damn it! Damn it all!" Masaki had slowed down as she came closer, feeling more closely the energies clashing. There were weaker ones at work, but the ones that interested her, Erza and Ichigo. Ichigo was nowhere close, and Masaki couldn't be sure if that was something to be relieved about or not. Erza was fully engaged in combat, and two more equally powerful energies were clashing just nearby. At least it looked like she had made the right choice in coming here. Erza blocked another blow that felt like it might knock her arm out of its joint, then pushed forward, slashing at the giant. He towered over her, but Erza had fought bigger and won. It wasn't about one's size, it was about how one used it. Dodging under a sweeping cut, she rolled forward and came up with a quick thrust. Komamura stepped back, avoiding the stab, but Erza pushed forward. His sword came down, awkwardly as she was inside his guard, but she caught it with her shield. Letting out a determined cry, she slashed him, up and down, and felt the satisfying sensation of steel cutting into flesh. Komamura grunted with pain. He was not going to let her continue, though, and suddenly Erza felt a shock as his fist slammed into her face, knocking her over. Quickly, she got to her feet. The fight was well and truly on now. Tissen dodged under another slash. The demon was remarkably quick and agile for such a hulking brute of a man, and it would have been easy to let his appearance deceive one into expecting less. Tissen, however, kept his guard up. Parrying 2 fast strikes, he held fast. He was not lost, not against the likes of Kenpei, not against anybody. He tried to analyze his opponent. Zaraki was fast, yes, and furious, yes, but the same wildness he was famous for was a weakness, too. He didn't even care about guarding himself. It was time to teach him the error of his ways. As Kenpei came down furiously, with far more strength than was really efficient, Tyson redirected the man's blade, causing it to slide harmlessly to the side. Immediately, Tyson cut upward, slashing across his chest. Following up immediately with a thrust, he felt an almost gleeful satisfaction as the blade stabbed deep, almost to the hilt. Kenpei stopped, standing still, his mouth widening, and for a moment Tyson let himself be fooled into thinking that maybe, just maybe he had done it. Then Kenpei grabbed Tyson's Zanpakuto, by the blade, and grinned widely. "And here I was afraid you'd be a pushover." It was like looking into the face of some hellish apparition. Tyson was blind, but this close, he could read the spiritual particles that made up Zaraki Kenpei, and they were ugly. Terrifying. Slowly, without even showing a hint of pain, Kenpei pulled Tyson's blade out of his gut, holding on firmly to the weapon as if it didn't even have a sharp edge. "See, now," the demon said, "now I think I might actually let loose. Now, ain't that summon?" The voice was unmistakably familiar, and Tyson let himself be distracted just a second. Casually walking down the path from Sokioka Hill was Ichimaru Jin, seeming every bit as twisted as Zaraki Kenpei. "Ichimaru?" Tyson said confusedly. "I don't understand." "Ya had your shot to take care of business, see," Jin said in his usual, lazy drawl, "but looks to me like you ain't handling shit. So, good ol' Aizen sent me here to give a helpin' hand. What ya say, ol' buddy, ol' pal, wanna go back to back fightin' the forces of evil? I can handle this." Tyson sputtered out angrily. He had never liked Ichimaru, and although he had understood his master's reasons for using him, he knew an animal when he saw one. His back was the last place he wanted Ichimaru Jin to be. "Aizen," Kenpei said. "I dunno what this is about, but I'll take ya both if ya want." Their banter was interrupted as Erza slammed into the ground, just barely keeping to her feet, Komamura hot on her heels. He would have come at her again in no time, but a hail of arrows impacted the ground between the two, spraying dirt across the forest which resembled more a chaotic glade at this point, trees having fallen over left and right. Some 40 yards off stood Masaki, closing the distance in but a second, landing on a fallen tree trunk, her bow strung and aimed at Komamura. "Well, look at that," Jin said, giving a whistle, "looks like we got ourselves a three-way, don't we?" Even now, his voice made Erza's skin crawl. Tyson was bad enough, but Jin? With Komamura on top of that? Masaki's arrival couldn't have been timelier. Realizing she had only moments before this would erupt in chaos, she barked. "Masaki! Deal with Tyson." "Huh?" Masaki said. "I figured we'd dash." "You're a perfect fit," Erza insisted, in no mood to argue. "I'll deal with Komamura." "What, you think you get your pick?" Kenpei objected crossly. "You get the big fella, the one that can really punch, and I don't get to show blind boy over here how you win a fight properly? Leavin' me with that scrawny piece of shit." He gestured with his thumb at Ichimaru, and it was clear he didn't think much of him. "Believe me, he's the nastiest son of a bitch you'll ever meet, and I say that as somebody who fought and beat you," Erza said firmly, "and if anyone can take him, it's you." "Bollocks!" Kenpei snarled. "You don't get to dash. Do it or the rematch is off the table." "I don't care if you're going to cut me down dead, I won't fight you ever again," Erza said ruthlessly. "You drive a hell of a bargain," Kenpei muttered. Then, the grin returned to his face, and he turned to Jin. "Well, yari outta luck, it looks like." "What, lil old me? I reckon I couldn't scratch ya," Jin said innocently. "Don't believe a word," Erza said firmly. "Enough." Komamura thundered. "The die has been cast. 6 enemies, 3 fights. Let it be so. Tyson, handle this Ryoka, and I shall deal with the traitor." Captain Ichimaru, keep the demon occupied. Together, all three of us, we will bring him to justice after we finish our fights. All right, dies cast, I guess, Erza said, and in her hand, the huge, black blade formed. Masake, don't die. I don't plan to, Masake said firmly, and stared Tisan in the face. 6 people. 3 enemies, 3 fights. It couldn't have been more climactic if they'd tried. That made it all the worse, because getting bogged down in fights they might not win was exactly what they wouldn't want. Then again, that was part of the plan, after all. Erza grunted, and hefted the black blade over her shoulder, facing down Komamura. The die had been cast, and now they could only hope it'd turn up a 6. Yuriyuki had never liked being a stealth operative. She had enjoyed being good at it, perfecting her craft, but holding responsibility for other people's lives, killing mercilessly, that had never appealed to her. But now, where she was, well concealed both from any prying eyes and from any skilled sensors, she couldn't help but feel a thrill. There were parts of her work she had enjoyed, and sneaking up, hidden from the enemy, that had always made her heart race. Even the wait didn't bother her. All it did was build up anticipation, making the actual climax that much more satisfying. At a snail's pace, she crept closer to the hilltop, carefully sensing for Rukia's energy. It was a while yet before the execution, and although she was in a good position already, considering her speed, it couldn't hurt to get a little closer. Skills she had almost thought forgotten made themselves reminded, and as quietly as the cat she usually preferred to be, she moved forward, barely even disturbing a blade of grass. So iPhone wouldn't be far. She knew her old student was savvy to her tricks, and might just patrol the area, but even she wouldn't be able to locate her if Yuriyuki didn't want to be found. To think they had a plan that, though it would come at a hefty cost, was actually doable. They could save Rukia. They would. Yuriyuki, herself, didn't care too much about the girl. Her dying would be a shame, sure, but people died unjustly all the time, whether they had powerful friends trying to help them or not. But, the thought of her snubbing them all, the shocked look on their faces as Yuriyuki raced past in a blur. If there was one thing she and Kisuke had in common, and she would admit this to nobody, it was that they were both show-offs. They both enjoyed attention, enjoyed displaying their select, expertly crafted skills. They were geniuses, after all, and using that seemed right, at least occasionally. That sentry kid wasn't too bad, she thought. Simple plans were the least likely to fail, after all. She would. Shiho and Yuriyuki. The voice, calm, assured, and arrogant, immediately sent a chill down Yuriyuki's spine. There was a surge of fear, but she quashed it as soon as it rose, her training refusing to let her lose focus. But there was no mistaking it. Aizen. You haven't lost your touch. It's a far better plan than I expected the likes of Erza Scarlet to come up with. Her style is to simply barge in righteously and hope for the best. But then again, you are the former commander of the stealth force. What good fortune, then, that I kept a wary eye on the developments. If I hadn't expected your return, this could possibly have set back my plans. Yuriyuki quickly glanced around her, trying to determine where his voice was coming from. No matter how she tried, she couldn't see him, couldn't get a location. Her senses told her the voice came from nowhere, from everywhere. He had hypnotic powers, she knew, and there was precious little she could do about that. Don't bother, he said smugly, sounding quietly pleased with himself. Before my Zanpakuto, you are helpless. How did you find me? Yuriyuki said, trying to buy time. You can control what I see, but you're not omnipotent. That is true, sadly, Aizen said, with a mockingly regretful tone, but with such a power, it would be all too easy to rely simply on that. But what sets me apart from the rabble I am about to outwit is that I don't. So, how, then? Yuriyuki said, carefully moving a little, trying her damnedest to sense an incoming attack. Oh, once I heard the news that the legendary assassin was back, it occurred to me. The goddess of the Flash, herself? She alone could possibly be fast enough to snatch up Kukaki Rukia and run well out of my range, potentially even back to that cowering little pseudo-scientist of yours. I'm well out of shape, you know, Yuriyuki said. She was completely on edge, and although she tried to sound calm, she knew she wasn't succeeding. Aizen Saushik. The man that had banished Kisuk, and by extension her. The one responsible for all their miseries, the cruel and scheming monster behind it all, and he had her under his thrall. Don't discredit yourself, Aizen said with the certainty of a man completely sure he had control. After all, you rescued that pet project of yours just a couple of days back. What do you expect that will change? Damn. You still haven't answered my question. How did you find me? Oh, fine, Aizen said, and although she couldn't see him, she could practically hear him roll his eyes. Do you know what makes for a good plan? A workable scheme. Don't overcomplicate it. Where's the fun in that? Aizen snorted. No, the strength of a plan is that you always maintain it, that you always consider how you might fail, and what you can do about it. Such as considering what route a stealthy assassin might take when trying to steal your quarry, and burying sophisticated sensory devices at regular intervals all across wherever she might approach. It was time-consuming and painstaking, but after my so-called death, I had plenty of time. Damn, Yoryuki swore under her breath. This had supposed to be their ace in the hole, and he had already seen through it. Forcibly, she cooled her thoughts. For as long as he was occupied bragging, he wasn't attacking her. Fighting wasn't an option. The entire plan might be a bust. But in a second, she could cover whole leagues if she got her speed up. She was still the goddess of the Flash, and half a second would be all she needed. Powerful though he was, nothing could keep up with her. Well, you got me, she said cautiously, eyeing her surroundings, more out of habit than out of any expectation it would help. I fell for your brilliant scheme of having complete control over my senses. Must take massive skill. If only you knew, Aizen said cheerfully. After all dash. Yoryuki got up, and dashed forward. Just the blink of an eye, and I'll be out of here. But before she had gotten more than a yard, she felt it. A long blade, sliding effortlessly through her ribcage down to the hilt. Her eyes widened, and she let out a pained gasp. Coming into vision at last was Aizen, his face inches from hers, staring down on her with amused contempt. Just above her sternum, her orange shirt began to dye red, and powerlessly, she clutched at Aizen's robe. Her other hand went for her knife-sized Zanpakuto, but he effortlessly, almost gently, grabbed her by the wrist before she could even reach it. It's so strange, how Shinigami work, he said, his voice a whisper. On the one hand, we are superior to human beings, stronger, faster, more durable. But, on the other hand, all you need to do is find just the right spot, and we're as frail and vulnerable as any human. Gently he pushed Yoryuki back, sliding his blade out, and she winced at the sudden burst of pain. She was starting to feel it now, the sudden adrenaline surge blocking the shock at first now fading, and she staggered. Clutching her wound, desperately trying to stem the blood flowing freely from her chest, she fell over on her side, feeling too weak to even curse him. As he walked past, she grabbed him by the end of one of his pants legs, defiantly staring up at him. Look at you down there, he said, and smiled. What an apt metaphor you make for the entire Godii, bleeding and dying by my feet. Easily, he wrenched his leg free, and began walking away. Who knows? He said. Yoryuki heard his voice only faintly. The world grew dimmer by the second. Maybe you will live. You never know your luck. But if you do, it will not be a world you will find worth living in. Farewell, assassin. Letting out a pained gasp, Yoryuki propped herself up, powerlessly extending an arm after him. Not like this. Not like this. She wasn't finished yet. But the universe is indifferent to our wishes, and Yoryuki soon felt the familiar sensation of oncoming unconsciousness, as her blood began to pool on the forest floor. Chapter 49, Clash of Titans and Bonds of Chivalry. The ringing sound of metal striking metal was all about the forest, sometimes closer, sometimes more distant, but Masaki hadn't yet joined battle. She stood at the ready, bow drawn and aimed at her blind enemy, but he seemed content to size her up for the time being. Masaka did the same. A captain, and one of the traders who had driven Erza from the Soul Society. Dangerous and skilled, but something of an unknown. He was injured, a slash running across his chest, but the bleeding had slowed and he seemed unaffected. She took a deep breath. She hadn't yet had the opportunity to take on a captain-class Shinigami in Mortal Kombat, and she wasn't sad about it. She had beaten a 5th seat in their first day quite easily, and felled numerous officers since, but there was an ocean's worth of difference between an officer and his captain. Erza had taught her as much. She went through her strategy quickly, feverishly, even knowing battle was bound to be just moments away. Captains were skilled, durable, and possessed of special powers, veritable titans in the afterlife. She was a Quincy, possessed of power but still limited by her human body. "Do you even know what you have gotten yourself into?" Tyson spoke, his voice calm, cold. "She told me enough about your little scheme," Masaka said defiantly. "I wish I could make you understand," he said, and took a stance, holding his blade low, "but there is no time. You will see when he has ascended just what sort of folly you have supported." "I really don't care," Masaka snapped. Deciding to not let him take the initiative, she slipped into her best Hirankyaku, while firing off one arrow after another. True to his title, Tyson immediately gave pursuit. Not even bothering to dodge, he cut the arrows mid-air as he ran after her, batting them aside like gnats. The forest became a bit of a blur as the two chased after one another, Masaka dashing from one tree trunk to another. Tyson closed in quickly, and within the minute, he had come within a hair's breadth of taking a pound of flesh out of her several times. Masaka spun round in the air, feeling the entire environment working for her. Unlike most, she wasn't helpless mid-air. It was more than a little terrifying, but at the same time, she didn't lose focus. More than ever, she felt powerful. The captain was pushing her to her limits, but the more she pushed herself, the more it felt like there was no limit. Quincy's were manipulators of spiritual energy by nature, and drawing strength from a world that was nothing but spiritual energy meant that a skilled user could, in theory, harness infinite amounts of energy. She was running more quickly than she ever had before, and she didn't even feel like she was breaking a sweat. Again Tyson came in close, having dashed off the top of a tree, intent on spearing her through the chest with his sword. Pulling at invisible strings, Masaka pulled herself well out of the way, and Tyson plunged toward the forest floor as she landed on a solid tree branch. Without flinching, Tyson flipped his body around, landed feet first, and came back at her within a second's time. Masaka had already strung her bow again. With curiosity, she started to pull in energy from her surroundings, more than she had tried before, charging it into just the one arrow. As he came closer, she jumped back, into the air. He would be coming after her, going into the air for just a second, and a second would be all she needed. Aiming carefully, she let the shot fly. Almost absent-mindedly he caught it with his blade, intending to swat it aside like the others, but as it hit his blade it ran into its metal length and exploded, spraying shards of brightly glowing spiritual matter, like a grenade made of energy. He let out a surprised cry, and Masaka liked to think there was some pain in there, too, and fell to the ground. He still managed to land on his feet, but Masaka peppered him with a hail of arrows as she fell toward the ground in a controlled descent. Tyson let out a frustrated grunt and jumped, dodged, or parried as necessary, pushed back by Masaka's relentless stream of energy-charged bolts. Breaking her line of sight, he went into a shunpo, putting himself behind a tree. For only a moment she paused, trying to locate him, and it was enough time for Tyson to recover. Bursting out from behind his hiding place, he charged her, closing the distance with the speed of a veteran of his craft. Masaka stood still, as if paralyzed, only to move aside at the last moment, catching the edge of his blade against her bow. He had come in a little too hard and a little too quickly, barreling past her, but he recovered with frustrating agility. Masaka, who had intended to put some space between herself and her enemy, found herself relentlessly pursued. At this close of a range, she didn't dare go into rapid speed, not without having at least a cursory glance at her surroundings. Hirankyaku would do her no good if she slammed into a tree. Furiously determined, Tyson pushed her back, slashing and thrusting at her with lightning speed. Her mind completely focused, not a thought entering her mind, Masaka dodged, evaded, jumped back, and even parried with her bow on occasion. Despite her relative lack of experience, she was somehow keeping up with him. Even so, this would only favor him in the long run. Not nearly finished, Tyson paused his assault briefly, only to thrust his palm forward, putting his hand only inches from her chest. "Shao!" he cried, and the simple spell impacted her point blank. Surprised by his sudden change in tactics, Masaka was taken aback, and thrown like a rag doll across the forest floor. However, if Tissen had expected a quick, easy opening, he was to be sorely disappointed. Masaka was a pure Quincy, inheritor of great power through her bloodline, and blessed with a talent for using it. Flipping herself mid-air only moments after it had hit her, she managed to put one palm into the ground, thrusting herself upward. Just barely, she landed on her feet, sliding back. Tissen was already upon her, and as well as she had recovered, he was coming in too quickly. In an instant, the world seemed to slow down. He was holding his blade up at eye level with both hands, pointed directly at her. He was going for her neck, no doubt. Could she block? Doubtful, she was still reeling from the impact of his spell. Could she run? Not without getting cut badly. But there was one thing. She brought her bow up as quickly as she could, arrow strung, aiming it forward. Tissen's blade stopped, just an inch short of her neck, as he stared down the length of her bow, an arrow pointed just beneath his chin. If released, it would go right through the soft tissue of his jaw and into his brain stem. Frowning, he twisted himself aside, the arrow making a small cut in his neck. He skipped back, as did Masaka, who had finally recovered. The exchange had taken no more than 3 seconds, but it felt like hours. "To think you had the presence of mind to counterattack," Tissen said, his milky white eyes narrowing, "to make sure that if I took your head, you would also take mine." Mixing Kido and fighting flawlessly, Masaka said, commending him in turn, "You're a dangerous man, Tissen can aim." "Master Aizen spoke of you as a housewife," he said, shaking his head. "It is clear now that I cannot underestimate you." Spinning his blade in one hand for a powerful swing, he charged forward. Masaka jumped into the air, somersaulting over him, unleashing a barrage of bright arrows. 2 found their mark, but the captain barely even winced. It did, however, give Masaka the moment she needed to move away. Bursting into the fastest sprint she could, she burst through the trees, dashing from one tree to the next. Tissen was hot on her heels, and Masaka dashed to the side, trying to put him off her trail. He changed course almost immediately, and in that one moment, Masaka unleashed another hail of arrows, landing by the trunk of a thick, aged tree. Tissen sneered, taking them head-on, batting most of them aside but 1 or 2 hit, at least glancing him. If she could keep this up, her energy would be nearly limitless here, after all. Landing on a thick tree branch, Tissen pointed 2 fingers at her. "Bakudo 30, Shitosu Sansen!" he cried. His hand came aglow and he drew a triangle in the air, glowing with the same golden light as his hand. Instantly, the spell closed the distance with Masaka, splitting into 3 flat triangular projectiles. One slammed into her neck, another into her bow arm, and a third into her left leg, pinning her against the tree. Tissen followed after immediately, sword raised. "This ends now," he said coldly, holding his sword out. "This close, you will not resist the power of my Shikai. Soon, you will wake up in a jail cell, powerless and awaiting judgment." Cry, Suzu-dash. There were 4 quick thuds as 4 glowing arrows impacted in his gut almost point blank, and Tissen reeled back, gasping. Masaka was holding her bow pointed his way, with some effort. Straining against the spell, she ripped her leg free, then calmly gripped the piece pinning her neck. A second later, the spell shattered. "You said you wouldn't underestimate me," Masaka said firmly, "and you still try and pin me down with Kido? I am a Quincy. Undoing that hasty work is child's play when you are at my level. You should have just skewered me when you had the chance." Tissen clutched at his abdomen, it was bleeding profusely. Still, this was far from over. "You are right. I was a fool to think this could be resolved without giving it all I have." He scowled, and held out his blade. "It is good fortune we are quite a ways from the others now. I would not want them caught up in this." Masaka strung her bow. "Would this be?" "Bankai," he said, holding his sword up in his right hand, placing his left palm against the ring by its hilt, and Masaka could feel his ryotsu pulsating, changing, Suzu mushi su ishiki, in Makoroji. The ring began to spin as its energies were released, and grew bigger and bigger, large enough to surround his body. Then, it split into 10 other glowing rings of the same size, forming a circle around Tyson. He slashed his sword forward, and the rings flew outward immediately, forming a circular perimeter around them, for an area of at least 50 yards. Before Masaka's eyes, each ring formed a black void, rapidly expanding first to fill the rings themselves, then to fill everything outside of it. In a few moments' time, she was surrounded by darkness. Masaka nearly went into shock. One never realized how much sound there was in what one thought of as quiet until one was robbed of all sound. There was only darkness, no, not just darkness, a sheer, impenetrable mass of nothingness that hurt her mind. She was vaguely aware of her arms, legs, and body, but she could feel nothing, see nothing, hear nothing. What the hell was this? What? Now she felt something. Pain, as she felt a blade cut her from shoulder to hip. She staggered back, not even sure if she was standing or sitting. What the hell was this? How could someone fight something like this? Again the blade came, running her through. Masaka clawed at the hands stabbing her, and blindly put one hand on Tyson's, her wrist briefly touching the blade itself. "This is my Bankai," Tyson said, and in the complete soundlessness, his voice sounded like thunder, and in it, "You are helpless. You should have surrendered." He pulled out the blade, and Masaka felt another spike of pain. She clutched at the injury, but she couldn't feel it bleeding, couldn't sense her own body. Almost panicking, she tried to force herself to connect her thoughts. Whatever this was, it was still made of Reishi, of spiritual energy. There had to be a way. Taking a deep breath, forcing herself to ignore the pain, she tried to sense it. It was difficult, like wading through tar, but, as if looking at something in a distance, through a keyhole, she could feel something. She could feel its base particles, its spiritual atoms, moving about like ants. Sure, whatever this was had robbed her of her sight, most of her ability to feel, but it hadn't stopped her from functioning. Sensing energy wasn't like looking or breathing, it was something one learned. She took another deep breath. Sense. Sense, damn it. There was something, like a ripple in the air, except not at all. Masaka could never have explained it to anyone but a fellow Quincy, and she threw herself to one side, ignoring the pained cries of her body. There was a sharp pain as she felt another cut, this time to her shoulder. But this, she knew, had been meant for her head. She had managed to get away from it. There was hope of a kind. Tyson frowned to himself as he halted, sword at the ready. His Bankai was meant to be a realm where he had absolute power, where whoever was trapped was a helpless victim in an inescapable hell. Trapping the Quincy inside had negated the most challenging aspect of the fight, that damnable speed, that refusal to get stuck in close. He had expected her to die after the 2 first cuts. Why wouldn't she? She was only human. But still she stood, and what was worse, she had avoided his coup de grace, the finishing blow. Could it be that Quincy's could control their own bodies, too? Surely she had to be limited by the frailness of human physique. Quincy sorcery aside, it was much more troubling that she could have somehow sensed his coming. Inmakoroji was supposed to rob everyone but him of any and all sensation except touch. They were supposed to be as blind as he, helpless to know what was happening before it was too late. Could it be that even here, even without her speed and her infernal arrows, she was a threat? No. No matter what, whether it was luck, Quincy sorcery, or something else, this was his realm. Nobody else could prevail in it. Time was on his side now, and she was wounded, too. Victory was his to grasp. Holding his blade low, he charged. It was time for her to die. It wasn't like seeing. Sight couldn't possibly describe it. It was more like echolocation, like the sonar of a bat or a dolphin. Particles of spirit energy bouncing around chaotically, refusing to be sensed as easily as they usually would, painting a very vague, muddled picture. The picture itself was frustratingly difficult to decipher, jumping in and out of what passed for vision in this sightless hell, but slowly, Masaka was starting to pick up on it. She could make out an object of sorts, very, very vaguely in the shape of a man, more like a mass of dull blue pixels blinking in and out of existence, no taller than a man, but nothing else. No arms, head, legs, nothing of the sort she could sense. There was one thing, though. Something jutting out, a mass of pixels standing distinct from the rest. Masaka drew a sharp breath. She could see where his sword was coming from. Or, at least she hoped that's what it was. Waiting till the last second, she jumped back and dashed to the side. Her body screamed in protest, blood pouring from her wounds as she did so, but it was do or die, and when it came down to it, Masaka was very keen on doing rather than dying. The blurry shape shot past her, and Masaka wished she could hear. But she was still as helpless as ever. She took another deep breath, trying desperately to make sense of the world around her. She could visualize some things. There was the shape of Tissen, which she could swear had become just a little more distinct as she focused. There seemed to be a floor of sorts, and one spherical wall, like they were trapped inside a very large ball. It was all very hazy still, but as time went on, she started to get a better grip on it. Carefully, she strung her bow. Tissen felt a little stunned as an arrow sailed past him. It didn't come close to hitting, a full 2 feet past his head, but there was no doubting it. She had aimed, knowing roughly where he was, and fired. She was fighting back, and that shouldn't have been possible. Dashing to the side, he held his blade low. Damnable Quincy's! Masaka somersaulted over him as he came at her, raining down a hail of arrows, hoping that, this close up, she might hit if she just fired enough shots. It was as good a plan as she could think of. It was weird. Through all the pain, she was starting to feel sharp. Focused. In the back of her head, she still felt the same fears and concerns she had felt ever since they first had prepared to leave for the Soul Society, but here and now with an enemy intent on taking her life, with bleeding injuries only slightly stymied by her Ryotsu control, she felt a sense of clarity. Like she knew everything she had to do the next second, like her very body was made for fighting. She had sometimes wondered what life would have been like if she had been a warrior rather than a housewife. Was this it? She landed on her feet, Tissen closing the distance. He was less of a blurry mass now, more of a man-shaped thing with legs, arms and a barely discernible weapon. Dashing back, she fired her bow, cursing inwardly as she knew they went wide of their mark. Then her dash was abruptly cut short as she slammed into the wall of the dome, stumbling and losing her footing. Immediately, she pushed her hand into the ground, shoving herself to the side, and not a second too late. Desperately, she crawled to her feet, unleashing a hail of poorly powered shots as she did so. She couldn't run and shoot here. The hundreds and hundreds of yards they had traveled before were not available to her. She had 50 yards to work with, at most, and that was that. Tissen came at her again, setting into a series of quick stabs and slashes. Masaka dodged, evaded, and blocked as best she could. On the one hand, the picture before her was becoming clearer and clearer, like a vision of black and light blue. Tissen's face and body was featureless, but she could make out his limbs and weapon clearly now, able to evade his attacks with precision. On the other hand, she was bleeding and in pain, and he showed no signs of stopping. She stumbled, nearly losing her footing, and Tissen kicked her. She caught her fall with her hands, propping herself up, but she felt his blade cut across her shoulder blades as she got up. She let out a soundless yelp and spun around, letting out a hail of arrows. This time she knew some hit home, she could feel them. She could feel everything. Gritting her teeth with desperation, she pulled up the bowstring, charging a shot. It was time to win or to lose, because if she didn't find a way, if she couldn't try now, then it was a sure loss as time went on. Skipping back as far as she dared, she waited for him to come to her. Not a second later he was upon her, stabbing his weapon forward. Masaka took one last deep breath. This had better work, because she had all of one tries. As the blade came forward, precise and aim for her heart, she let go of the bowstring, holding the shot back for just a moment through sheer force of will. Sensing the blade, she grabbed it with her free hand. The edge cut into her palm, adding yet another injury, and she hoped it would work. It wasn't impossible, she knew, but it was almost unheard of to directly influence the Ryotsu of another being. Drawing power from a passive environment was one thing, but to change power already harnessed by the will of somebody else? Then again, it only needed to work partly. She held onto the blade furiously as it came in and pushed it aside, ignoring the pain. Then, as Tissen came in, she let the shot fly, point blank. She could see and hear him now, hear the gasp he let out, the sound of pain. It had taken all of a second, but she knew it was over. Around her, the dome was collapsing, and the world was becoming normal. The return of sound felt unbearably loud for a second before she became accustomed, and the return of light almost blinding, but she needn't have worried about being disoriented. As she blinked, bow at the ready, she made out the shape of Tissen, bent down to one knee. As badly injured as she was, she had given him worse, it seemed. Blood flowed freely from a large hole in his chest where the shot had hit home, and he was breathing feverishly, clutching at it. "You can't blind a Quincy," Masaka said firmly, "not here, not like this. It looks like you underestimated me after all." Tissen didn't reply, seemingly lost in shock. Masaka strung her bow, aiming it at his head. Here and now, it would be easy. Let the bow straighten, the string loose, and an arrow would strike square into his skull. Even a Shinigami couldn't survive that. Her hand trembled a little, and her eyes narrowed. Then she sighed, and lowered the bow. At the end of the day, she wasn't a warrior. She was a wife and a mother, and she wasn't here to kill people. That wasn't to say she was going to be nice about it. Quickly she stepped closer and slammed her bow into his jaw, knocking out the captain. Taking a couple more steps, she sunk to her knees and rested herself against a tree. Her injuries were catching up with her. Well, at least I did my part. As he felt the thrums of battle resonate across the forested area around the foot of the hill, Jin stood face to face with the grinning, demonic figure of Zaraki Kenpeki and felt something. Ichimaru Jin was, contrary to what some believed, anything but insane. In his own way, he was a very rational person, as tended to be the case when one wasn't held back by pesky emotions like empathy for others. With a mind like a very sharp, crooked knife, he viewed the world through a lens of logic, personal drive, and the occasional homicidal urge. He was not afraid. Fear was an emotion that had never come naturally to him. It was one of the many ways he had noticed early on that he was different from the others, singular and alone. But staring down the madman, he felt concerned. He was used to being feared. Even Kira Izuru, who idolized him, was a little uneasy around him. It was an effect he had always had on people around him, one that he had gladly cultivated. Being feared meant one had power over people's minds, and when one had that, one could do almost anything one wanted. Only a handful of people in the Godai were unimpressed by his down-low antics. The senior captains, of course. Rangiku, the only person to see the inside of him and not recoil in terror. Aizen, who was just as cold and ruthless but hid it behind the pretense of righteousness. And Zaraki Kenpeki, a monster who knew no fear, because he was fear incarnate, too blood-maddened to ever fear for himself or those close to him. Jin didn't like that, because people without fear were irrational and dangerous, and beyond the reach of his favorite weapon, his tongue. Not to mention that the man was insanely powerful. Jin had been hailed a prodigy in his time, and had earned his captaincy without even needing Aizen to help him, but Kenpeki was a liability, a danger to his real goals. He was not keen on taking him on, at all, but Aizen had given him a command, and outright refusing was not an option. Playing into the man's ego wasn't difficult, he was far from above manipulation, but that required obedience. He had no tolerance for insubordination, and Jin was not keen on being cut down. Not yet. "See," Jin started, "I ain't sure I'd be a good fit for ya, Captain Zaraki. Jews like ya said, I'm all scrawny. Wouldn't last a minute against ya, me." "Good," Kenpeki rumbled. "See, I don't give a fuck about ya, but ya stand in the way of me getting what I want. Hell of a weird thing for me to say, but I don't care about fighting ya. But she won't give me a rematch if I don't. So." Done talking, he brought his blade down fiercely, intent on taking Jin's head off. With casual ease, Jin skipped back a step, avoiding the blade, quickly bringing up his own. Kenpeki followed up with another slash, and another, and Jin dodged and evaded, eventually forced to block with his short Zanpakuto. Kenpeki's strength was tremendous, and Jin felt the impact shake him down to his very bones. Launching himself into the air, he somersaulted, and took aim with Shinsu in a split second. "Shoot to kill," he whispered, and the blade shot out, eager for blood. Sure enough, the blade found its mark, running through Kenpei's shoulder, but like a juggernaut the wild captain charged forward as Jin retracted the blade for another strike, ignoring the wound entirely, laughing with excitement as he brought up his arm for a wide, strong sideways slash. Jin landed on his feet, bending his knees, feeling the rush of air as the slash passed less than an inch over his back as he dodged low. Letting his blade extend, Jin leaped to the side, Kenpei already coming in with another slash. Again his blade found its mark, and again, Kenpei showed no sign of it affecting him, despite the blood gushing down from where Jin had cut him. "Come on, ya pansy!" he bellowed excitably at Jin, "Stop hitting me with those pinpricks and hurt me, or I'll just kill ya." Jin's face was expressionless as he let Shinsu extend a little and parried a series of quick slashes before finding an opening, sliding under Kenpei's guard, and raking his blade across the berserker's side while moving past him. Where was this supposed to go? Against almost anyone, Jin could hurt them badly enough that his superior skill would let him gain an edge over time. His Zanpakuto was built for quick, nasty stabs, and against almost anyone, that would be more than enough. But Zaraki Kenpei wasn't anyone. Zaraki Kenpei shrugged off damage like it was the sting of a mosquito. Keeping his head level as he evaded another set of attacks, Jin thought it through. Could he beat him? Undoubtedly. The difference wasn't even close to being so vast that it was a hopeless fight. However, it was a fight of a kind Jin had no experience with, against a fearless, ludicrously durable opponent. His Bankai wouldn't necessarily do that much. There was always that ability, which was bound to kill even a demon. But on the other hand, Aizen might be watching, and even the off chance that he might see Jin's ace in the hole meant it was off the table entirely. For now he had to fight, at least for a while, but since Aizen's plan was drawing to a close, he'd have a good excuse to bail in due time. As it stood, he could perhaps draw it out, but that might cause some questions, and Jin was not in the mood to play that game. There was nothing for it. Gracefully dodging under another slash, Jin skipped back a good 20 yards, using Shunpo. Looking amused, Kenpei put the blade over his shoulder, slowly walking toward him. "I don't got a clock on me, but I'm betting this is more than a minute." Jin sighed. "It looks like I have no choice but to fight, then. I'd say something else, but it would be wasted on you." He let his Ryutsu surge, and held out his Shinsu under his sleeve. "Bankai, Kamishinai no Yuri." At 175,000 meters per second, his blade extended, cutting through Kenpei's chest with ease. Its power had increased tenfold, and Jin felt a small pang of satisfaction as Kenpei's mouth turned into a smooth O, clearly shocked by the impact. "I'd explain it to you, but it'd be a waste of my time," Jin said, cheerily, his voice calm and clear, dropping his thick accent, "so just do me a favor and die, okay?" The blade retracted and sped back at Kenpei, hitting him square in the chest. The blade retracted again. Giving him these injuries hadn't taken a second, all in all, and the berserker staggered. Shocked from the impact, he nearly went down to one knee. Then his mouth turned back into a wide grin, and Jin knew it had been too early to gloat. "That's more like it," he snarled happily, and reached for his eye patch. He pulled it off, and even Jin felt overwhelmed by the explosion of spiritual energy. The trees around Kenpei uprooted or flat out broke, spraying splinters across the forest floor. This was what he had kept back, all this time. Glowing yellow with power, Kenpei put his free arm to his neck, casually stretching it, as if to ease a cramp or swat a fly. "Don't reckon I had cause to take that thing off so soon after using it already before," he said, sounding pleased, as he slid the eye patch into a pocket. Deliberately slowly, he held his sword out to the side, before making a quick cut. There was a rush of power, and some 100 yards next to him, tree after tree was cut off, falling to the forest floor. Jin looked carefully, feeling very concerned. Letting out a happy roar, Kenpei charged with the unstoppable force of a juggernaut, the earth seeming to tremble under his steps. Jin simply threw himself aside as Kenpei came in, unwilling to take him head-on, and as he nimbly landed on his feet, he let Kamishinai no Yuri surge out. The blade hit well and true, but unlike before, it wouldn't penetrate, only piercing an inch or two before it stopped. It felt like his Zanpakuto had slammed into a metaphorical brick wall. "Ain't gonna cut it." Kenpeka bellowed, and with surprising agility he turned on a dime and charged right at Jin. "Come on, scrawny, ya call that a bankai? I know old women that hit harder than that." Jin let his blade elongate as the demon closed in, letting him at least counter the man's superior reach. His every sense on edge, he dodged the first cut and skipped back, only to find Kenpeka already upon him again. Jin parried the next slash, diverting the power aside, and felt his arms go numb with the shock of raw power from Kenpeka's strike. Working off of muscle memory alone, he parried, dodged, and evaded, using every bit of his prodigious skill set to simply survive. As the battle settled into the more familiar territory of slashes and stabs, as Jin begun to adjust to the overwhelming power of Kenpeka, he collected his thoughts. Compared to his own, Zaraki Kenpeka's swordplay was pitiful. He swung his blade like a club, like some blunt murder instrument, with neither technique nor any kind of finesse. He had a crude kind of skill with it, certainly, and there were no wasted moments, his attacks relentless, but even so, Jin wasn't being touched. Bending back, evading a stab that would have skewered him, Jin flipped into a backward handspring, letting the length of his blade surge out as he was midair. It impacted well and true, and Jin let the force of the strike propel him further back, landing on his feet, sliding a little. Another wound had cut into Kenpeka's chest, a little deeper this time, but the demon seemed unaffected. Howling with joy, he charged at Jin again, more quickly than a man his size had any right to do. That was the most damnable thing. No matter how skilled Jin was, no matter how he dodged and outperformed his enemy, Zaraki could still take the hits and keep coming. Unleashing a storm of blade shots, his sword extending and retracting over and over, Kenpeka still came forward, heedless of the dozen or so stab injuries he suffered before reaching Jin. Jin dodged under the first attack, a wide slash, and stabbed upward, intent on running the demon through. The blade went into Kenpeka's gut, and grabbing the blade with both hands, Jin pushed upward, determined to make it count. Inside Kenpeka's guard, with Jin's sword sunk to the hilt into his body, the demon had no way of easily swinging back. However, Kenpeka was far from helpless. With his free hand he made a fist which he slammed into Jin's jaw with authority. Still holding on to his blade, almost unconsciously letting it retract, Jin reeled back, losing his footing. He quickly propped himself up, the world spinning from the hit he had taken, and only barely avoided being cut in half. He rolled back, getting to his feet, but he was unable to dodge as Kenpeka came in again. The blade raked across Jin's chest as he got up, the cut shallow but powerful, and he felt a surge of pain. It was like lightning, reminding him of crueler times, and he only barely got his guard up in time to fight back. Fighting against the pain, the hot sensation of blood pouring down his chest, Jin knew it would only be a matter of time until bad went to worse, and worse went to catastrophic. "Come on, come on, come on!" Kenpeka hollered, slamming his blade down like a smith's hammer on his anvil. "Faster! Harder! Hurt me more, ya little shit! Don't tell me that creepy face ya keep was all for show." Dodging under a fierce horizontal slash, Jin crouched and went into a roll, ignoring the shot of pain as he did it. He got to his feet just as Kenpeka spun around, and Jin skipped back, dashing to the side. His opponent was as relentless as ever, mowing down a tree in yet another charge, but Jin wasn't looking to fight. To hell with this. Legendary feats, like beating the demon of Zaraki, that was best left to heroic suckers like Erza Scarlet. Jin had a role to play, and dying in this forest wasn't it. As Kenpeka came in, Jin aimed low with his bankai, and let the blade surge forward. It ran through Kenpeka's left leg, just above the ankle, anchoring him to the ground. "Think that'll stop me?" Kenpeka said, leering madly. Jin was just out of his reach, and had no doubt the man was mad enough to sacrifice a limb if he had to. "Doesn't have to," Jin said, letting his evil smile return to his face, as he quickly muttered an incantation, Bakudo 61, Rakyukoro. Around Kenpeka, 6 glowing rods of Kido energy formed, holding him in place. The spell was well executed, as Jin had been more than competent in all the Shinigami arts, but he knew it wouldn't last long. Already, it groaned as it strained to contain Zaraki's raw power. "Ya gotta be kiddin' me," Kenpeka said, sounding like somebody had just told him a good joke. "Kido? I don't need more than a few seconds, punk." "More than enough," Jin said, and gave Kenpeka a mocking salute. "But bye, Kenpeka. See ya around." With that he skipped back into the forest, leaving the demon as far behind as quickly as his injured body would allow him. Kenpeka could be fast, sure enough, but he would not be able to track Jin. It was well known he had little to no skill outside of raw fighting. "Hey! Come back!" Kenpeka snarled, and the Kido cracked, breaking only a second later. "I ain't finished with ya. Get back here and fight." But it was too late. Jin was out of sight, already at least 100 yards away. Kenpeka swore. "Damned coward!" Erza charged forward, the black, two-handed sword render held in both hands. She leapt through the air, slamming it down on Komamura. The giant captain blocked it, straining just a little. Moving her arms as quick as the great sword would allow her, Erza pushed him relentlessly, trying to overwhelm him through sheer force. That, unfortunately, was rather like trying to drown out the sea itself. Komamura was nothing if not powerful, weathering her swings with stoic precision, blocking and parrying. This close up, he couldn't use his giant's blade, but the captain was not left wanting in terms of close-quarter combat. Erza let out a loud cry, swinging her blade low. With surprising agility, Komamura jumped over the slash and lashed out with one massive foot, catching Erza in the chest. She staggered back, losing her footing, the air pushed from her lungs. She lost render, and as she got to her feet she was disarmed, struggling to breathe. Komamura, however, was not taking advantage of the opportunity. Quietly he towered above her, as she desperately fought to regain her breath. Drawing in air forcibly, she stood uncertainly on her feet. Render was some 2 feet away, and he was closer to it than she was. "Pick up your sword, Erza Scarlet." There was no mistaking the commanding tone of his deep voice. He wanted to fight her head-on. Keeping an eye on him, still uncertain, Erza took hold of her blade and held it up. As soon as she had taken a stance, Komamura came down on her furiously, and she was hard-pressed to parry. The blade was slowing her down, too heavy to be an effective defensive weapon. Rolling to the side under a sideways cut, she let the Zanpakuta shift its form, changing to 2 long swords again. She had hoped to fight fire with fire, one heavy blade for another, but he had proven too strong. Now, she had to play to another strength entirely. With agility she jumped back from a wide, heavy swing, then closed the distance, working her 2 swords in tandem, lightning quick. They didn't have nearly the same cutting power, but under the vicious barrage of quick attacks, Komamura began to get pushed back. Sensing an opportunity, Erza stabbed high, and as Komamura parried she cut low, intending to cut his leg. That was how to beat somebody that much bigger. But no. The blade sheared through the fabric of his hakama pants easily enough, but there was a clang as her blade hit something solid. Komamura lashed out with his foot, catching her in the chest, sending her flying back. Armor. He was wearing armor underneath. As much as it frustrated her to have the air knocked out of her lungs again, Erza couldn't help but feel impressed. "Not bad," she said after landing on her feet, panting heavily. "I will cut him at the knee, and weaken him, allowing me to gain the advantage in the long run," Komamura said, his voice surprisingly soft. "Is that not what you thought?" Erza nodded. "About right. Size comes with strengths and it comes with weaknesses," Komamura said, assuming a stance, "in my case meaning that I am easier to hit. I learned the hard way what spots my enemy's favor. A soldier must not only strive to be the strongest he can be, but to find his weakness and purge it." He raised his blade, and from above the giant's blade came down on her. Erza jumped aside, the shock of the blade's impact nearly throwing her off balance. As she landed, a mailed fist the size of a truck slammed into her from the air, but Erza was ready, blocking it just barely. She was thrown to the ground, and her knees screamed in protest as she flipped around in the air and slammed into the ground feet first. The blade came down again, just as Erza had expected. This time she waited for it to come close, then dashed to the side and jumped up, using the blade itself as a springboard to move forward. Knowing she had only moments, she dashed forward, up the blade's length, then jumped through the air, blades at the ready. Komamura frowned and took a step back, readily facing her aerial assault. He blocked the first strike, not even flinching as Erza impacted, and the second strike bounced harmlessly off his shoulder guard. However, Erza was back in close, just where she wanted to be. Bouncing back to the ground, she nimbly set into a quick series of thrusts and slashes, testing Komamura's defense to its utmost. He let out a loud rumble, stepped back, and caught one of her blades with the armored plating on his forearm, his sword arm lunging forward in a quick slash. Erza somersaulted forward, both blades aimed at his head. He was much too dangerous to hold back, she realized, and if that meant killing him, well, she couldn't afford to lose. Her twin blades slammed into his helmet, and Erza realized she needn't have worried, it was sturdy enough that both her weapons clanged harmlessly off it. Erza quickly put a foot into his shoulder, launching herself back. However, as she landed, she saw that it wasn't as sturdy as she had expected. The helmet was breaking. Parts of it were falling off, and cracks spread around it rapidly. Despite its imposing look, it was clearly not meant for combat. Then, what? Damn! Komamura said, distractedly reaching for the failing piece of armor with his free hand. It crumbled at his touch, like old and frail pottery, and as the pieces fell to the ground, Erza saw his face for the first time. She blinked. So, you see my true face, then, Komamura said, through gritted teeth, staring at her with anger. Erza blinked again. She had expected perhaps the square-jawed face of a warrior, perhaps too scarred and ugly to want to show his face to the world, perhaps too dedicated to his role as a leader and a soldier to want to draw attention to his features. Instead, there was what looked like a fox's head, but with the stockier, heavier features of a dog. Red-brown silky fur cut off at the cheeks to give way to white fur. A long snout, framing 2 rows of sharp teeth. It looked rather elegant, actually. Oh, she said. Struck mute by it. Komamura said angrily, sounding different, a far cry from the composed, stern warrior he had been a minute before. This hideous form is not my choice, Erza Scarlet. Hideous? Erza said, blinking. Just so you know, where I originally came from, we had talking cats. Actual talking cats. Or one, at least. As far as I'm concerned, this isn't all that weird. Oh, Komamura said. That is good, then. Talking cats. Yes. Really, Erza said, needing to remind herself that this was, in fact, a battle. Komamura seemed to have remembered it, too, and grasped his sword firmly. Look, Erza said quickly, you don't have to do this. I'm not here to destroy the Godii, or whatever. I'm only here for Rukia, and you know she doesn't deserve to die. You're an honorable, person, Komamura Sajin. Stand down. Let me pass, and you have my word all I'll do is get Rukia. Your word, Komamura said, looking her in the eye. Yes, Erza said firmly, and nodded. And what happens when another captain tries to stop you? Will you not fight to defend yourself? To end their lives if necessary. I trust your word, Komamura said, shaking his head. No matter the charges against you, you act like a woman of honor. But nevertheless, I cannot stand down. I owe a debt of fealty and gratitude to Venerable Yamamoto Shigekuni Genryusai, and I could never face him knowing that I let the enemy escape, regardless of whether I find them sympathetic or not. If you understand honor, if you understand loyalty, you will not ask me this again. Erza sighed, and nodded. It was worth trying. It always is. Komamura gave her an odd glance. Would that our viewpoints were not opposed, Scarlet. You would make a better captain than some I could mention. You have no idea, Erza muttered. Enough. We both know, I think, that this battle cannot be resolved without the both of us going all out. We must both release our Bankai. Neither of us could reasonably expect to beat the other without it. Call yours forth, and I shall do the same in turn. Erza gripped her blades tightly. I agree. She let her Ryotsu surge, and held out her blades. She was only a little worn from fighting as of yet, this shouldn't be a problem. Bankai. Tetsukan Yasiitama. As she cried the words, she was encased in light, and as it faded away, she was clad in magnificent plate armor, a silvery gray covering her from top to toe, leaving only her face bare. "Good," Komamura said, giving her a respectful nod, "Bankai. Kokujo Tenjin Mayu Ou." There was a rush of power, and behind him the giant manifested. She had seen its hands and feet, but seeing it tower over her, some 100 yards tall, was something else entirely. It looked like a bulky samurai, clad in full armor. It had a horned helmet, and over its face was an inscrutable red mask, half of it covered by a strip of cloth, although as far as Erza knew, that was its face. She swallowed. Well, that was fitting, at least. The giant raised its blade, and with surprising speed, its attack came down. Erza jumped back, trying to get away, but she underestimated its reach and speed. The blade slammed into her, and panicking, she brought her blades up to block while trying still to get out of its way. She had thought that, having beaten Zaraki Kenpeke, weathering the worst of his strength, she had seen the worst the Godai could throw her way, bar old Yamamoto himself. As the giant's blade impacted, she found she had been very, very wrong. She had managed to avoid being hit directly, the blade glancing her, but it was still enough to almost knock her unconscious. She was sent flying into the ground, a crater forming around where she had impacted. Blood trailing down her forehead, she forced herself to get up, her body trembling something fierce. Komamura wasn't striking again, and she knew she was lucky he wasn't more ruthless. Her blades were ruined. Both of them were a sad mess, broken off an inch or two above the hilt. Her armor was all but destroyed, small little pieces of it still hanging onto her waist. Half her shiakusho had been torn off in the impact, blood trailing down from a nasty injury on her left shoulder. She was covered in dirt, blood, and small pieces of metal, and she struggled simply to remain standing. This was power, awesome and terrifying power, of a kind that put even Kenpeke to shame. She was breathing raggedly. The world seemed a blur. She had dirt up to her ankles, and wanted very much just to fall unconscious. But, she knew she couldn't. Pain was your body lying to you. Pain was a lie, because it stood in the way of what you could really do if you put your mind to it. With determination, she marched out of the crater, putting one foot in front of the other. She took a deep breath, fought off a wave of haziness, and called upon her Zanpakuto. Singing with approval, Tetsu no Tama changed her armor according to her will. On her body, the resplendent scale mail that was Heaven's Wheel materialized, its wings spreading behind her back, and she felt herself uplifted. In her hands, the great axe breaker manifested, and she spat at the ground. "Good hit," she said. Then, she let her wings flap, and she took to the air. Kokujo Tenjin Mayu Ou swung at her again, but its terrifying sword swung past her as she nimbly jinked out of its way. Soaring around it, she got a closer look at it. The thing was truly massive, a giant as true as there could ever be, and as powerful as it looked. It swung again, and again, but Erza was too agile, soaring around it like an annoying little fly, too quick to catch. Spreading her wings, she let a rain of spikes fly down, aiming for Komamura. Hundreds of sharp blades came down upon him in a matter of seconds. The captain quickly moved his hand, and responding to its master's call, the free hand of the giant shielded Komamura, the hail of blades clattering harmlessly against its armor. Sailing through the air, Erza frowned. The giant was tough, not that her blades could be expected to do all that much damage, but it had shrugged them off like they were nothing. Flying under yet another swing, she decided to change her strategy. Heaven's Wheel was good enough to keep moving, but she needed to do some damage. Surging upward with a mighty push from her wings, she let the armor shift midair, the shimmering scale mail giving way to the black and orange plate of her Flame Empress armor. Letting out a gust of fire, the push back of it briefly keeping her from falling, she quickly changed back to Heaven's Wheel. The fire impacted with the giant's head, but it seemed barely to notice it. Its armor was a little scorched, but nothing else seemed to come of it. Well, that was that. She had tested its defenses, and had found it too strong for normal ranged attacks. Once more she let her armor shift, this time into black plate, the form of purgatory coming manifest. Breaker held firmly in both hands, she let herself fall downward, toward the giant. The Bankai swung its gigantic blade at her, anticipating her descent, but Erza was ready. Charging one fist with raw Keto energy without even bothering with an incantation, she let it explode, increasing her speed just a little. The blade passed over her, much too close for her liking. Knowing she had just the one chance before she hit the ground again, Erza gripped the great axe firmly, let out a loud cry, and slammed her weapon into the giant's chest. The impact hurt her arms, and she feared her weapon would break under the pressure. However, as she bounced off the giant's chest, toward the ground, she could see her weapon hole in a crack in the giant's chest plate. It reeled back, and Erza smiled as she landed. It was big, all right, but not invincible. The giant had lost its balance, seeming not to have expected such a powerful attack, and took 2 steps backward before collapsing into a large pond Erza hadn't even noticed before. Komamura let out a loud cry, and turned to face the giant, concern written on his canine face. The giant hadn't fallen over entirely, having caught its fall with its free arm, and was already propping itself up, slowly. A thought came to Erza, and she raced toward the pond in her swiftest shunpo, her armor shifting into the white and gold of her lightning empress. Launching herself into the air, she let her form crackle with electricity, and drawing from the core of her own Ryotsu, she let out a large blast of electricity. There was no need to aim, all she had to do was hit the pond's surface. As the uncontrolled bolt of lightning struck, Kokujo Tenjin Myuou twitched and trembled, his form ravaged by electricity. As Erza stood back, she watched it weather the storm and slowly raise its leg, taking a step out of the pond. Erza let out another blast of electricity, and again it trembled and shook, but steeling itself, it nevertheless found the power to step out of the pond. "You think that is enough, Erza Scarlet?" Komamura bellowed. The hairs on his head and, well, entire face and body stood out on end, as if he had shared the shock of his Bankai. "Wait a minute. If so, you are sorely mistaken. Kokujo Tenjin Myuou. Show her your strength." Furiously, the giant swung down on Erza, who tried to jump out of the way. It was quicker than anything its size had any right to be, and Erza was too close. As if guided by some unseen hand, the sword came at her, and it was only by the barest margin that she avoided being struck head-on. Flung like a rag doll as the blade's edge grazed her, the lightning empress was shattered and broken as badly as her base armor, and Erza gracelessly slammed into the ground, tumbling across the ruined forest floor, thrown several hundred yards. The giant was already walking toward her, closing the distance with titanic steps, the ground thundering under it, Komamura following close by it. Breathing heavily, Erza forced herself to stand. That damned thing, one good hit, and she would be dead. It had already destroyed 2 sets of armor, and Tetsu no Tama was not pleased, shouting indignant cries in her head, calling for the giant's execution. "Do you see now?" Komamura said, having closed the distance along with his Bankai. He'd have to have used Shunpo just to keep up with it, Erza figured. "Do you see that it is useless? You are strong, Erza Scarlet, but you are inexperienced. What point is there to futility? End this madness. Surrender. Seek penance for your crimes. I will guarantee you humane treatment in a fair trial. Give up, or I will be forced to kill you." Erza took a couple of heavy breaths before she answered. "What was it you said before?" she said, grasping her axe firmly, slowly standing upright in front of her foe. "That you owe a debt of loyalty to Yamamoto? That this is why you cannot step down?" "I did," Komamura said, and nodded. "Well," Erza said, her broken armor coming aglow as she started to call upon her Zanpakuto, "I owe the same kind of debt to my friends. I may not be sworn to serve anyone, but for them, I'd die if they needed me to. Suffering, death, it's worth it if it's for the right people. I can't back down, so don't ask me to." Komamura's eyes narrowed. "A commendable answer, Erza Scarlet. It truly is a shame." He raised his blade, and in tandem with its owner, so did his Bankai. The blade was coming down and Erza, still shell-shocked from that last hit, knew she had only one option. As the giant's sword fell, her armor shifted and changed, settling only moments before the weapon reached her. There was a thunderous clap as the blade slammed into her, the ground rumbling under the raw power of its strike. A cloud of dust and debris rose, and Komamura stoically stood there, waiting for it to settle. Had it been enough? But as the dust sunk back to the ground he saw something both relieving and frustrating. Erza had endured the hit head-on, having donned a thick, bulky armor. Colored white and blue, it had a thick shield erected over it. His Bankai's blade had dented it, and it was cracking from the blow his Bankai had dealt, but it was holding nonetheless. Erza breathed a sigh of relief. She had eschewed her weapon for defense, the adamantine armor being the only choice left. The shield cracked and broke as the giant pulled back its blade, and she took another deep breath, feeling dizzy. That hit was ridiculous, and she suspected Komamura hadn't expected her to defend it. If he had, he might have tried harder, and then she really would have been an unpleasant stain on the ground. Still, it wasn't over. Not for as long as she was standing. At her command the armor changed once again, this time into the yellow giant's armor, huge pauldrons adorning her shoulders and a simple black cross across her chest. Giving her no more time to react, the giant struck again, and Erza skipped back, just barely missing the enormous weapon as it bore down, the shockwave of it impacting the ground nearly throwing her off balance. She let the armor's lance manifest in her arms, landed smoothly on the ground or as smoothly as circumstances allowed, at least, and dashed to the side and forward. Already the giant struck at her again, but she was closing in quickly. Kokyojo Tenjin Myuoyu's reach was immense, but a weapon that size was also that much more difficult to use up close, a fact Erza was counting on. Coming in closer, she readied her lance, and standing some 40 yards away, she let its jet-like thrusters loose. "De Malevolence!" she cried. Flying forward, the spear impacted with the giant's chest. Being that large, it was not a difficult target to hit. As the lance struck, it exploded, and once again the Bankai reeled back. Knowing her opportunity was now, Erza switched once more into her purgatory armor, render manifesting in her hands. Taking a moment to charge a bit of energy, Erza knew she only had so long to act. If she could hit it just once, with all she had left. Jumping upward with all her might, she held her sword up high, putting all the energy she dared into it. Letting out a battle cry, she waited until she had reached its midsection, then slammed render into its armor. "Dragon Strike!" she roared, the energy discharging at once like a bomb, tearing through the giant's armor. Reeling back again, it lost its footing, and Erza lost her balance as she fell to the ground. Hitting the ground with a thud, she fervently tried to find her footing, to get up, knowing Komamura could be anywhere, could be coming for her any time now. But as she stood up, she realized he wouldn't be going anywhere anytime soon. The captain lay on the ground, and Erza could feel his Bankai dissolving behind her. There was a nasty slash across his chest, right where she had struck Kokyojo Tenjin Myuoyu. He was still holding on to his sword, but seemed to lack the power to raise it, and he stared at her defiantly. "So, that is it, then," Erza said, as she walked up to Komamura. Her legs felt heavy, and she was sure she had broken a few ribs, and quite likely fractured her right arm, too. "Your Bankai is immensely powerful, but you share any damage it takes." "All things come with strengths and weaknesses," Komamura said slowly, his voice a wheeze. "All power has its price. As you well should know." "Scarlet." She nodded. "You are right." "Enough," Komamura said, and coughed. "I will waste no time on dramatic last words. Do as you must." Erza's armor glowed briefly, then dissolved as she sealed her Bankai. Demonstratively, she sheathed her sword. "I didn't kill Zaraki Kenpeke, and he is a right bastard," she said, shaking her head, "so why should I kill a good man?" "I am no man," Komamura said disdainfully. "Because you have fur? Because your face is long and your teeth sharp?" Erza said dismissively. "Zaraki Kenpeke has fingers, teeth, and a nose, and he is a horrible person through and through. So is Ichimaru Jin, or Kuratsuke Mayuri. With a spirit as noble as yours, why would you ever be ashamed? When you are a better man than any of the monsters who wear the face of a man." "I..." Komamura said hesitantly. "Are you sure you can't just kill me?" "Not a chance," Erza said, shaking her head. "You are remarkable, Erza Scarlet," Komamura said quietly. "I regret my own weakness, that I was unable to defeat you, but in defeat, there are worse ways to fall. Back in my old home, when I was alive," Erza said, and took a step forward, where we had talking cats. I think you'd have fit in, and not on account of your fur. Stiff as you are, you would be fairy tale material. Thanks. Komamura said. Erza shook her head again, and despite the pains running through her body, she smiled. It's as big a compliment as I can give, even though you don't understand. For now. I have to go. Make sure to live, Seijin. The captain nodded, exhausted and in pain, and Erza walked forward, up the path toward the hill. She had only gotten some 20 paces before she collapsed, falling to her knees, the world spinning. The fight had taken a lot out of her, and she was injured. She really hoped Tatsuki and Orium would be on time. Healing would be pretty useful right now. Captain, are you sure this is where we should be? Isane was fidgeting nervously, which in itself wasn't unusual, but she had been particularly on edge the last few days. It wasn't too strange, Anohana had thought, given the circumstances. Right now, though, as the two of them headed into the bowels of the Central 46 headquarters, she needed the both of them at their best. At ease, Isane, she said soothingly. It's just, we were supposed to be at the execution. Isane muttered. This is more important, Anohana said, her voice quietly firm. Yamamoto was a stern old man, but if he had a soft spot for his students, then he knew better than to try and put Anohana Retsu in her place. She should be at the site of the execution, which should be over by now. Anyhow, it was well past noon. This excursion wasn't out of rebelliousness, tardiness, poor planning, or disdain for the act itself. It was because something wasn't right. The more she had examined Aizen Sosuke's body, the more she had felt off. Something about it had smelled, literally and metaphorically, and that smell had turned into a stink. It was all too neat. The evidence of her eyes could find nothing wrong with it, but the machine had kept finding little variables well off where they should have been. The closer she had looked, the more strongly she had felt that nothing could possibly wrong. In the millennia she had lived, Anohana Retsu had seen and learned many things, including a mastery of Kido, and the magic only a Zanpakuto could provide. Such effects read like the work of an enemy Zanpakuto, subtle but direct. This in itself was mysterious, but not much of a cause for suspicion she could just be wrong. But then she had taken a closer look at the Central 46. For the last week or so, they had been almost entirely silent. Not entirely unheard of, but odd. The only decrees they had made were with regard to Kukaki Rukia's execution. It was almost as if they were fixated on her. As if her dying was the only thing they cared about. The Central being petty, obsessive, and unfair in their application of justice was nothing new. They were what happened when black and white thinking met too much power, the crankiness of old age, and absolutely nobody to challenge them. But, it was plain as day that Rukia's punishment was completely unjust by the standards of their law. Anohana's first thought, back when she heard of it, was that there was some sort of example to be made. Then, looking at it more closely, she had wondered if there was a grudge against the Kukaki. But that made no sense. The members of the Central were chosen by the Soul King's representatives directly, heedless of political affiliation, and neutrality was a core trait that was looked for. Not a grudge. Not an example. And Aizen Sosuke. Was it possible that he had faked his death? But, why would he? All of this was circumstantial. It was nothing nearly strong enough to bring to the attention of Yamamoto, who would never consider investigating the Council of Sages without very good reason. So, on this day when she knew the old man would be busy, she had taken Isane with her and headed to the Central 46 as soon as the morning's work was wrapped up. All she needed to know was that the Council, which had been isolated from the world for a while now, was all right. All she needed to do was confirm that her hunch was wrong. "Captain, we're really not supposed to be here," Isane hissed, whispering the words out urgently. "These are off limits for anyone but the judges themselves. Aren't you wondering why there are no guards here?" Anohana said calmly. I suppose it's weird," Isane said nervously, "but that's the main chamber right there, and we can't just barge in, Captain Dash." Heedless of her vice-captain's protests, Anohana opened the doors to the great chambers. The stench preceded everything else. Washing over them like a wind of pestilence, it was the familiar smell of decaying bodies. Isane gagged, nearly retching, and Anohana felt a tinge of nausea herself. Stoically she walked into the chamber proper. It was a massacre. Kneeling by one of the corpses, she kept herself objective, focused on the issue at hand. Judging by the state of decay, they had been dead for at least a week, probably closer to 2. Oh my goodness! Isane said weakly. What the hell happened here? Anohana looked around. It was the work of a sword, clearly. Somebody had taken the time to stab, slash, and hack their way through each member of the Central 46. At least 2 weeks ago. This meant a lot of things were clearer, if rather a lot darker. Isane, she said calmly, I need you to set up a wide-range keto. We have to alert the rest of the Goti. It was just before noon, and Rukia stood dressed in white, left before the weapon that would end her life. She had told herself she was at peace. She had told herself that death would come, if not as a relief, then as an acceptable, final end, a penance for her sins. She had told herself that she was ready to die. Standing before the Sokyoku, the massive, magical executioner's halberd, she knew she had been lying to herself. Behind her was the contraption that would raise her into the air, holding her in place until the halberd had burned her very existence away. She felt nauseous, weak, and barely able to stand, and the prolonged weakness of being kept in a cell with riot suppressants for weeks was only part of it. Staring up at the blade, sealed but deadly, she was filled with regret. Regret that she hadn't done more with her life. Regret that she had outlived so many friends. Regret that she had let her house down and burdened her brother. Regret that her still living friends were going to their graves for her sake. She felt the tug at her wrists as she was hoisted into the air by the magical force of the execution device, held aloft like a woman crucified. She didn't resist, didn't struggle, didn't say a word, but inside, she felt like throwing up. It couldn't end like this. Why? Why was life like this? Why hadn't it been better? Why were they all chasing after her when it was useless? Why couldn't she live just a little more, just a few more moments? She looked down at the captains. There was Yamamoto Shijikuni Genryusai, watching her expressionlessly. There were Kiraku Shunsui and Yukatake Jushiro, her captain, both looking sympathetic. In silence, she watched them, and in silence, they watched her. Unseal the weapon, Yamamoto ordered, and 2 attendants, executioners trained to handle the weapon, undid the wrapping that held it in place. Free of its bindings, the weapon rose to the air, where it burst into flame. It leveled up, aiming toward Rukia like a spear. Kukaki Rukia, Yamamoto said, loud enough that she could hear, but without any trace of judgment in his voice, for your crimes, you have been judged, and today face the full consequences of your actions. In the name of the 13 court guard divisions and in the name of the Soul King, I sentence you to die. The halberd began to move through the air, painfully slowly. Rukia wanted to scream, wanted to shout, wanted to curse them, but couldn't find the energy. All she could do was breathe, quickly and unevenly, sweat running down her forehead. She tugged at her restraints at last, futilely wanting to break free. Not yet. I'm not ready. I don't want to die yet. Chapter 50, The Tearing Chains of Loyalty. Kyoraku Shunsui took off his hat and theatrically fanned himself with it, audibly exhaling. It wasn't particularly warm, but for the pressure hanging over Yukatake Jushiro and himself, it might as well have been the heat of a dry midsummer. In a minute or two, the executioner's halberd would rise to vanquish Kukaki Rukia, and the 2 of them were tense with anticipation. You know, Shunsui said, keeping a flippant, relaxed tone despite the anticipation, this is probably the worst attendance I've ever seen at an execution. It's not a surprise that the likes of Kenpeki or Mayuri would disregard the rules, and Aizen is excused on account of being dead, but the likes of Soifone? Or Taoshiro? In fact, aside from the few captains present, only a few vice-captains were there, too, Abarai Renji, Rod Sentry, Sasuke Chujiro, and Ise Nanao. I can't see our senpai anywhere close, either, Jushiro replied, and frowned. Of course, there's the business further down the hill. Shunsui nodded. Whereas usually it took some effort to sense Ryotsu accurately over a longer distance, one would have to have been blind and deaf not to notice the calamity. Tuan, Komamura, Zaraki, and 2 very strong Ryoka, and even Ichimaru-jin, all entangled in battle. The old man was bound to have noticed it, as well, but had given no orders. Kuriko supposed he expected his captains to handle it by themselves. With all that had been going on, it was no surprise he would insist on this execution going forward according to plan. Terrible as it was also a symbol of Godai authority, something old Yama was bound to want to reaffirm. All the better, Shunsui said quietly, dropping his lackadaisical tone as he sensed the halberd awakening. With only Byakuya and the old man here, it's that much easier. Fighting our sensei is nothing I'd call easy, Shunsui. Shunsui shook his head, and grunted. You're right. Still. Kukaki Byakuya is no slouch either. Oh, I don't think we need to worry about him, Shunsui said, and smiled. What do you mean? Can't you sense it? Shunsui said, and nodded toward the path leading up to the hill. Knight in shining armor, at our 9 o'clock. A strong one, at that. Jushiro furrowed his eyebrows, and sensed. There was indeed an energy coming their way, wild and untamed, but strong nonetheless. The halberd. He warned. He'll make it, Shunsui assured him, besides, who doesn't like a dynamic entry? Can we really rob a young man of a chance at impressing his lady? Of all times to joke around. Jushiro muttered. Rukia was breathing frantically, her chest heaving as she saw the halberd approach. It was coming closer, and it seemed so cruelly slow. Why make the convicted watch their death come closer at such a pace? Why not just get it over with? But she didn't want it over with. She wanted to live, to let it all continue, to maintain her existence until it wasn't possible anymore. Even though she knew it was futile, she struggled against her restraints. She might as well have tried to drain an ocean with a bucket, or lift a mountain, but she tried nonetheless. Not yet. Not yet. The blade came closer, aflame and ready to burn her away, and Rukia closed her eyes, struggling to the last. She could feel its heat, warm and terrifying. But then, after a while, she realized it wasn't getting warmer, and that she wasn't dead. Surprised, she opened her eyes. Shunsui resisted the urge to clap as the red-haired Ryoka ran past the vice-captains at tremendous speed, appearing to surprise even Byakuya. Surging into the air, his sword connected with the executioner's blade, and to everyone's surprise, the weapon was sent reeling back. Shunsui whistled. That was a qualitative dramatic entry if he had ever seen one. Can you at least try to not look like you're enjoying this? Jushiro hissed. I will make no such promises, Shunsui said with a grin. Ichigo was perched on the stand that held up Rukia, sword slung over his shoulder, stubbornly staring down the weapon. I guess it doesn't break that easy, huh? He said. Ichigo. Rukia burst out. He was one of the most likely to come for her, sure, but the idea that he'd actually survived this long was ludicrous. I'm actually Santa Claus. These black clothes, well, what can I say? It's laundry day, he said with a cocky smile. You idiot. Rukia snapped. Her terror and fear of death had been replaced, quite suddenly, with anger. You're throwing your life away. So? It's my life. If I want, I can throw it anywhere I want. I'm not asking to be rescued, you idiot. Rukia sneered, but deep inside, she knew she wanted him to take her down, take her away from here. Please. Didn't I tell you already? Ichigo shot back. You don't get a say. You're the worst rescuer in the history of mankind. Rukia burst out. What kind of savior says that, you don't get a say? What if I'm perfectly at peace with this? Then you're the idiot. Ichigo shot back, you listen here dash. It's coming back. Rukia shouted, her eyes having turned toward the executioner's blade again. It had reeled back, but slowly, it had realigned itself, and was making its way toward Rukia again. Ichigo let out an irritated snarl, and readied his sword. However, they were both surprised when suddenly the weapon was stopped dead in its tracks. Out of nowhere, what looked like a paper scroll wrapped around the length of the weapon's hilt, and slowly it began to be pulled toward the ground. Shocked, they both looked to the ground. Together, The captains Yukatake and Kiraka were holding onto a couple of large, rolled-up scrolls, which Rukia recognized as stored Keto energy of the highest order. "Hey, worst savior!" Kiraka shouted merrily at Ichigo, "I'd get her down from there if I were you." Oh, right," Ichigo mumbled. With haste, he broke her restraints, and heedless of her protests, he grabbed her by her belt, lifting her up. "Ichigo, you stupid dash," Rukia began. "Renji, catch!" he shouted, and simply tossed her. With tremendous force, Rukia went flying toward the ground, screaming her lungs out as she went. Renji, surprised by his sudden action, raced to catch her, the two of them collapsing in an undignified pile on the ground together. "Ichigo, what the hell?" Renji barked. "You are the worst, you moron!" Rukia shouted. "The plan, guys!" Ichigo shouted. "Renji, you know what to do." "You idiot, oh right," Renji said, his shout turning into a mutter. "With me, Abarai," Rod said, having appeared behind Renji's back. "Geez, you scared me there." Renji snapped. "First that idiot Ichigo, now you." "I said with me, Abarai," Rod said as he lifted Rukia, slinging her over his shoulder. "Right," Renji said and nodded, "lead the way." "You are going nowhere." There was no mistaking that cold, controlled voice. Kukaki Byakuya was barring their way, hand on his sword. However, not a second later, Ichigo landed behind him. "I'm not done with you, Kukaki Byakuya," he said firmly. "You two go on. Him and I, we got unfinished business." "You think yourself my equal?" Byakuya sneered. "I'll not let a single one of you dash." A couple of smoke bombs exploded right at his feet, Rod having reached for his pocket. As the smoke cleared, Rod and Renji were already running away. Byakuya took a step to follow, but before he had broken into a run, Ichigo had moved in front of him, using a single shunpo. "Like I said," Ichigo said angrily, "we got unfinished business." "My lord," Sasakaibe Chujiro said, giving Yamamoto a glance. The venerable commander nodded, and immediately, Chujiro broke into a run. The criminal would not escape. Order would be maintained, even in the face of treason on a scale such as this. Captain General Yamamoto Shigekuni Genryusai was a man of firmly disciplined self-control, but Shunsui and Jushiro had learned long ago how to read their master's moods. As the venerable giant approached them, there was no doubt about it, he was furious. The slight tremble in his riot suit, the way he grasped his cane a little more tightly, the way his steps had sped up just slightly. The both of them swallowed, knowing what was to come could very well kill them. Treachery on all sides. My own captains turning against me. But out of all people to throw in with the traitors, I had expected you least of all, he said slowly, and they could hear it in his voice. As controlled as it was, he sounded angry, and hurt. "What madness compelled you, Shunsui, Jushiro? Since when are you in league with the enemy?" "No, sensei," Jushiro said firmly, shaking his head. "No, we're not with them. It's a coincidence in our favor to be sure, but we're acting on our own accord. We have no part in any conspiracy. Except our own," Shunsui cut in. Sounding serious, he continued, "We can't let it go, old man. It's not right." "Right?" Yamamoto snarled, his temper beginning to show properly. "Ignorant children like yourself dare to think yourself wiser than our betters? It is not our place to decide on right or wrong, only to obey. That you are foolish, I can understand, but throwing it all away in the name of right? For the likes of Kukaki Rukia." "Not her, no," Shunsui said calmly, shaking his head. "For you, sensei." "They're making a murderer out of you, sensei," Jushiro said, raising his voice a little. "A great injustice is being carried out, plain to see for everyone, and those apathetic old men and women are making you hold the murder weapon." Yamamoto gave them a long look. "Treason will never be tolerable, no matter how noble and justified you think your motives to be. Come. We shall take this elsewhere." Shunsui and Jushiro simply nodded. So far, everything was going as expected. As one, the three took off with haste, toward some place desolate enough that their battle would not claim any lives except their own. The execution wouldn't be long away now, so iPhone knew, but with her skill at Shunpo, arriving on time wouldn't be a problem. She had taken to patrolling the hillsides rather than arrive early at the Sukyaku and wait. Officially, if she was asked, she would say that she was performing some last-minute security checks, and it was as good an excuse as any, particularly in times as troubled as these. But in the end, it was an excuse. Ever since her last encounter with Lady Yoryuki, and how bizarre was it that that was how she thought of her again, Lady Yoryuki, as if there weren't a lifetime of pain attached to that name. Her mind had been occupied, distracted. She had been doing a poor job the last few days. She would catch herself staring out into thin air, lost in thought, with a stack of paperwork that wasn't getting slimmer. It shamed her to think about it, but her vice-captain had carried a lot of her duties, as if he knew how difficult a time she was going through. It was treason, she knew. Not reporting the location of the Ryoka who had been causing them all this trouble was treason in itself, and if she had caught any of her subordinates doing it, she would have executed them herself. It was treason, and no matter the excuse, that was how the commander would look at it, how the Central 46 would look at it. And for what? The promise that Lady Yoryuki would turn herself in. The word of a liar? It was absurd. It was beyond nonsense. But for all this, for all she knew after all her years as Stealth Force commander and captain of the 2nd Division, she hadn't reported the truth. It was pathetic. Over a century of hatred, of vicious training to avenge herself on the traitor, of determination of a kind she had never known before, all of that, blown away by a few kind words and an assurance that was worth nothing? She wasn't worthy of her position. She was acting like a child, not the commander of the feared Stealth Force. Such thoughts clouded her mind as she made her way around the hill, checking for treasonous activities. What she would do if she found the Ryoka, she didn't even know, but she had to justify her actions somehow. She was so preoccupied that she almost missed it, her eyes seeing the forest around her but hardly even registering it. If not for her mind telling her of a speck of orange several seconds after her eyes had swept across the forest for the 1000th time, she might have kept going. Orange. Orange, that had no place in a forest. Focusing, she looked back, and stopped her walk. Her heart skipped a beat as she saw it. A hand, dark-skinned, and the sleeve of an orange shirt, lying behind a bush. Quickly, so iPhone made her way toward it. Lady Yoryuki? But how? Then she saw the blood pooling around the lady's chest, in sickening quantities, dyeing most of her shirt a nauseating shade of red. Yoryuki lay there on the ground, her eyes wide open and blank. So iPhone trembled, but decades of training kicked in, and quickly she rushed to Yoryuki's side, and kneeled. The legs on her pants became red with sticky, half-congealed blood, but she didn't even notice it. Lady Yoryuki? She burst out desperately, Lady Yoryuki, can you hear me? Answer me. There was no reply. The lady lay deathly still, and so iPhone could feel her riot fading. Answer, damn it. So iPhone shouted. A month ago, this might have been a dream come true, but here and now, she was overcome with fear. She couldn't die. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to calm. A basic reading of Lady Yoryuki's riot told iPhone that she was, in fact, dying, but there was a difference between dying and dead. With some effort, she steadied her hand and put 2 fingers against the lady's neck, hoping, praying that she would find what she was looking for. Relief washed through her as she felt it, however faint. A pulse, weak but still there. Her heart was still beating. She wasn't dead yet. Suddenly, so iPhone's fear washed off her, turning within seconds to determination. There was a wound in the lady's chest, deep and precise, but there appeared to be little other damage. She had lost a lot of blood, but she was not yet gone. So iPhone had seen 4th Division heal worse cases. Carefully, she lifted Lady Yoryuki into a bridal carry, and was struck by how light she was, how little she weighed. So iPhone looked back toward the center of the Siriti, all thoughts about the execution gone from her head. She could get back there in a matter of minutes, if that. Such speed could make things worse, maybe even kill her. But she was all but dead already. So iPhone put 1 foot forward, and hoping with desperation, she broke into her fastest shunpo. Not yet. You owe me more, you bitch. We're not finished with each other, so don't you dare die. Led by Hinamori, Momo, Orium, Tatsuki, Chad, and Uriah were making their way toward the hill. The vice-captain's spell had teleported them close enough that hopefully they would be in time to help. Keeping a steady run, neither Orium, nor Chad, nor Tatsuki were capable of shunpo. They kept a lookout for enemy soldiers. So far, approaching the foot of the hill, none were seen. They had left the urban part of the Siriti behind, and not far ahead was the forest of the hill. There was chaos ahead. Even Orium, inexperienced though she was, could sense it. Violent bursts of riots rumbled across the hill, and it was obvious that there was not just one, but several battles going on. Damn, we're walking into a war zone, Tatsuki huffed. Ishida, can you make any sense of it? Uriah narrowed his eyes and concentrated. I can sense at least 6 captain-level Ryotsu signatures ahead. One of them is a Quincy, so that would be Aunt Masaki. Nothing on the top of the hill just yet, though. Can you sense Erza? Orium asked. Uriah was quiet for a second, as he focused further. No. I can trace her last Ryotsu signature, but she isn't expending energy anymore. Either she has won her fight, or she is dash. Looking for the rest of us, because of course she won her fight. Tatsuki cut him off before he could finish the sentence. We just need to link up with her. Right. Uriah said. He had nearly said it, something surely unthinkable to Orium. What if she had died? This was a life-or-death kind of mission, after all. Momo suddenly went into an abrupt halt, and the teenagers behind her nearly fell over out of surprise. Barring their way was a short, white-haired figure wearing the white captain's haori, a long sword strapped to his back. He was flanked by the buxom figure of Matsumoto Rangiku, who was keeping up her facade of loyalty for the time being. Hichugaya Taushiro, Tatsuki breathed the words out, remembering the awesome power the little captain had displayed when she and Orium had first met him. However, he seemed disinterested in the 4 of them, his eyes on Momo. Little Shiro, Momo said, and there was something odd in her voice, a mixture of joy, sadness, nostalgia, all wrapped up together into something heart-wrenching. I have been looking for you, Momo, he said, his voice as stern and icy cold as the powers he wielded. The air was cooling around him, and Tatsuki suddenly wished she had a jacket. I wanted to find you, because I was afraid you would do something stupid. But by the looks of things, you already did. Shiro, you don't understand, Momo said, taking a step forward, they are dash. Ryoka terrorists and escaped criminals, Hichugaya said coldly. What got into you, Momo? I can explain. Really? Hichugaya said, and his tone made it clear how likely he thought that was. When Scarlet first left, and you refused to accept what was plain to see, I stood up for you. When you wouldn't let go, I told myself it was understandable. When she returned, I hoped you wouldn't be this foolish. She's innocent. There's a whole thing going on, and you're all being deceived. Listen Shiro, I can explain dash. Silence. Hichugaya exclaimed, and Tatsuki fought the urge to groan. Skilled as Momo was, she was neither charismatic nor convincing. People are talking behind your back, Momo, like they have for near on 20 years. Some of them are laughing at you, and some of them plain think you are unfit for duty. I have never tolerated it, but here, now, it seems I was wrong after all. You're standing here with the Ryoka, 2 of which I know were imprisoned, headed for the execution site. It doesn't take a genius to realize where that is going. This is treason, Momo. Momo said, taking a deep breath. She's up there, she needs my help. She's innocent, Shiro. Hichugaya shook his head, and put one hand on his sword. Unbelievable. I am giving you one chance, surrender, here and now. Comply with the law, work with us, and I'll plead for you to the Captain General. You'll get a couple of decades in prison at the least, but one day you'll be able to come back. That is the best I can offer, and even that is a stretch. Momo, whose face had been uncertain, hesitant, suddenly looked calm and determined. I can't do that, Shiro. I am warning you, Hichugaya said, anger seeping through his voice. A captain, eh? Ishida whispered. Damn it. He uses ice, Tatsuki whispered back. He summons some kind of ice dragon, summons a winter storm. Don't let him catch you, because if he does, it's over. She shivered, and it was only in part because of the dropping temperature. A captain was a fearsome thing to fight, and it was sheer luck that had saved them last time. Chad made a fist, summoning the armored arm, Brazo Dericha de Gigante. I'll go in first. Tatsuki, with me. The rest, support me. Who put you in charge? Tatsuki muttered. There is no time to argue, the giant said. That was true enough. When he attacks, we go. Make sure to spread out. It was a little impressive, actually, how ready he was to face an enemy that much stronger. Chad didn't speak much, but his actions were loud enough sometimes. Hitsugaya sprung into motion, leaping into his cleanest, quickest shunpo. He had not yet drawn his sword, and he hoped very much he wouldn't have to. Hakuto was not his speciality, but if he was fast enough, if he could hit the back of her neck just hard and quickly enough, he might be able to knock her out. The very idea of attacking Momo, his oldest friend of all, it made him feel ill, but there was no choice. He hadn't become a captain by choosing which duties he would and wouldn't perform. Just one quick hit, and she'd be out. He was surprised, almost shocked, when Momo twisted around just in time, blocking his arm as it came in with both of her arms put into a cross. She staggered back a step, but remained standing. I'm sorry, Shiro, she said, shaking her head. It won't be easy. I wish it could be, but it won't. Frowning angrily, Hitsugaya glanced over his shoulder, keeping an eye on the Ryoka. The four of them appeared battle-ready, but had made no move yet. In a quick step of shunpo, he put some distance between himself and the five of his enemies. Matsumoto, stand back, he said firmly, and put a hand on his sword. The sheath dissolved, as it always did, and he held Hyorin Meru in both hands. Be ready to support me if necessary. I'll subdue them. Krell, Hanko, Rangiku said. Matsumoto, I told you Hitsugaya began, but then he felt the ashen, nigh microscopic blades of her Zanpakuto wrapping around his head. They were not yet attacking him, but he knew she could turn them on him at any moment if she so chose. Matsumoto, have you lost your mind? He snapped. I'm sorry, Captain, Rangiku said quietly, but it's like Momo says. It won't be easy. You, too, then. Hitsugaya said, his tone ice cold. Is there anyone around me who isn't betraying all we stand for? I don't like it any more than you do, Captain, Rangiku said reassuringly, but they're not wrong. I don't buy all of it, but there's more to it than meets the eye. Enough. Hitsugaya said, raising his voice for a second. Ignoring the threat of Rangiku's shikai, banking on the hope that she wouldn't actually go that far, he let his Ryotsu rise, blazing brightly. Sit upon the frozen skies, Hyorin Meru. As he cried the words, there was the chilling sensation of a winter gale, extending out around him, and from his sword burst the ice dragon, soaring up into the sky. Guided by Hitsugaya's will, the ice beast crashed down on the Ryoka. He'd freeze them all if he had to. Incoming! Tatsuki shouted, but she didn't even have to shout. She and Chad were already on the move, and Uriah had grabbed Orium, moving the both of them some distance away with his Hyrenkyaku. The four of them split just in time, the dragon bathing their immediate vicinity with an icy cold. Having missed its target, it reared its head and surged forward, targeting Chad. Look out! Tatsuki shouted, and burst into a sprint, holding her staff tightly. Chad was not lost, however. He leaped forward and to the side, and went into a roll. He got up to his feet, let out a loud cry, and slammed his fist into the chest of the dragon. It roared and reeled, only to find Tatsuki slamming her staff into its neck. Incoming fire! Uriah cried, and unleashed a hail of arrows into the beast. It roared again, and for a second they thought maybe they had done some damage. But then, the dragon simply dissolved into mist, returning to its master. Captains! Tatsuki muttered. Well, we're screwed, Rangiku said cheerily, a glassy look in her eyes. Fighting the captain, that will never end well. I've seen him fight, Momo. What happened to your Shikai? Momo asked. Blown away the moment he released his own, Rangiku admitted. She sighed. I just didn't have the heart to try and hurt him for real, even if I probably should have. Momo shook her head. No, I understand. It's not easy. Once again the dragon was unleashed, seeming to focus on the Ryoka. He seemed no more willing to fight them than they were willing to fight him, but even so the humans could only last so long. So, plan. Rangiku said. I'll take anything, including running away. Through Momo's uniform, she could see the golden glow of her Kido glyphs, and with a mournful look on her face, the short vice-captain took a step forward. Support me however you can, she said, and pulled her Zanpakuto out, or run away, if it suits you better. I won't blame you. Hey, I'm not a coward, Rangiku objected. As she saw Hitsugaya's ice dragon nearly decapitate the tall, muscular Ryoka with its jaws, she continued, I kind of wish I was, though. Snap, Tabayam, Momo said, and called forth her prong-formed Shikai. With a surprisingly loud battle cry, she charged forward, charging a ball of fire in her blade. Muttering a curse under her breath, Rangiku followed behind her. He had nearly found his mark with Hyorin Meru. The Ryoka were skilled and powerful, but not nearly strong enough to challenge a captain. The four of them occupied just fending off his dragon when suddenly he sensed her coming. Spinning around just in time, he prepared to parry. However, Momo wasn't trying to stab him. Just 2 yards away, she launched a fireball from her sword, the glowing red orb impacting almost immediately. It exploded, and it was all Hitsugaya could do to brace himself. The explosion burned, and he was grateful for the aura of cold his Zanpakuto generated. He was thrown back, off his feet, and as he tumbled across the ground, he cursed inwardly. What had gotten into her? Singed but not hurt, he jumped to his feet. The Ryoka were advancing on him, Momo hovering through the air at the center of their makeshift formation. The first to act was the Quincy, unleashing a hail of arrows, quick and deadly. Hitsugaya leaped to the side, then charged to meet them. Momo had stopped midair, charging a fiery blast, while the giant and the staff wielder charged forward, Tatsuki being enveloped in a faintly orange glow. Rangiku stood to the side, waiting to unleash her Shikai. The giant let out a cry and slammed his fist down furiously, but Hitsugaya easily dodged under it. He would have counterattacked, but the same instance, the girl's staff lashed out in a quick thrust. He bent backward, the staff missing its mark, and took a step back. The two pushed him back in a flurry of blows, the girl quickened by her friend's support, and the giant going off raw power. To the captain, their assault was nothing, but even so he was tied up having to dodge their attacks, as well as the odd shot from Uryu. The mere fact that these Ryoka could push him this far was as surprising as it was irritating. Get clear! Momo shouted. She held her Tabayam high, and at its tip a massive orb of fire was rotating, humming with barely contained power. She brought the sword down, sending the supercharged ball of flame toward Hitsugaya, just as the two teenagers jumped out of the way. Bakudo 39, Inkun. Hitsugaya shouted, holding his hand out. A spinning, yellow shield manifested in front of him, covering his small frame. The Kido was strong, formed as it was by a prodigy like himself, but to Hitsugaya's surprise, the impact was massive, strong enough to knock him off his feet. He was sent back through the air, and already, Uryu was firing at him again, Chad and Tatsuki closing the distance. Nimbly he spun around in the air to try and land on his feet, only to suddenly slam into a triangular, orange wall. Gracelessly, Hitsugaya fell into a heap on the ground. Even so, he got up to one knee before Chad reached him, being the first in the charge. His sword arm twisted awkwardly at the moment. Hitsugaya held his palm up and caught the giant's punch. It was strong and solid, but not strong enough. Hitsugaya felt a sting of pain as it impacted, but it was nothing he couldn't handle. However, before he could rise, the staff user dashed in from the side, her staff slamming into his midsection. The air was knocked out of the captain's lungs, and he gasped for air. Before he had a chance to recover, her staff hit again, slamming twice into his face. The giant raised his fist, and finally he hit home, slamming into Hitsugaya's chest. Once more knocked down, the captain was struggling. Bakudo 61, Rakuryakoro. Momo cried. Powered through the inscribed seals in her body, the 6 rods locked around Hitsugaya's prone form. He still held onto his blade, just barely, and a look of fury was on his face. Is that it? Tatsuki asked, hesitating to strike an enemy bound and beaten to the ground. Chad stood beside her, his fist ready to come down at any time. Did we? No. Momo cried urgently, and began to mutter the incantation to another, more powerful spell. She had grown strong, but a battle between spiritual entities was, at the end of the day, a numbers game, and Hitsugaya's numbers were bigger than hers by several orders of magnitude. Hit him again. Yuri urged, placing a shot on his bow. He's a captain, and he won't go down that easily. One of his arrows found its mark, cutting a line of red as it impacted with the captain's chest, but Hitsugaya's Ryatsu was already rising, a cold gale extending from around him. Unbelievable! He hissed. Bankai! The binding spell shattered under the surge of raw power, and Hitsugaya was lifted to his feet. Daiguren Hyorin Meru, he said, holding his sword in both hands. His right arm was covered in ice, deep blue, which extended up his shoulder and to his back, where a massive expanse of frozen water formed a pair of wings, majestic and wide. 3 sets of 4-pronged petals hung in the air above him, and from his lower back, an icy tail had formed. Even his feet had changed, covered in ice-shaping dragon's feet, 3-clawed and deadly. The area around him was deathly cold now. Shit, shit, shit. Tatsuki murmured. This was Bankai, and its awesome power was utterly terrifying to behold. Losing her composure, Tatsuki let out a cry, half terrified and half furious, and charged the captain. It was futile, part of her knew that, but she would be damned if she ran away again. Arisawa, wait! Yuryu cried out, but it was too late. With one dismissive hand gesture, Hitsugaya encased Tatsuki in a pillar of ice, literally freezing her in place. Tatsuki! Orium whimpered, putting her hands over her mouth. It won't kill her, Hitsugaya said, but I can't guarantee the same for the rest of you. For the last time, surrender. It's no use. Momo said, awestruck by the power her old friend radiated. It wasn't the first time she'd seen his Bankai, but now, with it turned against her, it was plain to see what kind of a gap there was between herself and little Shiro. So, this is why they told us to run from any captain we found, Chad said, and although he looked and sounded as indifferent as before, a skilled Ryatsu sensor would have felt a sense of awe and fear beneath that stoic exterior. They were wise, Hitsugaya commented, pointing his sword at them. It's too much, Momo said, her hands trembling. It was hard enough to fight the one captain who was like a little brother to her, but to face his wrath full and unrestrained had all but broken her resolve. Then what do we do? Orium said firmly, balling her fists, lie down. Give up? Surrender and let ourselves be taken to their prisons. We can't exactly win. Yuryu opined. Yes, we can. Orium said defiantly. Erza wouldn't give up, and I won't, either. Together, we can beat him. Yuryu, if you and Miss Vice Captain over there keep distracting him with arrows, she pointed at Rangiku, I'll boost Chad and protect him. Momo, you work your magic. If we all do our part, we can at least give him a run for his money. Together, we can if we try. Are you serious? Yuryu said, a little surprised. We already came this far, Rangiku said despondently. Orium. Momo said, giving the girl an odd look. Believe in me who believes in you, okay? Orium said with a smile. Momo nodded. Together. So be it, then, Hitsugaya said, and there was remorse in his voice. Chad let out a loud cry, balled his fist, and ran at the captain. Hitsugaya brought his sword down, forming a cocoon of ice around the charging stoic, but Orium let her powers extend, and Chad burst out of the ice, protected by a cone of orange light. He slammed into Hitsugaya, who parried with one of his icy wings. Nevertheless, the impact made him reel back a step, and Chad continued his assault. In the meantime, Momo had begun to rise, golden coils of elaborately written glyphs beginning to form in the air, each one bound by magic of her own making. Just as Chad was thrown back by a vicious swing of Hichugaya's wings, she unleashed a ferocious barrage of fireballs, knowing each one, despite their immense power, would not come close to killing him. They couldn't back down, and though he was a captain, there was an upside hardly anything they had could kill him. The red orb slammed into his small frame, and although he shielded himself with his wings, the explosions rocked him, forcing him on the defensive. As he spread his wings again, making ready to charge, a barrage of arrows slammed into his chest, most having little effect, but some cutting into his abdomen. At the same time, the ashen dust of Rangiku's Zanpakuto began to envelope him, cutting at his skin. The combined assault might have made a lesser warrior lose his cool, but Hichugaya Toshiro was a prodigy, a soldier to whom the Shinigami arts had come naturally. His eyes narrowing, he held his sword firm and surged forward. Chad raced to meet him, but with a sweep of his wings, Hichugaya flew over and past him, heading toward Uryu and Rangiku. Momo kept up her barrage but had a hard time keeping up with his speed, and although Uryu was already on the move, Rangiku was not so lucky. She slipped into a shunpo, making it some 20 yards before Hichugaya caught up, steel in his eyes. "Shao!" she cried desperately, wildly firing off the basic Kido spell. The captain batted it away like it was nothing, and twisted his body, the cold tail of his icy Bankai slamming into her midsection. The air knocked out of her lungs, Rangiku fell over. Hichugaya jumped forward, and put one clawed foot on her chest. "We're going to have a discussion later, you and I," he said, and before Rangiku could reply, ice extended from his foot. Within seconds, she was fully encased in ice the same as Tatsuki. He turned to face the remaining fighters. "I take no pleasure in this, Ryoka." "Believe me, I do not," he said, and looked at Momo. "Battle plan, the same as before?" Orium cried. "Momo, pin him down." "Why yes." Momo cried. She waved her arms about, and from the golden coils of wording, a dozen chains surged out, a larger and more powerful version of Sajusabaku, improved according to her own design. Hichugaya batted the first two aside with contemptuous ease, cutting the magical chains asunder as he leaped forward, avoiding most of them, but a good few changed their trajectory, following the little captain. One wrapped around his chest, another around his sword arm, and two more still around his left leg and neck. Irritably, Hichugaya struggled against them. They were cracking under the pressure, but Chad was already closing in, supported by Uryu's arrows and Orium's orange aura. Two chains breaking under his power, the captain was still not free, and he brought his wings up to protect against the assault. Chad was ready, furiously pounding the frozen armor, which trembled under the impact of his fist. I can't hold him much longer," Momo said, sweating with concentration. Orium nodded. "I've got something." She held her hands up to her face to act like a megaphone, and shouted, "Keep going, Chad. I'm about to break his defenses." Another chain shattered, and he was almost free. However, suddenly a glow of orange manifested around the halfway part of his wings. Extending to wrap around them, they suddenly cut right through them, big chunks of ice falling lifelessly to the ground. Hichugaya, caught unawares, had a wide-eyed impression of shock on his face. Letting out a loud roar, Chad slammed his fist forward, impacting with the captain's chest. The air knocked out of his lungs, he gasped, and staggered back a few steps. Unrelentingly, Uryu continued to fire arrow after arrow into him, and Momo joined in, raining down balls of fire at him. Still gasping for breath, Hichugaya jumped to the side, the ice of his wings already regrowing. He had underestimated them, that much was clear. It was time to start fighting seriously. His eyes narrowing again, he decided to rid himself of the nuisances first. Flapping his wings, he flung a hail of ice shards toward the Quincy. Reacting quickly, Uryu moved to the side, but Hichugaya had already prepared. Momo wasn't the only one who could use Kido. Barely getting the words out, still trying to breathe properly, he aimed his fingers not for the Quincy but for where he would be in a second. "Hado 4, Byakurai." He wheezed the words out, but it was enough. The lightning struck out, and Uryu, who had moved in a simple step sideward, was hit in the shoulder by the spell. It wasn't enough to kill him, but the shock of the impact spun him around and knocked him over. It was Hitsugaya's good luck that it was Uriu's firing arm that had been affected. Chad was running after him, but his inexperience and human physique limited him, being far from as quick as the captain. Hitsugaya, however, elected to face him head-on this time, casually flicking a band of ice toward Momo, forcing her to veer out of the way. He charged Chad, bringing his sword down. The giant blocked it, his armored arm withstanding the blow easily, but too late he saw the captain extend his offhand, pointing it to Chad's chest. Bakudo 61, Rakuryakoro. Hitsugaya spoke the words quickly and efficiently, and 6 rods of light locked around Chad's midsection, keeping him in place. "I'll undo it!" cried Momo. "Orium, keep him busy dash." But the ice was already forming around Chad, enveloping him as fully as it had Tatsuki and Rainjiku. Momo let out a small gasp as Hitsugaya turned to face them. Uriu was still standing, but he was injured, and that left only Orium and Momo at full fighting strength. "Momo," Hitsugaya said, his voice trembling, perhaps with anger, perhaps with something else, "don't make me do this. Stand down, now." Momo began to sink down toward the ground level. "No," Orium said firmly. "No, we won't give up. Do you hear me, Momo?" I'm not giving up," Momo said quietly, "but there's only one thing I can think to do." "Well, you'd better do it fast," Uriu grunted, firing off a few shots with his bow alone, but with his dominant arm maimed, they lacked both power and accuracy. "Keep him busy just a little." "I don't know how you do it, but keep him busy," Momo said, as the golden coils around her began to speed up, writhing and whirling like serpents. Orium nodded. "You got it." It was down to her now. She wasn't the most martially adept of the group, but maybe she could give Momo a few moments. Behind her, Momo began to rise again, her ryotsu increasing. In Orium's hands, her staff appeared, covered in a slight orange glow. The sprites were with her, and with their help. She swallowed, as she looked at the awe-inspiring power of the captain before her. With their help, she might do something. Or just fall flat. Well, no time to stop and think. Letting out what she hoped was an intimidating battle cry, she charged Hitsugaya. The captain ignored her, however, and surged over her, upward, aiming for Momo. "Oh no, you don't!" Orium shouted, and following her will, the sprites surged forward, Shitenkoshan. A triangular shield formed right in Hitsugaya's flight path, and without any time to react, the captain slammed into it at full force. The triangle exploded for good measure, sending him crashing down to the ground. He recovered, landing on one knee, seemingly unharmed, but Orium knew this was her opportunity. Wielding her staff, she ran forward, letting the orange glow cover her. It seemed she had the ability to manipulate matter to her will, and she fervently hoped her will would matter. Her staff slammed into one of Hitsugaya's wings, little more than an annoyance, but it got the captain's attention. He stabbed out with his sword, a little dizzy from the tumble he had taken. Orium jumped to the side, and the blade went wide. Irritably, Hitsugaya lashed out with one of his wings, the mass of ice glancing Orium despite her best efforts, knocking her over. Once again, he turned his eyes to Momo. However, it was already too late. She was aglow with power, crying out the chant of some unknown spell he had never heard before. "Oh, great phantasm of the skies!" Momo cried, and the air was a haze around her, warmth extending from around her. "Hear ye my cries. Thy faithful servant is in need. Descend from the star of soul above, and unleash thy rage upon my enemy. I implore thee, grace the battlefield with thy presence, as I call thy name. Tentai Suzaku." Around Momo, the haze intensified, and a bright light began to shine, bathing the ground beneath them with the heat of a sun. There was a flash, and everything was too bright to look at for a moment. Hitsugaya, who had shielded himself with his wings, looked up. Droplets of water ran down his iced form. In the air, above Momo, a magnificent, gigantic creature hovered. With a wingspan of at least 40 yards, it was a majestic, hawk-like creature, with a long, sharp beak, born entirely from flame. The heat it radiated was oppressive, making it difficult to even breathe, and Uriu grabbed Orium, moving the both of them out of the way. This was bound to make an impact. The phoenix reared its head, fluttered its wings, and surged toward Hitsugaya with unnatural speed. Sensing its immense raw power, he flapped his own wings, taking flight, and moving away. It was insane, such terrifying power, from Momo? This spell had strength well beyond what he would expect of a captain. He cleared away from the blast with ease, his speed of flight taking him nearly 100 yards away, only to find there had been no blast at all. The firebird was still hot on his tail, burning brightly and homing in like a seeker missile. Grunting, he upped his pace, zigzagging through the air with all the haste he could muster. The phoenix was relentless, however, and guided by Momo's will, it closed the distance slowly. Looking back at the creature, Hitsugaya realized it wasn't going to be outrun, not by him, not now. Suddenly, he went into a nosedive, the surge in speed giving him a few precious seconds of a head start. Landing with quite a shock, some 40 yards away from Momo, he wrapped his iced wings around him, and pointing to the sky, he cried, "Ryujin Hyuki." A defensive technique, it was designed to withstand tremendous damage, and Hitsugaya hoped it would be enough. In front of him, a wall of ice began to form, thick and powerful. But he was out of time. The phoenix was upon him, slamming into the wall of ice like a battering ram. There was an explosion, bright enough to shine through the closed eyes of the spectators, and a massive wave of heat, even greater than before. An enormous cloud of steam formed as the fire clashed with the ice, bathing the entire surrounding landscape for well over a mile in radius with a thick, white mist. Orium was soaked, and Urayu along with her. She couldn't see a foot in front of her, and if he hadn't been holding onto her, she was sure she would have lost him. The steam was bathing them all, and for a good few minutes, it was a hell of wet, warm, sticky fumes. It was like being stuck in a sauna, only somebody had locked the door and thrown away the key. "Momo!" Orium cried, coughing. The air was almost too hot to breathe. "Momo, are you okay?" If there was an answer, she couldn't hear it. It took well over 5 minutes for the steam to begin to clear away, before the two of them could see anything again. Eventually, however, the mist began to disperse, and slowly the landscape came into view again. The pillars of ice holding their friends had melted, leaving them lying unconscious on the ground, Orium noticed. Whether that was due to the oppressive heat of Momo's spell or because the captain had lost control of his powers, she couldn't tell. Finally she spotted Momo, as thoroughly soaked as herself, wiping sweat from her brow. "Are you okay?" Orium repeated, and supported Urayu as she walked toward the vice-captain. I'm fine," Momo mumbled, looking a little shell-shocked. The mist was still clearing up, and much of it still remained. I've never used that on a person before." "Well, it caused quite a reaction," Urayu noted dryly. "Anu, would you mind patching me up?" "Oh," Orium said. "Of course." Then, they felt it, a surge of power, blowing the remaining steam clear, and a chill in the air. Momo put her hands over her mouth in shock, while Orium and Urayu stood dumbstruck. He was still standing? Through the quickly disappearing steam walked Hitsugaya Toshiro. He was singed, and had blisters on his arms and face. Half of his coat had been burnt off, and he was an unpleasant shade of red. The wings, tail, and feet of ice had dispersed, his bankai having been overloaded by the sheer amount of heat, but he was still standing, and he looked angry. Shiro-Momo began, but Hitsugaya didn't listen. Enraged, he ran toward them without sparing a word, sword held low and at the ready. "Behind me!" Urayu snapped, pushing Orium behind him, stepping forward and firing his bow one-handed, despite the futility of it. Several arrows still hit, but the captain ignored them. In a single cut, Urayu was laid low, and it was all Orium could do to form a shield to stop him from doing the same to her. "My bankai, lost." Hitsugaya all but snarled. "I never thought you had it in you, Momo, but it ends here." Momo stumbled back, her resolve broken. He truly was a captain, too strong and too terrifying to match. "Shun Rika dash," Orium started, but with a contemptuous swing of his hand, Hitsugaya knocked her over with an arctic gale. Holding his blade in both hands, he came at Momo, who only barely got her own blade up in time to parry. "You need to stop, Momo," he cried angrily. "Stop, before you get hurt." "Damn it, what is wrong with you?" I trusted you. I'm so sorry, Momo mumbled, barely keeping up. Hitsugaya was hurt, his Ryutsu level low, but she couldn't muster the energy to do more than parry. You swore an oath of loyalty, just like everyone else, Hitsugaya snarled, pushing her back step by step, and now you turn your back on us all? You dash. Suddenly he was cut short. In a swift shunpo, a figure had appeared behind him, and stabbed him in the back. There was a jolt of electricity, visibly sparkling, and for a second the captain's hair stood on their ends. Then, he collapsed, quite unconscious. Behind him stood Listener, the clawed form of her Shikai in hand. You dash, Momo stuttered, too shaken to know what to say. Looks like I made it just in time, Listener said, letting out a relieved sigh. Quick, bind him. I'm not sure he's down for the count yet. Now, Listener said, a little more sharply. We don't have time for this. Erza's further up the path, and she's hurt. At the mention of Erza's name, Momo pulled herself together and nodded. She muttered an incantation, and before long, Hitsugaya was thoroughly bound to the ground, wrapped in golden chains. Sorry, Shiro. She mumbled, sounding guilty. Focus, Listener said. Any casualties? Some are out, Momo said, but I think that redhead girl can fix it. Good, Listener said, nodding approvingly. Get them all together. Every minute counts right now. Momo nodded. They were really doing it. Somehow, they had survived going up against a captain, and now she'd actually be of help to Erza. She'd see her again. Check the description for the links to the author.